Hey, welcome to the stream. Uh, I'm here with some guests, actually. Maybe y'all can introduce yourself while I figure out the tech issues, because, wouldn't want to.
Hello,
Yeah.
I'm a mystery person who I don't know who I am.
I don't know. Everyone's probably forgotten who I am since the last time I was here, but that's okay.
I like snails.
That's crazy. Am I gonna get run over by a train now, or is it gonna take like 3 years to get here? Like a bunch of snails are gonna run me over.
Charles, I think something is going.
Yeah, I'm just
on with
playing
the
with the
stream.
I'm just playing
Okay.
with the background.
Oh
a little
boy!
bit,
Look at
trying
that
to-
mouse go! It's going.
What happened?
The mouse was on screen a few times, and by few I mean like 200.
At the same time.
I see.
Charles is letting Warbot do the controls today. He's having some fun.
Yes, exactly. Mr. Black is here. He likes snails.
All right.
See, Charles tried to have
Luigi for
Warbot.
Title VI violation. I don't feel safe.
Charles tried to have Warbot write a statement about the new cards, but the only letter it can type is I, so it didn't get very far.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
The mouse is back.
The mouse is back.
Well, the mice are back. To be more specific.
What?
Just to look at the stream, it's a bit funky.
Okay, one sec.
There's a parade of mice going through Hamlet's comment.
Let me keep working on this. I thought there were different tech issues I was trying to fix today.
As we do our quality assurance, just like out of the park developments.
Just do it live.
Okay, is that better?
Well, I haven't seen it swap back yet.
Yes, much better.
Except I probably now
Yes,
want to
that
do
looks like
that.
the actual thing. Except the cards are probably a little too small. You should make them a little bigger.
How about that?
That's much better.
Yeah, I think we're good now.
Except that now overlaps that thing, so I want to make...
That's fine. We only have like what 90 cards today. We can't have to do that much moving of the screen.
Hamlet, if his QA looks like that, it means his model is just really trying to represent the game. It's doing a much better job than like my model or isidafo's model, right? So.
Right. Well, I mean, I've had my share of bugs.
Well,
but...
What do you mean we don't have a rant in mind? We never have a rant in mind. These things just happen organically.
Right? No, totally didn't tell us about that pre-stream or anything. No.
Well, in this case, actually, there is a good reason for this, which is we have something fun we're going to announce a little bit later on the stream, if I can get it worked out, which I may have slightly forgotten to do before the stream because we had our julefrokost today and everybody was a little bit drunk. This is going to be a fun stream, by the way.
How many moose or elk were there? Yeah.
Yes, I was just about to ask. How many moose was there, and was there a psychic dwarf kicking people under the table?
No dwarfs, but I did get to learn a lot about what a Nisa is, and the fact that it's actually a different thing than an elf, apparently.
Oh, fascinating.
Okay.
Because, yeah, Nisa, Google Translate just translated as elf, but apparently it's like a completely different thing.
Well, I guess elves are they're a bit different in different like mythology systems, right? Like there's a pretty big variety.
Yeah.
Well, you can have your tall ones and then your short ones. they're very different.
Yeah.
I guess.
Like the Tolkien elves and the Santa elves are not very much the same.
Yeah, that's very
Sounds like it, but in any event,
I don't know. Tolkien would probably have like a language for all of them that is descended from each other, and that stuff.
Well, he wrote the dictionary, so he can also write their language. So
yeah. Well.
Yes, that is. You have a point.
Yeah, but what do you think the special maybe thing is?
I like that name. Can we call it that? The special maybe thing? Can that be the official name?
The official title is the special maybe event.
Officially call it the special maybe thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I kind of like that
pretty
plan,
banger,
right? What do you think?
Yeah.
Should we? Is special maybe thing a good? good description. Good description. It's not a bad description of this, right?
Do we think Koreans like special maybe things?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I think maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah. Who knows?
Either maybe or especially. I don't know. Can't decide.
But especially if they're maybe.
Yes, especially maybe.
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 See, Hamlet, I think Charles said he would do that when he quit, which was also supposed to be a month ago. But neither thing has happened yet, so I'm also still patiently waiting.
What was this?
Releasing your model to the public, right?
Oh, I thought I said I was going to. I told you I would do that when I finally win a perfect league. There's just one problem.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Is it that your model is too bad to win perfect league, or
two problems. Just two problems.
It's a good endorsement. Here's this model. It can't win anything, but you know.
Does pretty well in PTCS.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, but PTCS is no longer a thing, right? I mean, you notice that they didn't even bother announcing it on stream this week, the winners. So I think it's just no longer a thing.
That's
right?
true. I did appreciate having the top 10s, not the PTCS, which I was looking for because I hadn't seen them yet because I'm not in the place where things happen. So,
yeah. Well, don't worry. Well, I actually, one thing that I think we had semi-promised, but we do have a lot of cards to get to. We had actually said we would do a PTCS review and talk through some of the strategic choices we made, that people might find interesting.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
So I think maybe we should still take a shot at that if we have time. Who am I kidding? Of course we have time. We always.
I think the bronze Ozzie Smith was pretty good. I think that's. I decided to play him a lot of places. I know I'm going on a limb there.
That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah. I almost played him in Diamond, actually. I really thought about it.
Wait, but that's where you played Derek Jeter. What? Why'd you do that?
He wasn't eligible.
Yeah, you play him anywhere. You shouldn't have been eligible to play a shortstop. That didn't stop him. So.
It's true, though. We did get this card this week. I don't know why this Alex Rodriguez card is third base for some reason. Like, why would any major league team be stupid enough to put such a good defensive shortstop at third? Like, what happened?
That's crazy. Maybe they'd make everybody shave their heads too, or something ridiculous.
Yeah, it's craziness. I mean, like
that picture of Verdugo with a shaved head and no beard has really got me messed up seeing that today. And that's not okay. I don't like it.
I don't understand why
you're not a Verdugo fan.
No, I'm a Verdugo fan. I just don't like seeing him.
So this is what Johnny Damon was for people older than Kidnies.
I was there when Johnny Damon happened too. What? I had a Johnny Damon jersey.
4, dude. What?
No, I remember. I'm the prophet. I'm the reason we have the 04 World Series. Come on,
right.
Gosh.
Well, I don't.
The same thing then.
I just don't understand why the Yankees keep that policy. It cannot be helpful for them. There's something when Brian Wilson said he refused to go to the Yankees because he would have to shave his beard. He just wouldn't sign with them. Can
you imagine Brian Wilson going from Fear the Beard to the Yankees? Crazy.
Would the Yankees actually suspend a player if they just showed up at the stadium with a beard?
Isn't that the Don Mattingly sideburns thing or whatever? Mutton chops.
Yeah, but that was just insanity. That was also a while ago.
The whole thing is insanity, right?
If Aaron Judge shows up with a beard, are they gonna tell him to shave it or we won't play you? Do they actually do that?
I knowing their owner, probably yes. He shows up like that. They'd be like, okay, so you want to sit today and come back tomorrow? Great, yeah. He just needs a day off, guys. Yeah.
All right, I think I have the tech issue sorted out. But did we want to do a PTCS review? Should we do some cards and then do a PTCS review? What do you think?
Let's do cards first because I have to go in 3.5 hours, and probably by then we'll maybe make it to the perfect cards.
Definitely be around for the secret special announcement, along with
Yeah.
along with Snailman. We actually need both of you for that to kind of test out the secret special announcement that we're not allowed to tell anybody about.
Gosh. All right.
I legitimately already forgot what it was.
Yeah.
we just told you.
I know, but I was kind of not really. I just got out of the shower. I wasn't really here paying attention.
Fair enough.
No.
Really? All right. I'm going to tell you one more time, but you got to keep it to yourself.
Okay.
Is that fair? The secret special announcement is that.
When did someone let Charles have an air horn? Oh, are you just
He's
clicking this?
actually-
Oh, wait a minute. That
Got
means
it?
I can put. Oh God, that's powerful. All right.
I think you may have just given Kidney something we shouldn't have.
You have given me a revelation, Charles. You should not have. I'll save that one for another time. Don't worry about that. Nothing important happened there.
All right.
Oh, God.
Sounds good.
Yep, it's great. Excellent.
All right.
That didn't sound that good.
Sounds good. Why don't we do a few cards first, just sort of get the thing started, and then once we get the ball rolling, then we'll come back and talk announcement things. We do have a short list for this week, right?
Only I think 87 cards, so it should take about 15 hours.
What you're telling me is we should go speed round from the beginning.
Yep,
yeah, something like that.
Okay, well that's too bad because I think we're gonna spend at least like an hour on Warren Hacker, because that is one of the worst decisions I've seen until I looked at Mitch Williams.
I thought Lee Smith was also going to be a long one, but we'll see.
How about Mondesi, guys? Is that one gonna be a long one too?
Mondesi's going to be short. Mondesi, that one's going to be easy.
What do you mean? I mean, it's kind of a similar reason to the other cards, right? Like,
I think Hacker. Anyway, we'll get the Hacker eventually.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Audit. They're all F minuses. That's why we're going to spend so much time talking about them.
Yeah, we're going to spend so much time talking about them.
I cannot think of anyone who would want to play an Iron card with 100 PBAP and 100 infield range. I mean, that just sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, that's pretty.
I mean, I won't play cards with without I, and I'll still play that card.
Yeah. It's a little strong.
I mean, I think like if this game cycle went to May, like we'd have cards in Iron that could beat like launch perfects. You know?
Would Ben Sheets play Iron? Actually, would Ben Sheets play Iron right now?
No, Mondesi is better than Bobby Dorr at second base.
All right, I don't consider Ben Sheets a launch perfect. I consider him garbage.
But Mondesi is better than Bobby Dorr.
Ben Sheets is a frequently launched perfect.
I will I will clarify, like perfects that played at launch, not Ben Sheets and Bobby Dorr, right? I don't think Mondesi is better than Tony Phillips. Let me try it this way.
Willie Mays is closer to Tony Suck than to Willie Mays.
Yeah, I think that's true. And there were two launch Willie Mays, and it's true for both of them.
I would say I think Willie Mays fell into the category of perfects that did not play at launch.
No, but
not quite.
How much better is Napoli than like Jeff Mathis I think Mathis is probably better.
Oh, these days?
Right
I mean,
now.
well, Mathis has been better. That's true. Mathis has been better actually for a long time. So yeah.
Oh. In Iron, Napoli's probably better, but like in Open, I suspect Mathis is better than Napoli.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, you're not wrong. But I was thinking like Mondesi to like Tony Phillips, right? Was my thought, you know.
Yeah, that's honestly not that far away.
It's that's what I said. It's getting there, right?
Yeah,
we'll get there, maybe.
All right, let's talk Roberto Hernandez.
Do we have to?
Well, we could just give him an S+ and move on.
That I don't think would quite be the rating I want to give him.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I do like that he is a blue number as a free card, but then all the other numbers are not blue numbers, and I'm a little less happy about it.
I think my rating would be closer to the other channel emote.
Really?
Wait, there's S+ channel emote? I just feel like I never see it get used.
Wait, you actually don't like this card?
No, I don't think this card plays in anything at all. I wouldn't play this in Iron Caps. I wouldn't play this in anything.
Wait, the S plus emote is not as cool as the F minus emote. Sorry. I like the F minus one better. I see why people spam the F minus one more now.
Yeah, F minus is the classic.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, classical.
No, but you actually don't like this card?
No, I don't have this anywhere close to anything.
Yeah, that card is bad.
But look at all that stuff.
Yeah, look at the red picture map is a really good number.
No, I mean, the thing is that my model basically thinks in anything. So, okay, if it's an Iron Cap, it thinks he's like in the mix of the 40s. But as soon as you get above that, it just thinks basically he won't strike enough people out, and he'll just
I actually just want to play this card in low iron though.
Oh, really? I don't have it anywhere close to playing low iron.
So, all right, I think this is one where we probably do have to talk a little bit about what our models are doing with it because it's pretty extreme. In low iron, I have this card striking out 14.5 batters per 9, walking about 6, FIP of about 3.3, but ERA of about 4.4. So huge difference between FIP and ERA because of that BABIP. But 4.4 is actually still in the pretty playable range in low iron for what I've got.
Oh, so I have him with the like a 4.75 ERA, which I don't have all that close.
4.75, I wouldn't have that close. Yeah.
Guess I can see what I've got in terms of his.
What do you have for his FIP? So, because I think this is one where we're trying to figure out just how bad that PBABIP.
I don't calculate FIP, but I have him giving up a 350 BABIP, and striking out like like 30% of batters. But basically, when it's not a strikeout, he's like just getting absolutely clobbered.
He does get clobbered when it's not a strikeout. That's for sure.
What's the percent of him striking out people, Charles, in your model? Can you do that?
Oh, I got to try to work out batters.
Yeah, I've got about a 30% strikeout rate for him.
All right, if he's a 30% strikeout rate, then he's a 70% they're on base rate. So I don't like the card. It's bad.
It's not always on base.
70% they're on base rate. Let's say the batters hit 400 against him.
I have a 350 BABIP and like what would this be?
Are you standing that it's an S plus card if they hit 400 against them? I don't think that's quite true.
No, I don't think it's an S plus card, but I actually just plain want to play this card.
When they hit 400 against him?
Yeah.
All right, you're gonna have to explain that for the class and myself. I'm in the class.
Like I've got this card as a FIP that's like over a run better than basically anybody else, and FIP.
Why are you looking at FIP when the card has 25 pitcher BABIP or something like that?
Because we all know that pitcher BABIP is fake, right?
All right, it's F minus. Let's go next card.
No. I'm saying, like, in PT23, this card is like overrun better than anything else in low iron.
Yeah, PT23 is great, but we're not in PT23.
Right.
I mean,
so what I'm trying to
Charles,
say
what does it say on the top left of your screen there? What number is that? Can you read that for the class? What number is that?
4?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Well, we don't know what base that number's in, to be fair. So
oh, no, don't start.
Ball. It's in baseball.
Ah, right. Yes, baseball.
But the point is
that was a pun too bad, even for Snailman. That's impressive, actually.
What I'm getting for 19 pitcher BABIP is basically it costs him about a full run of ERA. Like that's about how bad. What's the difference between hitting? Let me ask the question this way. I think this would be a fair way to do it. Let's suppose that you were to switch his control and PBABIP numbers. Now
I'd probably want to
put the card.
I mean, I could
in my rotation.
I could try it. I'd probably want to play it then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because the way I'm looking at it is walks and
Well,
hits
actually,
are both putting people on
hold on.
base, right?
Let me check. I'm
Like
curious.
the hit way, a hit way of putting people on base isn't that much more damaging than the walk route. So this is like that card, except that it
Well,
switched
but he
those
gives
two
up. I
numbers.
mean, he gives up
Well,
doubles
but
too.
I will also say that it's probably like a third more damaging, just ballparking maybe a quarter more, 25% more. But it's also it happens a lot more often. Like it's not like it's very different types of outcomes. Like
No, but
that's like
what I'm
saying,
saying is that
well, a home run's more important than a walk. Well, yeah, but like they also happen much less often. It's not black and white like that.
Okay,
right.
I did I do that right? I had the flipped version worse, actually. Oh, I did it wrong. Sorry. That's why. Uh,
I mean, basically, I just think this is like one of these cards that we've been playing that has low control and mediocre pitcher BABIP, except that it's flipped the two. And so you're giving up the base runners with hits instead of walks. And yeah, it hits a little worse than a walk, but this is also a much better card than some of the really low control options that have been in the meta. So that's where my model kind of comes back. And the other thing is right now, the best hitters in low iron are incredibly low avoid K hitters. You know, you're getting to run against like David Ross and his 23 avoid K, Mark
Yeah,
McGuire,
but
and I don't even think he has an avoid K. Uh,
what's the limit then? Like,
Dave
because
Kingman is like
that's
17.
aren't you like doubling down then? Like, there's a like that has a ceiling that you are probably burning points into with this card.
well, so this is why I was going to talk about Lee Smith. Oh, I thought Lee Smith was going to discussion because, like, so this card I don't have a comp for. Like, there's no other card in low iron that's like this. Um, but Lee Smith, there actually is a comp for,
Okay.
which is this. I think it's a 54 Brian Harvey that some people played for a little bit at
Yeah.
some point. And that card gets absolutely crushed, like the Brian Harvey card.
Here, let me put up Harvey just for comparison.
Like Smith is probably better than Harvey because Harvey has two basically zeros. So like Harvey just gets demolished. Like
Yeah,
this
so
card
my
doesn't.
model doesn't come close to liking Harvey. For what
No,
it's
mine
worth.
doesn't either. But people are playing, so at least I have data that like says, okay, like this is how Harvey is actually
Okay.
doing.
But
And
my model does correctly say Harvey's lousy and still
yes,
likes
mine does
Roberto
too.
Hernandez.
So my model says Harvey is bad. It says Lee Smith is better than Harvey, but still bad for basically the same reason. But it likes Mitch Williams. Basically because there's enough more money PBAB to carry like this bad control.
Right. So I guess my point is, just as you can carry bad control with enough other things, like you can carry bad controls with like enough stuff and okay PBABIP, you can carry low PBABIP with enough control and great stuff also. You have to, I mean, the numbers have to be right. There's some kind of exchange rate between walks and hits, and you have to get a good enough balance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that
I'm gonna
like
end
this
up
one
telling you I
is.
want to play both Lee Smith and Mitch Williams, by the way.
I suspected you would tell me that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think probably. I mean, I don't want to play Hernandez. I can. I mean, I can understand wanting a lot of stuff in low iron. Like that does seem good to me. But I just don't think there's enough like there outside of the giant stuff to like get it to work. Like Tommy Byrne, for example, I like, right? That's a kind of
Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot less
Burn
stuff
was the kind
obviously.
of card I was gonna bring up.
Byrne, I think, is good.
So Burn is an example where, well, what's happening with Burn though is there's a lot of PBABIP, so even with the low control, you're not allowing that many base runners.
Right. There's just enough. There's enough
Right.
things here to carry the bad trait, but like I just don't think this 130 stamina is really enough, like more than Burn, for example, to like make up for 50 home run and 100 PBAB, whatever it is. Like, it doesn't seem like he's ever getting there to me.
Yeah, and I have Roberto Hernandez actually grading out pretty similarly to Burn. I'm trying to sort of understand exactly where that's coming from. Oh, I see. Well, because Burn is going to walk, 10 batters per 9 or something.
Well, I mean, how controlled Hernandez? I guess Hernandez is 50 control.
Yeah, but 50,
right?
but 50 is actually enough that he's only walking about 6. So basically, I have Hernandez. Yeah, so let me do the comparison of Hernandez and Burn. The comparison I have, it's sort of a crazy comparison because they're extremely shaped cards. I have Hernandez walking about 5 fewer batters per 9, but also giving up about 4.5 more hits per 9.
Right, and yeah,
like it's really the difference, but it's like 150 points of batting average or something.
Yeah, and I mean, I would much rather give up, 5 walks than 4 hits.
I would also rather give up 5 walks than 4 hits, but they're all, but the strikeouts also are worth something as a way of getting out.
How much of those hits are like? What is the home run gap? There's going to be a big home run gap here too. You're just kind of glossing over.
Yeah, there's a big home run gap.
It's like that's not as, especially when you're giving up that many base runners. Like, it's a big deal.
Yeah, about 0.2 homers per 9. So decent size, yeah.
From 75 to what? 50?
Point 2 is a lot.
0.2 is a lot per 9. I mean,
yeah,
it's a I would think it'd be higher actually.
I mean, I don't do anything for 9 innings, but I suspect I would.
Yeah, I just have it in those terms because sort of I'm trying to work out a FIP and yeah, I mean, like if you think about it in terms of FIP,
why?
Why
do I want to?
Because FIP's actually
we haven't
like
gone
baseball.
Back to that.
Like it's baseball before we start playing PT.
So
Oh, Kidneys, I think you cut out.
Did we lose Kidneys?
Hello? Well, I think we lost Kidneys.
Still there?
Mr. Kidneys.
All right, Kidneys gives up. So now we're down to just the 2 of us. Now we're
no, Snailman is still
I'm still
around. Because I don't think Snailman plays Iron all that much.
No, I don't. I'm not gonna. I don't know anything. It's a weird card.
So okay, what I was going to say is I will say the reason I don't think this is a super high tier card. This is kind of what I was trying to get to. I want to play this card in low iron, but the only reason I want to play this card in low iron is because of how much value he's getting for striking out really bad avoid K low iron cards. And, the problem is this is actually not a good 40 against good hitters, but this is an excellent 40 against bad hitters. So I
mean, you can't play this in a cap.
I don't think this is a cap card at higher levels. I think if you ever did a low iron cap, this is a must-have card. I think even in low iron, I want to play him.
You wouldn't rather run Lefty Grove, whatever you call him?
Well, I can't run lefty. Oh, the 40 lefty, you mean?
Yeah.
I have this a little bit ahead. I'll put up Grove as well. Or
even like Nitkowski, I mean, you have to get lefties, but like I would much rather play this card.
I'd probably play both. But
yeah, I don't even know low iron cap.
20 or 30% more batters.
I don't think I have it that big, but I don't know. I might play. I mean, it depends how tight it is. But in a tight, like low iron cap, I might, like in that 40, that thing we talked about when you were like 5 total points. I'd probably play Hernandez in that. I don't know that I'd play him in anything else.
That one I might. Anyway, I think I would definitely play him in iron cap. I might play him in a bronze cap, but even there, the batters are starting to get good enough that it hurts.
Yeah, I think in bronze. I mean, I don't really want to play
Kidneys
him in iron, so I
has
think in
some
bronze.
kind of icon saying his audio is broken or muted or
Well,
yeah.
I think that is deafened, that icon. I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong.
So Kidneys
Looks
can't
like
hear
deafened.
us. So anything you want to say about Kidneys now is the time.
Well, except for through the stream. You know, there's always that.
Oh, except for through the stream. Um. Anyway, the point is, I do think this is a useful card. I don't think it's useful in a lot of these caps, though. So that probably makes it like a C or a D for me, but like very much not an F. Like actually a good card in low iron.
Yeah, I think so. I'd probably have given this like an F plus. Right? Basically, I don't think it's ever going to play, but it's weird enough that maybe there's some format eventually that it makes its way into. But I don't mind a D. There's kind of the same
Snailman,
reason.
what do you think? We'll let you break the tie here since Kidneys seems to be.
Can't imagine I'm ever playing this card in anything. So
D.
Sure,
that's fine.
All right. It's gonna
It
be
a
one.
weird
I can
card,
see
right?
it's gonna be one of those streams.
Okay, well, no, the next one's easy, right? This Hugh Nickel card is just like the best kept card that's ever been printed, basically.
What do you mean best cap card?
Okay.
Best cap
Yeah.
card? I mean, look at this Hugh Nickel, all right? He's got 109 eye. He's got 101 right field rating, and the shape's not bad because errors, out there. He's got 89 range, so you can play him in center. He's got 124 speed, 125 stealing, 125 base running. Now, there's absolutely no historical justification for that. And Snailman, would you like to tell us why?
Because the first to third thing.
Yeah. You want to tell everyone about that?
Yeah. Well, we basically, for a lot of old games, we just have box scores. We don't have like play-by-play. And they used to count taking extra bases on balls in play as stolen bases. So,
which is actually kind of a cool idea. Like, it's not such a stupid thing to do, really.
No, it should somehow go into base running value, right?
Yeah. I mean, you should count them like they are. It is worth something. And I mean, I guess often advancing from second to third is worth more than advancing from first to second. So, like,
yeah,
there's real value there.
But it does give him this funny
that's
rating
pretty much all we're taking.
It looks like he had like 138 steals and no caught stealing.
Well, yeah, they also didn't track caught stealing.
Exactly.
People used to get caught a lot because, like, if you go into the teens, there's like a few years where we have the data somehow. I don't know all the details of why we have some years and not others or what's going on. But like, if you look at Dave Bancroft's baseball reference page, there's like years where he steals kind of a lot of bases and you're like, oh, he might be a good base runner. And then there's years where they have the caught stealing. He's getting caught like twice as much as he's stealing, and he's stealing a lot.
Oh yeah,
it's really bad.
Rookie year, 15 stolen bases, 27 caught stealing.
Yeah. So
that's not great.
Like,
what is the
I don't know. It's hard to imagine that a dude.
I'm looking at his totals, and it has 90 caught stealing for his career with an underline.
Yeah, I shouldn't mean it's incomplete.
Okay, is that because it's not listed. That makes sense.
But yeah, if you like, it's probably unlikely that a dude who ended up with 138, even if you're counting extra bases and stuff, like, he probably still stole quite a bit of bases, and he's probably still a very good base runner. He probably didn't get caught that often, but I don't know. It's.
Oh, did we remember to post that we were streaming in like Kidneys Discord and stuff, by the way?
No, I did not.
Oh.
People find it.
Would someone mind doing that if we get a chance?
Yeah, I can do it.
Thanks.
Yep.
Anyway, this card's great. I went out and got one of these.
Yeah,
this card,
again, he has eye, he has defense, he has base running, and he can bunt. Is there anything else?
I have been playing. But I've been playing a lot of Billy Lush, and this card seems better. Although,
Yeah, it's much
Lush,
better.
Lush still gets you left field. So
Yeah. So also, I mean, the thing is with this card is that it just does the things that actually play up,
Yeah,
right?
I've got Lush ahead of this card in center actually, but I've got this card clobbering everything in right.
I have this ahead and center too.
It's really close.
But I mean, the thing is that like the stealing plays up, the eye plays up, defense plays up, and that's what he's good at. Like he does all the things that play against higher tier cards.
Yeah, oh yeah, this is just an S tier card, right?
I think this might be an S
This an S
plus, honestly.
You know what?
Because I mean,
it's got I. I'm giving him the S plus. Let's do
well,
it.
like, what cap are you not playing this in? I mean, like, if there's a 40 floor, this is on your roster. Like, you will find the points for it. It's just too good.
I would have played this in the bronze only if I were allowed to.
probably not going to be playing Gibby Brack very much
Yeah,
anymore.
Gibby Brack is done for.
All right, let's give him an S plus. In case everyone is wondering, this is in fact us in speed mode. But maybe
It's
as soon
pretty
as we
good.
get Kidneys back, we should do like the tangent and fun announcement thing while Kidneys is still alive. If he's
Yeah, that
ever
would
alive
make
again,
sense.
is Kidneys still alive?
Unknown.
I'm sure he'll chime in when he comes back.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened to the audio, so he just got so disgusted by Roberto Hernandez that was it.
Yeah, he couldn't. Yeah, exactly. Maybe he's allergic to Roberto
Then we got to
Hernandez.
talk about Travis Wood. And as you know, none of us is willing to tolerate a card with low PBAB no matter what, right?
Well, I will say this Travis Wood is a tremendously good card for the all pitchers perfect draft. That much power.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's about his only use, though.
I mean, but this card is just way behind 40s, right?
Yeah. It's good for that. It's good for the all pitchers perfect draft, and that is it.
Is it an F or is it an F minus?
Uh,
See, Antelotti's giving it an E.
it's either one. It's just it's way behind.
This actually might be an F minus.
It's very bad. I mean, okay, is there ever a no DH thing where you play it for the bat? Probably
No.
not. That's
No,
not that good.
because it's still got to be able to pitch.
Yeah. Except for this no pitch. This all pitchers thing is the only thing I can think of where you want to play this.
All right, minus?
Yeah, sure.
Let's minus it. All right. I remember Yusmero Petit because he had this great like delivery where he'd sort of hide the ball.
Yeah. Well, he has like I think he still has the major record for most consecutive batters retired, if I'm not mistaken.
So now technically this is a 3-pitch pitcher.
Technically.
So
yeah, that's true. Wood did play left field.
Are you starting him in 1894? Because he's got the right shape.
I'm probably not. Well, do I get Warren Hacker or not? Because I want to play Warren Hacker in 1894, I think.
Okay, so first off, actually, I think this card's playable in low iron.
I do too. Yeah, I think this
I have him
decent.
like not top of the bullpen, but like fringy playable.
Yep,
like
I agree.
Fourth or fifth, around as good as Fred Brining, with a different shape.
Yeah. So I've got him.
But this card is going to start to be dominant as you get to really early eras.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that you have to have an early era you can play in, which is not going to be that many.
If they ever do a dead ball cap, which is not only dead ball players,
Yeah, you'll play this in Hacker for sure.
Yeah. This is a good enough pitcher actually to carry 2 pitchers instead of just take Hacker in 1894.
Maybe. Yeah.
Modern, I think I'm not so interested. I think he's playable in low iron, but I don't think. Well, okay. Here's the other thing, though. It's a funny shape. Is it a shape that plays up at all? I tend to think. Because the stuff gets wiped out when you try to play up. you know, the Control and PBABIP really don't. But the problem is the homer prevention is going to kill you.
I think I just prefer to play Ken Tatum for 4 more points most of the time.
Yeah, Tatum's just better.
So I don't. Yeah, quite a lot better.
Yeah, 44 is kind of in this awkward place where it's too many points to kind of really go cheap.
Yep. But I think I'd probably prefer Anthony Young even at 44 a lot of the time too. So
So
yeah,
where
it
does
doesn't
that leave him?
like a C maybe?
D?
C or D, yeah.
C? Snailman?
Yeah, I'm fine with a C.
Yeah.
All right. Armando Galarraga. Did I somehow miss this card? There's no sell order. That's the problem. Sorry about that. Armando Galarraga. Well, this is sort of like Yuzmero, except, you know, much, much worse against lefties.
Well, and he's a starter now and has actual stuff.
There's actual stuff. It is a problem that lefties exist.
Yeah, low iron is very righty heavy though. So
Yeah,
I think
because of it, I kind of have him as the fourth best starter in low iron, but
yeah, I
I
have him in
don't
the
think
mix
I would
too.
actually trust that enough to ever play him.
No, I have him sort of slightly better than the Zambrana, which is kind of also this like super splitty card that's playable for the same reason.
Yeah, GSG exactly. You could
So
have put a 99 on Galarraga and just made it like
it's
a
true.
really small sample size card.
Yeah. 1 game sample size. Almost perfect.
Yep. Um, you know, I don't quite want to give it an F because technically I think it should play in low iron, but I sort of want to give it an F because I don't think I'm ever playing it in anything.
I would be willing to play this card in low iron. I think I'm getting enough righties that I'm okay with it. Like Klobadans and Lamb are not Lamb. Lamb's 51. Klobadans is concerning. Like really not excited about having this face Klobadans, but I mean if he's facing like
But hey,
the other righties, I
that's
think
only
I'm
one batter out of 9.
right. But he's facing 7 other righties. Like I'm pretty happy with that.
Yes, he's probably
So
facing a lefty second baseman because I
yes,
think the
and
top
maybe a
options there are
lefty
switch hitters.
and maybe a lefty shortstop.
I'm still going to have him face Billy Lush, and I think I'm still going to have him face Cal Abrams.
Yeah, I took Abrams off my low iron roster. He was on there before Hugh Nickel. That was the card that I replaced with Hugh Nickel. So I
he
think
can
he's
carry both.
yeah. I'm also playing Omar Moreno, who you're going to tell me is bad. So that's uh,
So he probably gets 3 or 4 lefties in a typical lineup.
yeah, which I think is enough for him to be in the playable range, but not like super amazing.
Yep.
So yeah, I don't know. Probably like another C or D, I guess.
D?
Yeah, D's fine.
All right, Gil Aradia. Gil Aradia. What was the Discord thing? Something about Discord in the...
Oh, it's just your Discord was making noise on the stream, I think. But that's fine.
Let me see if I can figure out how to mute that. Assuming it was mine and not a different one coming through.
Yeah.
Well, you have to mute the notification. You have to turn on streamer mode, right? That's the
Yeah, streamer mode
There's a streamer mode?
in Discord. Yeah. Are you on the desktop client?
Yeah.
Settings. Streamer mode is in the app settings just above advanced, below Windows settings.
App settings. Whoa, we've got a streamer mode. All right, this is
Oh.
does that mean that like technically we're a streamer now?
Yeah, technically. Also, you won't hear Discord notifications, so you have to kind of pay attention to the
Well, I thought the whole point was that I'm supposed to not hear Discord notifications.
That is the whole point. That, in fact, is the whole point.
All right. I think we got it working. Anyway, right. Gileradia. Well, it's another card with pitcher BABIP, and as we know, every card with pitcher BABIP is completely unplayable, and we never need to discuss them, and we're never going to disagree on them, right? So
Yeah, I don't want to play this.
actually, this one why do I have this one so low compared with Roberto Hernandez? I'm trying to
But at
figure
least
out. Okay, yeah,
my
no, I
model
see why
tends.
it's so low. It's basically because the things he's good at, like you actually need to strike low iron hitters out to be effective, is what it comes down to, because
Yeah, it's
that's the
also
thing low iron hitters are bad at.
in general, basically at all levels, my model tends to think that no stuff, no PBAB is just basically never works.
Yeah, I think that, but I
Like
think the point is a lot of stuff in no PBAB can work. That's what the Roberto Hernandez thing is telling
if
us.
it's enough, a lot of stuff, but it's
Yeah,
hard to
Roberto
have that
Hernandez has a
much stuff
lot of
really.
stuff. Uh,
See, okay, well, I don't even think Diaz has enough stuff to make up for his,
but
but
anyway, I think this is probably F, but not
yeah,
F minus.
yeah, that's probably fair.
All right, Warren Hackle. This is going to be an easy one. Why is this card 50?
Well, I don't have it that far ahead in modern. I have it sort of just a little bit ahead of the hack in
Yeah,
modern.
but there are non-modern tournaments.
Yes, there are. You can't play in a lot of them.
So I've got him as the number 6 starter in Iron, but that's enough to mean he never starts in Iron.
So I have him number 1 in iron, but basically him, Helling, Black, Bronca, Charlie Lee are all like super close. And then humans, because I just
I've
think
got
there's enough
most of those.
varieties.
I've got Black and then a Gap and then a bunch that are close. Also Brandon Morrow I've got close.
Yeah, I've got sort of Lundgren, Tobin, Morrow like in the next group. But yeah, still fairly close.
I think I will run this out of the pen, even though he's not picking up a huge stuff boost. He actually does pick something up by dropping the change up, and I know you like your knuckleballers.
I do like knuckleball. He's not going to have stamina problems because of the knuckleball. Like he'll be able to throw a lot of pitches. So that's nice for caps and things.
But this is, I think, just a bad card to release because in like a dead ball to golden years, even this is, I mean, this is the kind of card that becomes incredibly overpowered in the wrong format, and a couple of those are going to exist where this is like the best card in the game.
Yeah, I guess it has to be basically a dead ball to golden years cap, which I don't think exists, but it could exist.
But that sounds
And if you,
like my prediction is that this is going to be the best card in a silver PTCS at some point in the next 2 cycles.
that would not be shocking. Yeah.
Because it's just a question of if you happen to hit the format that it needs.
Yeah. No, I mean in dead ball, it's basically a perfect, right? I mean, it's just. Well, I think he's actually fine in modern. Like I think he plays. I would start this in open iron modern. But I also tend to like these kinds of cards a lot. I guess maybe the way to do it is you just, yeah, it is hard because it is interesting to print the guys with this shape. Like I don't think you should just stop printing cards with this kind of shape, but balancing them is not easy, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I do think these shapes are fun to have in the game because they create interesting challenges. The problem is basically they're also really dangerous things because if you were just a little bit off on like if you're just a little bit off on the power level or if you create the wrong tournament format, they become just incredibly overpowered, sort of Mathis-like. And so it's a tough problem because the different formats, right? Like if you're looking at this as an iron card, for example, let's imagine that you just know that this card is only going to be eligible for modern Iron tournaments the rest of the cycle, right? I don't think that's going to be true, and that's where it gets complicated. But let's pretend for the moment that's true, right? If that's true, I think this is a great card. It's really well designed. It's a card that's going to make different people's ideas of what's important have it be anywhere from one of the best cards in the game to completely unrunnable. And it's also going to be a card where it's possible that as new hitters come out, this card could become better instead of worse at times because you're kind of matching up against the meta, right? So I really like those aspects of a card like this. The problem is basically that when you get it a little bit wrong, you don't have a way of taking the card back. So for example, Mathis could have been like that, but just turned out to be like a 50 overall that could play in Perfect League. And so instead of having interesting choices in a catcher meta, it was just, you must find Mathis. And I think similarly, if you were to have like an 1894 tournament, and I note we haven't had like an 1894
Well,
PTS, for example, yet. So that's kind of a natural format.
An 1894 cap, probably. I mean, in an open, you're still going to play other cards.
Okay, no, but for example, let's imagine that we decided, thinking about like a card that could be in a PTCS. And again, you may have a good idea of what's coming. You probably do because you're helping to plan it, right? I don't, so I'm guessing. Okay. But thinking about cards that are missing that could be like PTCS toppers. Okay, we could easily have a PTCS where the topper is like a Christy Mathewson or a Walter Johnson.
Well, we just got a Mathewson in TB5, so probably not Mathewson. But Ty Cobb and Eddie Collins are, I think, good examples.
Sure. Okay. So let's say, basically, let's say there's something where it makes sense to have, like a 1905-ish era tournament. Could be or just a big Cy Young, maybe, right?
Yeah, Cy Young. We still don't have a real Walter Johnson. We have some crappy diamonds, so that's another one that we could get for sure.
So let's say we'd have a tournament like that, then this becomes basically like 5 wins better than any Iron card that you could have. Plus, in that era, one card is doing most of the pitching, so that actually makes him much more than 5 wins better, right? Basically this becomes the most important card for a tournament like that you can't play without in Iron, you can't play without in Bronze, you probably can't play without in Silver. I'm not even completely sure you could play without in Gold. So I'm not quite sure how you solve that, because what it basically means is you have to be really careful with formats now unless there are alternatives like this in the meta.
Yeah, so I think this is probably a really good example of why it's, I think, very important for the content and the tournaments to be kind of intentionally designed together. Like, if you know that Hacker is coming, then, you should make sure that, like, the tournaments where Hacker will be busted in are before Hacker. Right? Like, if there's going to be a dead PTCS.
Either that or, you can make a Hacker tournament, but just be aware that that's what you're doing,
Right. And don't make a cap is the other thing. Like, right. Like, it's not like Hacker is a problem because people can't acquire Hacker, right? In 2 weeks, Hacker is going to cost 50 points. Right. So it's not a problem in terms of accessibility, but it's a problem in terms of like meta diversity, right?
No, but it's also, it's a problem in terms of the meta, right? You want a varied meta. And so the problem is, like, even if every single player in the game can have Hacker, all that means is if you run like an 1895 tournament with Iron cards, nobody is ever thinking about pitching. Basically every single sensible manager will be running precisely the same one starting pitcher, and it will be Hacker. And they'll be running precisely the same, like, number 2 backup option in case things go deep into extras. Use Mero Petit. And that will be all they're running. And anyone that's not running those will only be doing it because they kind of didn't quite understand the assignment.
Yes, but I think so. I remember when Ozzie Smith was released. I remember we talked about that card being dangerous for kind of slightly different reasons, right? Like that card could be dangerous because of accessibility problems. That if that card misses too strong, it's not only too strong, it's also inaccessible. So I think this one is, the problem here, like the reason this card is dangerous, I think, is slightly different than the Ozzie situation.
I agree. In the same way that Mathis, although he was expensive because of how valuable he was, Mathis was at least accessible.
Right.
It was expensive. You had to decide that you were willing to invest. I think it was typically 30 to 50,000 points for most of the first few weeks.
Yeah, something like that, which was well worth it. I mean, you returned value from that
Sure,
for sure.
I mean, you had to make a conscious decision to get Mathis and run him, or skip Mathis and not run those formats. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, you had to make a conscious decision, but.
Yes.
Okay, so
I guess the
as-
other thing with
Go
Hacker
ahead.
is that as exactly a 50 is going to play in like high iron floor stuff and be really good, but that's just a little bonus, not a
Right.
huge
So
thing. Yeah.
it's a funny card to rate. I think if I were rating him simply as an iron card, you know, C, he's
I think I
playable,
probably
he's not must have.
I
When
think
you
I'd probably
add
give him
in,
like a
go ahead.
B for yeah. I think I'd give him a B from like Modern Open, but yeah, some
Yeah.
similar reasoning.
When you add in that there are high iron floor caps, he has to rise at least to a B, maybe to an A. Whether he goes above that basically depends on if he ever gets like the dead ball era format that he's eligible for. As 1955, that means dead ball to golden he is eligible for. So if you ever run a dead ball to golden cap or a dead ball to golden with kind of a limited ceiling.
Well, okay, so there is this daily dead ball diamond to golden years. I think I said that the wrong way around. Daily
Diamond dead ball, but that's not a cap,
yes,
right? That's open.
it's not a cap, but he might actually
I
play
think
in
he
it.
plays. No, I think he
The
plays.
pictures in that thing are
But I
not
don't.
great.
I think he plays, but I don't think he. That's 1920, right? So there are
It's
still some home runs
1922.
in
Yeah.
1922. Okay, give me a second right now. I'll just.
Yes. So like
I'm just gonna run that real quick. While we're
the last
talking.
time I played that, I ran Spud Chandler and 18 batters faced William Bell and Boom Boom Beck. That was my rotation.
So that goes up to 1960. 1922 on the year. I'm not gonna bother with a park because either he's in the frame or he's not, right?
Yeah, but I think like I ran Max Manning. He's probably better than Max Manning in my bullpen.
Okay. No, I don't think you run him. And the reason I don't think you run him uh, is because there are cards that are very close to his control and pitcher Babbitt, but just have a lot more of everything. It's
Mm-hmm.
still 1922. So, for example, a card that we didn't mention, but just to do the comparison, there's the Veen Greg from the PTCS.
Yeah, that's true. He's probably better.
That probably ends up better because the home run prevention
It
still is a thing.
It is actually also it's a Baker Bowl, so it's home run factor 1.2 both sides.
Yeah,
So that's going to make him even
maybe
worse.
that's why I'm getting Veen Greg. Or like a Jose LeBlanc, again. So the home run prevention does matter. Now, let's say instead of 1922, let's say I run exactly the same tournament in 1902.
I'd be shocked if he didn't play then.
I'm not sure that this problem is like avoidable or worth avoiding.
Probably not. Yeah.
It's dead ball pitching is going to be really straightforward no matter what. And you don't want to have a bunch of like really high rated Warren Hacker cards just because you might get a dead ball cap. You just have to make the cap tighter.
Yeah, I think that's why kind of I was saying like PDC, just make sure you run the board.
All right,
That works
fine.
too.
So even in 1902, because again, strikeouts are still a little bit of a thing, right? I've got him around like our old friend Silver Robin Roberts in terms of value.
Okay, so maybe he's actually fine then. And maybe there's just there's just not enough. Maybe he's not a problem, actually. Like the downsides actually do matter even when you go back really far. I mean, probably like 1876, he's going to be silly, but 1876 is just a bad year. You just shouldn't
Well,
run a tournament in that
1876
format.
is real. All right. I mean, just for fun, I'm gonna
No,
see
I mean
what
you just shouldn't
happens,
run.
but
You just shouldn't run it because it's going to be just sort of a picture rabbit and move on, right? I mean, there's just nothing else that happens there.
Yeah, that's not actually interesting
the
baseball.
1876, I do have him as playable, but I would still run Spud Chandler ahead of him.
Yeah, my guess is also your model is messed up for 1876. I know mine would be because all the errors. Like it's my model would not function.
Yeah,
unless I
ballsy player
didn't
is still
work on
going to
it.
give you errors. That's true.
Yeah.
You just want literally the most PBAB. All the other numbers don't even
Yeah,
matter.
numbers don't matter. Yeah.
You could have a pitcher that's like 5.55, 130.
Spud Chandler, Dan Bankhead, Jack Sanford, Don Newcomb, Jose Munoz have a little more, but but basically, but Hacker's in the top 10.
Yeah.
If the game will let me, I'm gonna run like Russell Martin at pitcher in 1876.
Wayne Gross.
Since the game will let me, I'm gonna run Cal McVeigh at pitcher in 1876 and let him bat.
Well, but yeah, I mean, the whole idea though, right? Like Russell Martin has 120, but he has like max PBAB.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is only you put him in.
So where do we get? So what does that give Hacker then?
I think he's probably like an A. Like there's upside for future tournaments. That's pretty nice. He's a card that could get better as the meta changes in theory. He's already sort of playable. Like I think there's enough like in the aggregate to make him
maybe A plus.
Yeah,
I think just A.
Or just A. I mean, fine.
All right, we'll go A. But by the way, we are already in speed mode. I know it doesn't look like it, but we are in speed mode.
Pure speed.
Yeah, we've done 7 cards in an hour. That's solid. And there was tech difficulties at the start.
That is 7 more than we usually do in the first hour.
Yeah, very true.
So let's still not go on to our announcement-y thing then yet, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we should just say that another time if Kidnies is not coming back.
Spore said he might be able to join us actually in a little bit.
Well that would work.
Let's get a few more cards out of the way. Well, good. These next ones will be really easy, right? Lee Smith.
Well, Mondesi's easy.
Okay, Lee Smith, best reliever in Iron, right?
I don't have Lee Smith as playable in Iron, but we did already talk about him, and we said basically that we talked about him. So yeah, I don't know how much rehashing there is that needs to happen of it. I just don't think he's going to strike out enough guys.
That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I just don't really think he's going to strike out enough guys to overcome the rest of.
He has 4 pitches too.
I don't really care about the number of pitches so much. Maybe I should.
What do you get when you normally give
something silly with him, but probably not. Do
you usually go question mark, or you just somebody gets tired of arguing and loses?
We've done both. Also, sometimes no one gets tired. Someone was going for an hour, no one gets tired, and then we get question mark anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so I would have Smith as like an A or a B, and you would have him completely unplayable F?
I don't think I'd play him in low iron, yeah.
Snailman, where do you have him?
I generally have not seen these types of cards do well, so I'm probably not going to play it. But I mean, I don't know. I could very easily be wrong.
Okay, actually, it looks like he's sort of fringy. I'm fringy low iron, so slightly ahead of myself there. But
well,
yeah, full iron, not close.
So we should go C.
Sure.
I think what we're gonna do is let's put up a poll.
I mean, it's a card I want to see people run, right? I want to see what happens with this card. Like I people will run it, and I want to see what it does. And probably next week I'll be able to make a better, like, more definitive conclusion, I guess.
All right, I'm just gonna put up a 1-minute poll. Sound fair?
Sure, we can move on to the next one.
This looks like good options, right? For what we could put up there.
Yeah, I mean, question mark would be the other option.
I
I
like
don't think
the
it's
old
like a.
Van Haltren, like
We don't
we
know.
never figured out who was right about Van Haltren, by the way.
He didn't play for long enough, but I think he was probably. I think he was like slightly below fringy, so probably closer to yours, but not like completely awful.
So he probably was like a D.
He was probably like a D, yeah. But I mean, he didn't. He ended up getting replaced pretty fast. Like there was a lot of like Hamilton came in and that just killed him. So it wasn't a huge
All
sample
right.
size.
It looks like our poll is also rather split.
That's the C then.
All right. C. I'll put it. How about a C asterisk?
Sure.
All right.
Uh, yes. In theory, we are doing tournament cards, but we have to get through the bronzes first, which may take some time.
And we also may have a fun tournament type thing to talk about and run
Potentially.
or illustrate. I have not prepared my draft board. Have you?
Nope.
Then I think we should definitely do it. This will be fun.
Yeah, I mean, I have an idea of which cards are good at various levels, but I mean, that doesn't
I
really
think I have some
help
idea of
that
which
much.
cards are good. I mean, we are doing this stream.
I should hope. I should hope I have some idea. Yeah. I mean,
All
otherwise,
right.
no.
Brandon Morrow. I've got a weird rating on this card. How about you?
I have him sort of in the second tier of iron pitchers, so I think he's playable, but not amazing. Probably give him like a D.
I have him at the bottom of the first tier of iron pitchers. Um, Maybe even a little bit higher because of how many righties there are, as you were pointing out. But uh, this card does not play up at all.
No.
Um, I think I am going to try to start him, though. I also don't love the 59 stamina. So in formats where anything's tight, I'm also not running him for that.
Yeah, I think I might play this in the bullpen, but I don't think I'm going to start it. So I feel like it's very fringy, but playable probably.
I never want to
Well,
play him in the
59 is
bullpen
enough to
because
party.
you face all lefties. I like anything with leverage, you're facing lefties.
I mean, there's no one pinch hitting. You're facing. I guess you're facing in full iron. You're facing Clobadans, Mondesi, and Lamb,
No,
and maybe McDowell.
you're also always facing like at least one of Dunn and Olson, for example, is going to be available to pinch hit, right?
I'm not rostering either one of those cards, so I don't.
Who are you and what have you done with isidafo?
Well, I'm running Clobadans. Clobadans is the best, and then
Well, that's
Lamb
what I'm
at
saying. So
third.
I'm running one of them at first base. I'm running the other as like backup everything because Clobadans can sort of pretend to pitch.
I don't want to pitch Clobadans, so I'm still running 12 pitchers plus Clobadans. So that's you probably just have an
So
extra
then one of them
player.
has to go off. Well, hey, Adam Dunn can play left field.
Adam Dunn did
I'm really
pitch in
not
the
allowed
major
to say
leagues.
Adam Dunn can play left field, am I?
I mean, Adam Dunn pitched in the major leagues, so you could make him a pitcher.
Hey, Adam Dunn did have a gold glove bonus clause in his contract.
Yeah, that was likely. But like
He didn't hit it.
A-Rod had a clause in his contract that he got some bonus if he won the MVP of the division series, which didn't exist. So that's fun.
Well, as I was saying on Lap Stream, I did like that Sporer chose to pick A-Rod's best postseason as the year he put on the card in 2003.
Mm. Yeah, I guess so. I still want to understand why some team apparently moved him to third base. I don't understand why still.
We'll talk about A-Rod, in what, an hour or two?
Yeah, definitely an hour or two.
Morrow, C?
I'm fine with the C. Yeah.
Okay, that was easier than I thought. All right, Adalberto Mondesi. Oh boy. So should I do this one? I can do this one really easily. Okay.
Yep.
Look at that eye. He only has 15i versus lefties. He only has 38i even versus righties. S
Mhm.
plus?
S
Yep.
S plus plus.
Okay, next.
Next.
I mean, I'm almost playing this in gold. I'm not only pretty much only not playing gold because of the Lindor. So well, yeah, this card's good.
It will probably not shock you to hear that I have him a lot worse than you have him.
Yeah.
But he's still S plus.
That means I have, but, so you understand what that means. That
Right.
means that I only have him about 3 wins better than the next best option at short, and about 3.5 wins better than the next best option at second.
Yeah, and you're only playing him up to iron, up to bronze instead of silver.
I'm not playing him in, well, bronzy. I'm still playing bronzy.
You're not playing with second.
Uh, I kind of want to play pretty one way.
Well, that's fine. They can platoon.
You know how much eye Piggy has?
He
Yeah,
does
I
not
think
have
I'm. Yeah, I think
100.
I'm playing him in bronze.
This card is very good. Well, the thing is that
I think you found a card with this little eye that I'm playing in bronze.
so I will say there is actually, I think, an interesting way you could have printed this card. And I've talked
As
about
a
it a little bit
silver?
before. Okay, well that, but also so Mondesi's downside as a real baseball player is that he's injured every other game. So what if you print this card as 57, but you say it fatigues at like twice or 3 times the usual rate?
Yeah, I just don't think there's the ability to do that in the game engine.
Probably not, but that would make this card actually interesting, right? You have to
I
think
mean,
about whether you're
but the
willing to
thing is,
play this
that's actually
busted
part of the
card.
value. So, for example, one of the classic ones would be, let's take the PTCS Ripken. I mean, it's a lousy card, but suppose that part of the deal with that card is that you can play him every single day in a tournament and he doesn't need a backup. Would he, at that rating, now be a playable card because you get a roster spot? It would depend on the
No,
format, but at
but
least in some formats, I think the answer would have been yes.
yeah. So I mean, okay, there is, or at least there used to be some kind of hidden fatigue type rating where some players age related, or I don't know what exactly. I think maybe Snailman remembers. I think there was a Ripken in one year that like
Well, there was
fatigued
an
really
age-related thing this
fast.
year, right? I mean, remember when was it Kane that
Mhm.
was, like Kane was like 50 years old,
Yeah, a bunch of them, Kane and Yadi
Carpenter,
Jason
Molina.
Hayward.
yeah.
Yeah, Jason Hayward.
Um, DeGrom in last year's game and stuff. Like, but
Sorry,
also,
Spore, what I was saying is the question I was posing is, let's take a card like the PTCS Ripken, which, okay, even at release, that card was not close to playable in the current game engine. But let's say that the extra incentive you got for playing Ripken was the big part of his real life value, that he could play every single day and still be at 100% energy, basically, so that you did not need to run a backup shortstop on your roster if you carried Ripken. My question was, would the fact that Ripken came with a free roster spot have been enough to make a card at those ratings useful?
Yeah, with that Ripken, I think probably not, but you could certainly print a Ripken that would be. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, I think
Well, again,
there's
in cases
room.
it could be card perks, but I was at least thinking that, like, so for example, some of these dead ball guys that like literally played every single day, you could make it that the deal is if you play dead ball guys, they fatigue less often, and therefore you're putting up with a little bit lower ratings. So you have a choice. Do you want, the guys that play every single day no matter what? And, it's kind of the equivalent of, do you want the starting pitcher that's going to go out there expecting to throw 150 pitches and saving his arm? Or do you want to just tell him like full gas and we're going to lift you after 4 innings?
Yeah, but like,
Right?
okay, so for example, like, what about a Toad Ramsey, 1886 Toad Ramsey? 580 innings. He also led the league in walks and hits and everything else.
He led the league in every counting stat, I assume. Then
Basically, yeah. But I mean, he was also like he was pretty good. Like, I mean, in the current game engine, right? This is just going to be a card with 125 stamina, and there's not much interest there probably.
right.
But like, if this guy could throw, 15 inning, pitch every other day in modern or something, but not like, okay, there's design space there for sure. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't let guys who did that in the like with those pitching rules and stuff do it now. Like, it's not.
No, but like, let's say you could run if Toad Ramsey, like, okay, so last year we had this. Well, I think it was your idea, Snailman, originally. This 4-man rotation stuff, the 18 batters faced and whatnot. Like, how let's say, you could run a rotation of 4 of these guys, and those 4 guys could actually pitch full games every 4th day, or something.
Yeah.
Right?
But
Like,
there's actual value in it. I mean, you get an extra platoon, so you can calculate like how much better is the extra platoon versus the like 5th starter.
Right, and it's
Yeah,
a real
so that
build.
would've
I
been
mean,
the
there's a
idea
build
that,
there that exists.
You can screw up that design space and just make one thing way too good, though. It's
Well, that's the case for any design space. Though. I mean,
yeah. Also, I do think it exists in the game. Like, anecdotally, there are cards that seem to get tired faster. Diamond Nelson Cruz. I think Immortals Ivan Rodriguez does, although most of the cards that get tired faster, if you set their rest threshold high enough, they have to rest sooner, but they end up basically still playing the same number of games.
Yeah.
It's like you only lose a game versus some of the other guys, like every 10 or 12 games or something.
Yeah, I mean, I remember there was, I think it was actually a Ripken, like in PT, was it 21? Kidnies would remember.
Yeah, I don't remember
but
which one.
that would like actually the other way from real life Ripken, where like he fatigued super fast, and it was like very noticeable that he fatigued fast.
Well, that's what he's known for. Or no, wait.
Yeah,
The opposite.
so I think there's something there. Like there's some kind of hidden fatigue rating, or maybe it's age related. I don't know exactly, but I think there is something.
Yeah, I've noted, like, at one point I thought it was related to like guys who didn't play full seasons. So like I first noticed it on the gold, the Philadelphia outfielder who was the 4th outfielder who also hit 418. I can't remember his name, Tucker something, one of the Tuckers.
Turner?
Tuck Turner, yeah. Like, he definitely needed to, he like could play. It was significant. He only played 100 games that year. And the Nelson Cruz, but then there's other cards that only did that, and their cards clearly don't have any
some
fatigue.
Some of it's also weird usage. Like, I
so
remember the build a lineup Tug McGraw, I somehow used to get 120 innings out of every season as a stopper.
Yeah, that was last year, right? That was
Yeah.
But also he had did he have a knuckleball? No, he didn't, right?
No.
He shouldn't have.
Well, yeah, probably. He had a screwball, probably. I don't know if screwball, how that works.
He definitely was a screwball.
Yeah. Well, that too. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think there is something going on there. It would be, I don't know. I'd have to probably do a lot of base game poking around to try to figure it out. Fatigue is a bit mysterious to me, to be honest, like the intricacies of that system.
Yeah. All right. So I'm realizing we did promise people a PTCS review, and we want to do our fun draft thing. So should we do actual speed mode for a bit?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's do it this way. We're gonna put. Okay, I have no way of putting up a countdown clock without.
Well, let's just have everyone give a rating, and then if we disagree, then we talk about it, and if we don't, we just move on.
All right, and anyone that chat wants to hear more about, Silver Flint.
F. Just no I. No defense.
Wait. You're the one that's saying no IF?
Well, he also was nothing else.
Yeah, I'm not buying this one.
F minus?
Yeah.
F?
Just straight F. I would. I'm not playing low iron. F or Flint.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not playing low iron with Molina, but I'm good. Adam Duvall.
Also not playing this one.
Well,
Just seems too far behind.
what if he only plays the first week of the season?
Still not playing him because there's this card called Roberto Clemente.
Okay, isn't this card actually? Would this card have played as a 40?
Well, there's Hugh Nickel. Hugh Nickel is better. As a 40, I would run it on rosters. Yes.
I think this is F minus. I think this is an F minus. There's nothing in the card.
Yeah, there's nothing here though.
Yeah, that card's.
Card's bad.
What do you guys think?
Yeah.
So the defense is all arm. Is
Can,
it's bad.
can we get? Do we get some F minuses from the chat?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
F minus
yeah.
is fair. I think F minus is fair.
All right, we got an F minus. All right, we need like a soundboard thing for that. Or you guys have access to the soundboard too, right?
Yeah.
Mitch Williams.
This is
Hey,
the high
the
stuff
guy
when I
who
want to.
still holds the Phillies
play.
record for wins in a month.
Does he really? That's pretty
He
funny.
did vulture about half of them.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, he broke Pete Alexander.
Wow, that's slightly
Record
better
for
pitcher.
wins in a month. Yeah, he won 8 ball games in August of 1991.
So what we're saying is that Mitch Williams is better than Pete Alexander.
Ugh.
All right, you convinced me.
Don't-
F plus.
don't-
I think we're actually hurting Snailman here. Okay, I actually legitimately want to run this card. I want to run this card in Iron. I just do. I've got
Yeah, I
him
think this
and Lee
one's-
Smith as the 2 best options.
I have this slightly behind Tatum, but this is the high stuff one of the irons I do want to play. I like this card. It's sort of just like a better Tommy Byrne, I think, basically.
It's just an excellent card, right?
Yeah, I don't think I'm playing it up to bronze, but
I'm not playing up to bronze, but okay, if it's just a bullpen arm, is it still an A? Yeah, he went 12-5 that
Yeah.
year.
I think it's a decent A, maybe a B, somewhere between there.
A minus then?
Yeah, sure.
Sounds good.
All right. Miguel, is it Delone? Dylan?
Miguel F. Can we just I think his last name starts with the wrong letter.
Delone.
Jeff Wallace is who are we thinking of for Jeff Wallace?
Dulone, okay, sure.
Oh, the reliever with 2 control from Perfect Team. Okay, I don't think I remember that
Oh,
card.
okay.
Maybe I missed that card.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
Delone. Well, if I don't scroll down, I scrolled down.
I think honestly the thing is that even if you didn't scroll down, there's still Roberto Clemente.
There is, but this is okay. I think it's better than Duval.
It's better than
Oh,
Duval.
yeah.
I'd play this in low iron for sure, but
All right.
it's not playing full iron.
So we'll give him an F for fully not playing an iron.
Yes,
Yep.
F for Delone.
Delone.
Yes.
Okay.
Except he's worse than that.
Thanks.
But Delone.
Yes. But apparently
even the correct
Delone is the
pronunciation.
pronunciation.
Yeah, should have been F Lone.
Jonathan Sanchez. See, we're really moving along here.
Something like that.
This feels like the shape we're going to disagree on, actually, doesn't it?
I don't want to play him, so
Okay,
I
figured you'd be the one that would want to play him.
I had this as I think the 3rd best 60 behind Bob Welch and Sid Fernandez. So if the bronze only was tighter, I would probably run him. But the bronze only is actually very easy to find points in.
I also just end up with this not being enough in bronze. I have this clobbering every release bronze, by the way, just to give you an idea of where the meta's gone.
Yeah.
But I
Even
have
McNally?
it as an F on release now.
I assume I have this McNally better than this.
Oh,
But I
sorry,
can
I'm sorry.
check.
McNally would have played over it, but definitely would have played.
It would have been a rotation, yeah.
But F now.
Yep. F now.
All right. Brian Harper.
If the bronze only had like 100 fewer points or something, maybe not 100. That's a lot with bronze only.
That's
like
a lot. Holy.
like
Oh.
25 fewer points.
Look at this.
Then he'd probably
Look
play
at this
this.
Brian Harper card. This is. Oh, I scrolled down again.
Well, there's also this thing on the right side of the screen.
Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got to the right of the screen.
So F. There's also this Osmus, who's just a much better 61 that was released the previous week. So I mean, it's
Is this card behind Jose Molina?
actually, yeah, this might be an F minus. This card is really
I don't
bad.
think this card plays the 40. I think it's
I
an
don't think
F
it's-
then.
DHing at 40.
Oh, it could be DHing. That's true. It could be DHing at 40.
Would you rather hit Luzinski?
Let me look.
And this has no eye, so you're only getting on base with contact. So even though he's making good contact, the OVP is still going to be low.
I do have Harper above Luzinski for if he were a 40. So yeah, I think he would see play as a 40 DH, not as a catcher.
So he's not an F minus minus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Would you play him above like a stubby Kuntz platoon? I guess Kuntz is 44.
That's 4 points, but probably not.
Maybe over Stubby. I don't know. Hard to
Of
say.
course,
Kuntz
if
is
you're trying to
definitely
look at
better.
using a catcher as a DH in low bronze, there is another one I might prefer over this just a wee bit.
We're also talking about using a 61 overall catcher as a DH as a 40. So I think that's kind of where we're at with this card.
All right, so let's shut down this conversation and go talk about Derek Bell.
Exactly. Yeah, we gotta
Now,
shut down
I
the.
kind of wish that we had like the very end of career Derek Bell just to really, make it work. But
Talk
be
about a low
fair-
fatigue rating. I mean,
what?
you have to have a 0 fatigue rating. That just literally can't play at all.
No, only
Yeah.
if it's starting both ways.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah, if he starts both ways, he can. That would be a fun extra. If he starts, if you start him both ways, he's gonna play. But if you don't start him both ways, he's just not even gonna compete.
Yeah, just move himself to the reserve roster.
yeah,
like.
yeah.
Okay, but the card's really bad. I mean, it's. I'm glad we have him in because it's so funny. But
I love the story. I do see why this card. I will say, for some of these, I say like this really should have been an iron. This is sort of just a weird shape, where if you make it an iron, it's possible it just ends up overpowered. I don't think it does, but like, if you make it an iron at the same time you're releasing some of these low P BABIP cards, it might just clobber iron and it doesn't play at all in bronze.
Yeah.
So I think 62 is better than 59, but I think it's an F.
yeah, I mean, I think I probably wouldn't play it as an iron. I think I'd rather Clemente and Wright and like Klobudan's at DH
It
or
might be
something.
an F. I
So
mean, it might be an F minus as released, but it's at least fringy.
yeah, I think F is fine. It's not. I think it is better than this than printing a 59. That's potentially an issue.
Yeah, I
Just print
agree.
this as a 62.
Even if it
Yeah.
were an F minus, I would have printed this as a low bronze and not as an iron for sure.
Yeah, I guess you could print it as a 60, but we're quibbling at that point. That's pretty minor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bake McBride. Well, I ran him in the bronze only. In related news,
I did too.
I lost in the first round of the bronze only.
Oh, I made the quarters.
Nice.
I did. Yeah. Oh, I didn't make the quarters. I'm up 2-1, but I did run Bake McBride. He is, however, has an OPS plus of -2.
Oh no, never mind. I'm
Um,
quarters of the other tournament. I had the low. Shit. I probably did
Um,
get first rounded in this.
Okay, so I have him as well, that's kind of funny. Okay, so I have him as behind Kiermaier in full bronze, but pretty close. I have him as behind Bobby Del Greco because of course I do. But in a bronze only where Del Greco doesn't play and he's a lot cheaper and he's not far behind Kiermaier, I actually want to run him versus righties and center, which is what I did.
Yeah, so I have him as the top VR center fielder, but the VL is so bad that I think he probably doesn't make like just an open bronze roster
No, I don't think he does.
because, well, Grissom is my top center fielder as a two-way.
But
So
I'm gonna play Kiermaier and take the defense, but I don't think Grissom's a mistake. I think it's
yeah, it's a different roster building choice.
But there's
But McBride,
clearly a home for him if we're both actually running him in a weekly.
yeah, I mean he has a format. His format exists, and he's he does his job in it. So
C or D? Maybe D.
He's
Maybe
a D.
D.
He's almost already out of the meta.
yeah, I agree.
D?
I think it's a D.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dale Murphy.
The
Cheaper Jeff Bagwell.
Better Jeff Bagwell. This card's just great. I mean, this is the best VL hitter in bronze.
I don't at all. So I'm punishing him a lot, I think, for that gap power VL, and I want to run him VL. I'm punishing him a lot for that gap power.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't have a lot of it. That is true.
However,
I mean,
I love the fact that he's technically eligible in catcher because I think this card is going to save me in a lot more drafts than I'm willing to admit.
Yeah, essentially.
I think you did just admit it.
Well, that's fair.
Darn it. Can we do the mind wipe thing on everybody for the lap? You didn't hear that. You didn't hear that. I never make a mistake in drafts.
Are you praying for Gil Hodges and
noticed that.
Phil Clark
yeah, exactly.
in the iron round every time?
I will say I did forget to draft a catcher in a draft yesterday, and I won 3 rounds somehow. I forgot to draft a second catcher. I drafted 1 catcher. Somehow I won 3 rounds.
I actually now have a new trick for that, which is I take the catcher off the roster.
Yeah, I thought about doing that, but he was also it was Gold Charles Johnson, so it was a pretty good catcher.
You just have to go micro it and bench him every 3 games.
I did a couple of those.
I will admit,
I
actually made a worse mistake than that. I got to the iron round without having drafted a catcher. There was 1 catcher available in the iron round, and it was Mathis, and I had a really tough decision.
Ooh.
I ended up deciding not to take Mathis, at which point I remembered that Frank Chance plays catcher.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Big rip.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I didn't win the draft.
Yeah.
Oof.
I think Murphy's playable. I don't think he's a card I'm going to end up playing in open bronze because of the gap power. I think I'd rather play Bagwell. I think in anything where there's a cap, the 2 are close enough that if I'm running one, I'm running Murphy.
Yeah, I like Murphy better VL certainly, though I think as a 2-way they're pretty close.
And in low bronze, there's actually really no VL first baseman. There's a Glenn Davis, I guess, that we're gonna, or we discussed a little bit ago. Yeah, there's that Glenn Davis, I guess. There's Bavacqua is probably actually what you were thinking of running in low bronze or McGuire.
I would actually think about now putting Goodrum at first and playing Mondesi at second. I think.
Yeah, I mean, but it's that bad. So this card fills that gap now in low bronze. So I think low bronze
doesn't
really want
exist.
This card full bronze. But I'm not sure. So what does that make him? B or C?
I think it's I give him a B. I think it's a small upgrade in full bronze.
Okay.
So yeah, I think a B is what I'd go for.
All right. Good. All right. Continuing with speed mode. Oh, actually, in fact, I'm just going to edit the title to say with Isidafo and not Kidnies and Snailman and speed mode.
Sort of speed mode.
And okay. Oh wait.
Well, not Kidneys.
I'll put speed mode in quotes.
Snailman.
What?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Snailman and speed mode.
And what? Not Snailman?
Yes. No. Because it's ambiguous now, as worded.
Yeah, not Kidneys, but Snailman and speed mode.
Here, and Snailman and Kidney mode. How about this? Or we could go all
sure.
parentheses.
That works.
No.
Yes, that works.
Wait, hold on. How about
Tom Pagnosi has a lot of catcher ability.
Yeah, he does.
All right. I think I got it figured out now.
Yeah. Perfect.
Everyone good?
Oh.
That fair?
Oh,
I mean, for all we know, Kidneys and Snailman are actually the same person. I mean,
Have you ever seen
and
them
then
together at the same time, same place?
yes, actually.
yeah,
All right.
yeah. What?
Okay, Tom Pagnozzi. So this is, I've kind of got him as the second best catcher in bronze, but that's because I really like catcher ability, and if you don't really like catcher ability, he's just unplayable. So
Well, so okay, my top VR catcher remains John Jaso. Except I'm playing him at a bunch of other positions before I do that. Pagnozzi is second VR and second VL behind Roberto Perez, who's a real catcher. So Perez and Pagnozzi is what I would run.
and I'm gonna run Mathis with Pagnozzi because defense.
Yeah, I have Mathis a little further down, but I don't think it's ridiculous at all to do that.
So what does that make him, like a or B?
Yeah, I think a B probably. I don't know, Snailman, are you a catcher ability?
Uh,
Might be
I
Kidneys.
don't know.
Snailman X or Kidneys.
I don't know what I am anymore. I look at both of your rosters and I make decisions, and sometimes I consult Kidneys.
Both our rosters.
And I've been.
Yeah, then you're gonna be confused.
You look at both our rosters, you
I-
get very confused.
Yeah, I don't always take both or either of some of the things you guys are leaning towards, but I also look at Aster's rosters to make sure that basically just to make sure I'm not missing stuff, because I'm like,
Yep.
it's really hard to sort of not forget about stuff without a list that tells you that's good, this is good, this is good.
I always just
Yep.
I always look at Fabtron's roster. Sometimes see wits.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
even with a list, I always look at a bunch of other rosters when it's like a new format or something.
Sorry, you
because
meant
it
look.
is so
You
easy to
meant
miss
look and
cards.
use it as input in roster building.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
okay,
you could
never
use
mind.
those as input in roster building, I guess, if you wanted to. But I mean,
Negative.
depends what-
Negative feedback is feedback.
I have been making, since the semester ended, I have been making progress on learning to do the data science stuff in Python with pandas, and so I might have my own model. I have my own method
what
for
would your model
determining.
say about Keston Hiura and his 31 range at second base?
I drafted this card and did really well in the draft.
That's
DH'd it.
not surprising. Yeah.
I think it's a nuts DH, but I wouldn't play it at second base.
I don't think it's that good of a, well, okay, sorry. I'm thinking about like a low bronze construction where you have tons of options, right? Because if you have tons of options, you're just, you're running Jaso, Suarez, Ethier. But I've got him fifth behind those three and Duncan VR.
Yep, I got him fifth also.
I'm DHing Ethier and higher bronze, yeah. So
yeah,
the fact that it's 64 means that there's potentially a home.
Ethier's a 64 also, unless I'm.
Yeah, those are all. Jaso,
67?
Suarez, Ethier 64, Duncan 62. And in a cap type thing,
Ethier is 64.
You can run Jake Lamb or Klobadans and not be giving up that much.
Yeah, it's just doesn't quite make it then.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit squeezed in constructors. I mean, obviously, like pretty much any new card that's decent is going to be strong in draft.
I think he's
Like,
draftable.
that's kind of how draft works.
We can give him an F+ if you want because he's draftable. But
yeah,
like,
I mean,
think it's a good F,
some
but
of
I
the
think
other
it's an
cards we've given Fs. Like I'm not even drafting them when we see.
All right,
them.
let's give him an F+
true.
just to mark it's a little better
Yeah.
than those. All right, Edwin Diaz.
Oh boy. Well, we said it was a speed run, right? This one will be quick.
Yeah, best card in bronze, right?
Unplayable.
Okay.
I have no idea. This looks playable to me.
Okay. All right. I think I can illustrate the Edwin Diaz experience really simply based on how I did in the bronze. So I'm just going to give you a little game log for the Edwin Diaz Friday bronze only experience that he had on the baseball team.
I think I didn't put him on my team, but I think it's just because I forgot. I didn't really update my roster.
So the thing is that with this card, I'm reasonably confident I can project all his components. Okay, like his stuff's way out there, but I think I have a method that handles it. The issue is, I don't know that my model is effectively evaluating what this environment looks like when Edwin Diaz comes in the game.
Yeah,
It
I was
is
saying the same
really
thing on
wacky.
lap stream, that like I can give you all the components, and it's just a question of like, are the weights that you give to things in a major league environment going to work in the distorted environment you get from a card this extreme?
I'm not even sure if it's weights. Like, does WOBA even work with this card?
That's what
I
I
mean, I'm not
mean.
even sure
Yeah,
WOBA like functions.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, because basically the chance of advancing runners just changed so much. Um,
Yeah,
but
it's just
here was my Edwin Diaz experience. He played 2 games for me. One game, he went 1/3, giving up 4 hits. Uh, 4 hits on 7 balls in play and taking the loss. The other one, 7 batters faced, 4 strikeouts, 2 1/3 clean innings.
yeah, that's
27 and 25 pitches. And that's what you're getting with Edwin Diaz. You're going to get one of those 2 outings, and it's kind of up to you, right?
I think 15 PBABIP is not that much worse than, I don't know. I tend to think that as you get towards the extremes, like you're leveling off more. Is that a terrible way to think about it in this
Well,
case?
yeah, I mean,
I think it's
basically,
generally true. Yeah.
I believe it's 0 PBABIP. So the before they started playing with tournament normalization, I would have been more confident saying this. But roughly speaking, 0 PBABIP should mean people are hitting about 400 on balls in play against you.
Yeah, I think I have it very slightly higher than that, but somewhere in there, yeah.
So the question is, if you turn everybody into a 400 hitter, how well do you have to do at everything else in order to still have things playable?
This card seems so
And this
much better at
card
everything
gives it
else than
shots.
the other cards. Yeah. Like...
I mean, it's a lot better, but that's like anytime there isn't a 3 true outcomes, it is disaster.
Well, it's a single.
But
That
think
could be a
about how
double, it
good
could be a
this card would
triple.
be against Adam Dunn.
Oh, I'm not playing Adam Dunn in bronze.
I
Okay,
meant the
so
gold.
in PT23, this card is a perfect.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I guess it probably also depends somewhat on what kind of defense you're running behind this. Because like what Mr. Black said is true. Like, if you have a lot of good outfield defense, this card is better because you might be able to stop the doubles and triples more.
Yeah.
We're all already valuing defense pretty highly.
We are. Yeah, I mean, like, when I said unplayable, I don't have this card actually.
That was true. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have this card like so far away from being playable. Like, I would play this in low bronze. I just think it's a little bit behind in full bronze.
I am playing this card in full bronze. I also lost in the first round in full bronze, so take that for what you will. But I am playing this card in full bronze. I've got him.
I mean, I will probably.
It's a bullpen
I will
arm, so I've got him
probably.
as like a B.
Yeah, I will probably put it on my roster just because I want to see what happens, basically. But I'm not at all convinced he'll be good.
So are you happy with a B, or are you going to argue you want it to be a bunch lower?
I think I'd probably give it a D.
This card needs an asterisk, whatever you give.
Yeah, but this is the card of all the weird cards that were released on Tuesday. This is the one I'm the most uncertain about.
This is actually
just
the one
because,
I'm
like,
the most certain about because I think I have the best handle on the components.
Well, no, the components I understand.
Yeah. Like the
I
components
just
actually I think are really well modeled on this.
Like, I'm just not sure that my model is able to handle this environment because it's not built to handle this environment. It's built to handle an environment that is normal. And this is not normal. So, like, I don't know. I have no confidence that.
How about a B star?
Yeah, B star is fine. I mean, I'm not sure.
All right. Hey, we're up to silvers already. See where we're making progress.
Flying along here. And now we get the tournament cards starting.
Okay, we could skip the tournament cards with the idea of possibly coming back and doing a different tournament card stream.
We could, I guess.
Well, let's think.
Yeah.
So just think about what we want to do. we need to do a PTCS review if we're going to do it, because those tournaments are going to drop off the radar, and I do think that's a fun discussion. We also want to do our,
Right. Yep.
and we want to have time for that.
I guess we could. I guess maybe we could either try to do everything really, really quickly to sort of. I mean, we always say that.
Yeah, no chance.
Okay,
But-
let's do this. Let's start by skipping the tournament cards
Okay.
because
and
they're
we'll see how
not
long
yet
it
in
takes.
anything, but with the plan that if we have time at the end, we're going to actually come back and do them.
Sure. Or we can, yeah, or just we can also just publish something to Kidnies Discord that's just like a sort of,
Yeah, because I do
Which are
think
the
the
ones you
two
should look
other
for.
things we wanted to do were kind of good things to do, and we were sort of waiting them a little bit because the main now wrapped up? The main is now wrapped up at least, so I feel less
Yeah.
bad about putting interesting. I didn't want to do some of that content when there was still something going on the main.
I don't think win probability added or
So,
shut
Mr.
down
Black,
meltdowns
the
are.
problem is you can't do a lot of these things because the game logs aren't exposed.
Well, but I don't think it's even like this kind of stuff. I think the problem is that it's not clear to me whether like linear WOBA is functional. And that's a much bigger issue than
Yeah.
win probability added, which is relatively straightforward to deal with if you have game logs.
All right,
If linear WOBA is not functional, then you really have to figure out a new system.
Agreed.
Because everything is built on that basically.
Yeah, and I know I had put a look into that in the weird PBABIP environment, in the WIP environment we had at the beginning of last cycle.
Yeah, I thought about it
how you fix that.
Yeah, I thought about the beginning of this cycle too, but I didn't really come up with a great idea.
Right. Well,
So-
this cycle, the problem is that PBABIP is like implemented in this weird non-baseball-y way as well.
Yes,
So it made it
that's true.
tough to model. All right. So we'll skip the tournament cards for now. All right, Gary Ward. You ever playing this in a silver floor cap? I mean, I don't think I am, but I like him better with lefties, obviously. He's got a little bit of defense, but it's also like this awful defense shape where it's all error rating.
I mean, the thing is that Joe Charbonneau costs 2 points. So
Yeah, there are a bunch of really good 72s.
Yeah,
so
it's Wes
just probably never
Parker.
doing it, right?
probably not. I mean, if it's super, super tight, maybe he's a backup, but
But even in silver only, I discovered in silver only I wasn't running any 70 overall hitters because just the 71s and 72s were so good.
Yeah, you're already saving a lot of points because you want those over 79s anyway.
Like,
yeah, that's probably
I would
true.
just rather run Charbonneau, Pearsall, just pay the 2 points.
Yeah.
They're that good.
Parker, yeah. All right, it's probably an F then.
Heron.
Yep.
All right. We're skipping the tournament for the moment, we said. Frank Warfield. How can I not like a card that has War in his name? I mean, look at... Oh, right. Scroll down and see the eye.
That might be a small problem.
It's... No. So it's War and then F.
Yeah, so War gives it an F.
War gives it a Field.
Yeah, I don't have this one playing either.
This is not even close, right?
I have no idea what to think about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would play it in bronze, I think. Maybe I would think about it in bronze. Oh, I guess there's Mondesi. I wouldn't think about it in bronze.
But
I forgot there's Mondesi. Wouldn't play it in bronze. Yeah, it's just
it's
an F minus
yeah.
probably.
All right. Matt Morris. I haven't looked at this
Suarez
card
is
yet, which
pretty
is
nuts at third,
probably...
Yeah, Suarez, yeah.
Yeah. I have not looked at this card yet, which is probably a bad sign, but let me look at this card.
I don't think you missed too much.
There's a reason I have not looked at this card yet.
Yeah.
I mean, this is another of these low PBABIP ones, but I think there's just a point that, like, it's a little bit too little of everything. Because, like, Cliff Lee is close, right? Cliff Lee is fringy playable in low silver.
Or something like that.
I'm playing him in low
But
silver.
also, I mean, we had this, like, Brandon McCarthy was released last week, and it's just
Yeah.
sort of a more statted version of this card.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. So I think this one's just an F.
Yeah.
All right, let me scroll down a bit for people. And we're up to gold. See how quick we are?
Wow, look at us go. Okay, we should mention Tyler Wells though, very briefly, because that's the silver you want. Get Tyler Wells. Tyler Wells good.
Well, I think we will come back and all right, let's do it this way. We'll see if we have time for tournament cards, but yeah, briefly oh, you know what? I need to get a fresh copy of the card shop.
Okay, well, Tyler Wells. Actually, a lot of these tournament cards are pretty good. So silvers, I like Wells. I thought Wilson was okay. Diego looks like a very nice low silver or silver floor cap card.
I'm just grabbing a fresh copy of the card shop to be
Arlett
able to...
also looked kind of okay. Milan looked kind of okay. But Wells is really the good one. Like, you need Wells. I think I had Wells playing in gold.
I've got Wells is pretty good, yeah. I think I'd play Wells.
Yes. No, Wells is like a top tier starter in gold. Like, that card is strong.
It's a lot of P Babbitt.
It's a lot of P Babbitt.
Mm-hmm. 57 stamina is enough to party.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for anyone who played, I think it was PT22, where Iron Tyler Wells was like the best card for the whole cycle. Like, it was in every single roster.
As long as it doesn't say borderline. I don't actually know where the stamina, pitch quality. I imagine it won't because the pitch quality is really high. It's got 5 pitches and.
Yeah, I mean, Smith Shawver is similar in terms of stuff and stamina. I think he says regular starter, so I think Wells should be fine. But yeah, if he says okay. Borderline, then
well, let's see. We may have time to come back to the tournament cards, and if not, maybe we'll do an extra stream at some point and go through them, or we'll rate them offline. And I guess the problem is the time it takes us to rate them offline is about the same as the time it takes us to do it on stream.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's true.
So there's no reason not to stream it.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Dante Bichette. Yeah, not a peak Dante Bichette. Again, before you scroll down, I get a little more interested in this card, but like, even there, is the bat really better than like a Giancarlo Stanton?
I have him as the best VL hitter of the 80s, but he also can't play the field at all. So I really have a hard time seeing this finding a roster spot even in a gold floor cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
probably not.
Yeah, we could push it the next week, but I think the silvers through diamonds are going to be out tomorrow, so
we're going to see,
yeah,
because I think the other two things we're going to do are content we felt pretty strongly about trying to get out to people.
Yeah, I agree. We should do, those are higher priority. I agree.
Yeah. So no, but Spore, as you can see, it's a 1995 card, so this is not Dante's peak. Which is good because, that was a disaster. Were you saying Artie Wilson? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
I think he was saying Artie Wilson.
Does anyone have a hard out? No, I can. No, not for me at least.
No, but I did want to raid into Twipped if there's a Twipped stream.
Oh, I think, is there no Twipped? I think there's no Twipped this week. Maybe it was last week and I'm misremembering.
No, Rich did the Ripathon.
Oh, right. Rich did the thing instead. Yeah. So no Twipped. So we can, in theory, go for a long time.
Okay. Then let's say we will probably get to tournament cards.
Although
we do have to draft our Twipped. We at least have to do that. And I would say we will not do an imperfect draft this week. We have a replacement, which we think will be more fun, especially if Spore is still in the chat and will join us for it.
Yep.
All right, Artie Wilson. Yeah, no power, no eye, but 94 range at short and a lot of BABIP.
No, I don't have this all that close.
Right? What?
Not with Lindor. There's no trade. Lindor's just better, right?
Yeah, what
I
I was gonna
mean,
say is, at any other position, I would just say like no power, no eye. I just can't think about this card. Uh, whoa.
oh, that's
Well, what I was
still what I
going
would
to
say at
say
shortstop.
is, until I reloaded the thing and saw 4 tournament cards, I jump ahead of it. Uh, I was going to say,
Well, but no, I mean, I have like Ellie Ozzy ahead of this. I have Lindor and Abrams and
yeah, but I think
Larkin,
actually,
Phillips.
basically, the fact that Lindor is also out, we're going to talk more about Lindor in a moment, I think means this one ends up being an F. If Lindor didn't come out, then I would actually have been more interested in this card, though, just to be clear.
I'd still be giving it an F, but
Well, you never give
it,
you never like cards that have BABIP and no eye.
yeah, I never like those cards. Yeah, exactly.
Lindor. Uh, well, in Lindor, you've got, stop me if you've heard this before, uh, low power, low eye, 100 infield range. But I do have this combination is good enough because it's tough to find the shortstops, and also this is much better versus righties. Uh, Not only am I going to run him, but I think the gold meta is in a funny place where I really want to run Lindor and Larkin.
I do
And
too.
normally I would have just said, look, I just cannot play 2 cards that only play shortstop and build a roster. But the thing about gold is right now on my gold roster, I've got Harry Ford who plays like everything. I've got Tony Phillips who plays like everything. I've got in Goose Curry and Cheney White players that cover all the outfield positions plus a little bit.
Yep. You're going to put this new TJ Friedel on your roster probably once you get one.
Yeah,
At least I am. You
and
might put Chas
but
McCormick in.
yeah, and because
Like,
of that, I think you can get away with playing 2 single position players at the same position, whereas normally you wouldn't have been able to. Um, and so
yeah.
because of that, I think I'm just going to run both this and Larkin.
Yep. Very much agree.
Um, okay, well, if we agree, then what does that make him? I mean, he doesn't play up.
I actually don't
So
remember that far from playing low diamond, but it probably doesn't play low diamond.
probably an A or a B.
Yeah, I think like an A probably.
Probably an A.
Maybe.
All
Yeah, I
right,
think an A.
A sounds good. Kevin, A, we're up to low diamond. See, we're really moving along here because we sort of have to, and it's not like oh wait, there are like 15 diamonds this week. Kevin Mitchell. I mean, he's a good low diamond bat versus lefties, but there were a lot of good low diamond bats versus lefties. Where you all have him?
Well, I think we can guess which position I want to play this card at.
Does it begin with a
Third
3? Does it begin with a
base.
3 and end with a B?
It might. Now, I'm actually curious about this card. I actually own one. If you pull it up, the whole thing, all of its component
You want to see
defense
the eye,
ratings
you
are
mean?
no, not just the eye. All of its component defense ratings are either exactly 60 or exactly 80. There's nothing else.
Ew.
Which is really weird.
Hmm.
Like including the infield ones. It's 60 range,
And
80 arms.
you know this one can make barehanded plays.
Yes, that's true. He has a very high barehanded play rating.
I was gonna looking at this card and saying like, Isidafo just gonna play him at third, right?
Yep.
He gets a pass because most of the ratings are 60, and that's a very highly divisible number. But generally speaking, I kind of hate round decimal numbers.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, I'm curious how it ended up like that. The 60, 80,
I
60, 80, 60, 60, 80. Like,
I
it's
bet
weird.
you're gonna
It
tell
is
me you'd
weird.
rather play Yandy Diaz when we talk about him.
No, I don't like Andy Diaz much actually.
But yeah, otherwise I think you could just DH this card in low diamond, but I think if he plays third, he sticks a lot longer than if he DHs. In fact, my model now wants to play Frank Thomas ahead of this card in low diamond.
And I have Thomas very slightly behind him as a DH.
Did you notice that Thomas has 125i?
Yeah, I did notice the Thomas. The Thomas is very good, but it's also I feel like Thomas is actually hard to fit on the roster, and this is much easier.
If he plays third, yeah.
Well,
So
also he's
it's funny.
much
I'm
less
never
slitty.
willing to let this card play left.
No,
I think I am willing to let him play third.
but I think I'm also willing probably to let this card play two-way. Like this VR is not that bad.
That's an important fact for me too. I like very rarely let myself play wrong way
Yeah.
platoon guys with like who aren't acceptable VR.
So what is you think that even makes him an A? I would have given him like a B-ish.
Yeah, I mean he's great in any kind of diamond floor cap too. So yeah, I think it gets him to an A for me.
Snailman?
I'm on B.
B plus?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
If I'm holding you back from A, you can go A.
No, no,
I had a B.
You're-
I had a B, and isidafo had an A. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I think plus is fair anyway. It's a reasonable rating.
All right.
I do remember from my models that like cards like John McGraw, I tend to rate super duper high. The like ones that just never get out.
Yeah.
And so
I also
I-
like cards
McGraw.
that don't get out. And you know what the best
Yeah, but
way?
like-
You know what the best way is to not get out is to never bother putting the ball in play, because then you might get out.
yeah, I mean it's just even over like really elite hitters like Mitchell. I mean it's just so I might want Mitchell to back up third and just McGraw full time and like Mitchell DHEL or something.
walk.
Yeah.
Easiest way. All right.
Yeah.
Mike Mussina. Now, if this were the Yankees card, it's an immediate F minus. But since it isn't, we've got to discuss him, right?
Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, I
Mr.
think
Black,
this is a
we are
playable
definitely
card.
grade inflation free. That is true.
Yeah, it's
Mike Mussina. All right, I have him. Let me see. I have him 8th among low diamond starters and not bullpen playable. So like a good F, but an F.
So I
Basically behind the
have
PT
Sonny
elites.
I have Sonny Gray number 1
Me too.
by kind of a lot, and then it's a very large group behind that with this card, the new Pablo Lopez, Beckett, Bybee, McKenzie, John Denny, Pettit. That's
My
I
group
guess
2 is
I would cut it
Pettit,
off.
Denny, Steele, Lopez, Bybee, and then a gap, and then Beckett, and then this.
So yeah, I'd probably give this like a C or something. I think maybe a D.
I think he just misses the top group by enough that it's probably an F. And the reason normally when I've had a card that's like 8th, I've argued probably it should be a D because it's tough to get the low diamond cards. But so many of the cards in front of him are these PT elites that are actually cheap.
Yeah, I guess
I
the
think
other
you
thing
just always run those instead.
there are 2 low diamond weeklies, the Spores Sandlot and the Heinzen, whatever it's called, that are low diamond and sort of in the 70s or 80s, where he has a pretty good shape.
That's true.
So that might jump him up for those
he's also
formats.
on the high stamina, but I guess the PT elites are also on the high stamina end for weird reasons, so they're okay. Maybe Bybee's 73, but the others are fine,
Yeah, it's not a big deal. That's totally fine. 73 is
and
not a
they're a little
problem.
bit cheaper even in caps.
Yeah, I just thought it might be better than some of them, like because his shape is better than like a Beckett or something for those formats.
So I think I'm closer to an F, but what about you,
Yeah, I think I'd go
Snowman?
for D probably.
I'm on D.
D, all right.
D. All right, consensus D.
Yep.
All right, Ducky. Well, fortunately, Kidneys is not on stream. Darn it, I scrolled down again.
Why you have to keep doing that, man?
I know.
Just stop.
I gotta stop scrolling. But since I did scroll, I think this one gets rated as quick sell.
Well, it might be a mission. We still don't have a BR4 mission, so probably not quick sell just yet. But after that, sure.
It's an inside joke.
Okay, I did not get that.
What?
I did not get it. I assume there was some joke, but
Oh. What do you think, Snailman? Is this one to tell on stream or not tell on stream?
I zoned out.
What?
I zoned out. I'm not here. I was
Ducky
reading something.
Medwick and his PT history.
Oh. Yeah,
I
why
don't know
not?
this at
Whatever.
all.
You guys are banned already.
That's true.
What more can they do?
I don't remember this one at all. Oh, okay.
A certain former member of TBD may have decided to take an LE25 Ducky Medwick and just buy up and quick sell all of them.
Ha.
It's not that crazy of a story. Yeah.
I don't think I need a lot of guesses, but okay.
There, something I can't even remember exactly what was going on, but there were some.
I forget exactly what happened, but let's just say that it was originally an LE25 and it didn't end up that way.
Yeah. It wasn't that playable then either, so.
Yeah, it's just I feel like it is a card that is not easy to make playable because this is how he hit, right? He was not great at defense, and this is what his shape looked like. And it's just the game does not like cards that look like this generally.
Yes.
So
yeah, my models have often really loved cards with super high gap power, but it's also clearly been wrong about it based on how I've done when
So you
I
finally
buy
admit you were
into it.
wrong about Curtis Mead, which is too bad because I was actually coming around to like finally
no,
admitting you were
Curtis,
right about
No,
Curtis Mead was
Mead-
good.
I was finally coming around admitting you were right about Curtis Mead.
Curtis Mead was good.
The card that my thing wanted to play was like Tom Tresh or something, like really
Tom
badly.
Tresh is
in
great.
No, that's not the one. Shoot, it was last year's game. I did a thing with Kidneys where I like had a model off, and my thing just like
Last
basically
year's
sorted by gap power. there was some Tom card, Tom Hall maybe,
Yeah.
or Tom something.
I don't know. I kind of think of gap power as like some kind of scaling factor for BABIP. That's like my mental.
Yeah, I
like,
clearly
idea for
had it not sort of adjusted properly in it. I did better than Kidney. Kidney's model was worse, so we were
All right,
Well,
we're
it's
good.
not a high bar.
It was clearly wrong. Anyway, you'd have more to
Yes.
tell about that story. Anyway, Mead was great. Mead was.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, it was.
you know.
Although I do not.
So you think Kidney's thing is pronounced sheet?
All right. I can't believe how much the price for Curtis Mead has spiked. I looked at the mission that spiked it. It's 2 gold packs. What are people doing?
Because they want to click the button.
Dude,
It's
what?
so
No, don't click
bad.
the button. Just don't click the button.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, no, they're not new missions. It must have been an old mission, right?
No, it's like
It's
it's like an Australia mission or something. I guess
Yeah,
he's
it's collect
Australian.
4 dudes from Australia, and it's like 2 gold packs, and now Curtis Mead costs like 8 gold packs in price.
Why?
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Oh, huh?
I sold it on my alt for like 60K. It was insane.
Ugh.
Please stop completing this mission. Please. Okay,
But
Yeah.
no. But there's also there isn't even a checkpoint mission for it yet, right?
No, but that's okay. Just skip that mission too. You get 3 historical packs. Like you wouldn't pay 60K for 3 historical packs.
But it's a mission, and it's
And 2 gold packs.
Okay, and now it's worth it.
No, it's not. Not even with the huge spike. PT gold packs were actually like plus EV to open for briefly, but
That's probably the first time it's ever happened, actually.
yeah. Well, arguably before some live updates. I
Okay,
think
yeah, that's true.
But yeah, it's
Yeah, okay, but what does checkpoint 2 give you? Like checkpoint 2 gives you 2 historical diamond packs. So checkpoint 2 is worth like 35K or something, right?
probably less.
And-
yeah.
And the gold mission, the 2 gold packs are worth like 5K. So you're paying 60K to get 40K worth of random, like you're paying
not to mention all the other missions that go like just don't.
Yeah, you're losing EV and you're increasing your variance on top of it. So you're paying to get more variance, which usually is not the thing you want to do in this game. Like Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, you do. And you shouldn't.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't do it. Oh man.
Jimmy Rollins. I've actually just got this as the top shortstop in low diamond, I think.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't think he
Yeah,
plays
low
up
diamond
because there
shortstop's
are some
pretty
excellent
interesting now.
shortstops that play up, but I think I'm just playing him in low diamond.
I do still prefer Larkin VL, but I actually don't have the stat for how to Lindor VR. So I
Okay.
think the Lindor Larkin platoon is still like perfectly reasonable in low
Yeah.
diamond.
I mean, do I want to
But I
buy
like
this
Rollins.
card? I haven't bought this card yet. Um, you know, just kind of play enough low diamond to really think I should. I'll wait for him to be in spotlight packs one more time.
Yep, that was my plan as well. It's a decent card, but it's not a crucial card. Like
So
BRef4
B?
call is not that much worse, and he costs 0.
So
So
like B?
yeah, I think a B is fine.
All right. Willie McCovey. Well, this is a really easy one. I've got him as pretty similar to Norm Cash VR, except that Norm Cash is 99 and played in League for a while, and this is 93.
Yeah,
Yep.
this card's absurd.
Um,
Go.
and is that?
I am sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just say like I would like to understand how this card ended up as a 93 and Adrian Gonzalez ended up as a 99.
Well, I
Because
think, I mean, I was gonna say, I think it was a fun decision to make this a 93, because if the idea is you want to have like William McCovey fans really get a time that the card shines, it wouldn't have worked as a perfect. It had to be.
no, but I would have played this as a 99. I would have put this on rosters.
I think I still would have as a 99. I agree, but as a 93, I think it's like an S.
But Adrian Gonzalez is an F because of this card. Adrian Gonzalez and Ortiz. Adrian Gonzalez as a 93 would have been interesting, but Adrian Gonzalez as a 99 is just
Yeah.
really behind. So
No, that's fair, but this I think
Yeah.
is at least an S, right?
yes, at
Oh,
least
yeah.
an S. This card is disgusting.
Spore says he has an order in for Rollins, but I wouldn't spoil that on stream because we don't tell people on stream. Oh, sorry.
The precedent has been set. We do, in fact. So
Well, I will happily tell you what Nico is purchasing.
No, that's actually it's not true. We only tell after the order has been completed. So
Mm.
What do you think, McCovey, S or S plus?
He's just S.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, probably just S.
Hey,
It's a really strong card, though.
We've got a packable Griffey. Not this Griffey. Although this Griffey.
Oh, we had one of
is
those.
fun.
We actually had 2 of those earlier.
Oh yeah, I was gonna. That reminds me. Here, I'll ask you guys because I finally, after losing about 8 weekly finals in a row, I had not yet managed to win a weekly with the TV4. I had just lost 8 finals in a row,
Oh.
but I finally
that's
won
not
one,
fun.
and I was given this mess. So now with the new tournament batch out,
I mean, it's Arietta or bust, basically.
right? So is Randy Johnson more usable than Griffey in tournaments? Is the question.
I had Randy Johnson unplayable in everything. I didn't even have him playing in like the error restricted stuff he's eligible for at this point. I
agree. It is Arietta or bust, right? Yeah, if I had an Arietta, I would take the Arietta.
I think Joe Kelly is actually probably the second best at this point.
I've heard Willie Mays is a good card.
Yeah.
No, actually,
Kelly's
that
not
reminds me
there,
of my favorite.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Doc Gooden? Oh, he took it down. Wait, I wonder if it's sold. Okay, there was a guy that, because everyone's been bidding on the 1984 Doc, put up a 1985 Doc for 700,000. Oh no, it's still up there.
People do that
and
sometimes.
It was the low bid, and I was wondering if he managed to sell that.
I hope not.
Nope.
I could get a Willie Mays. I've heard Willie Mays is good.
Yeah, maybe not that one.
So what do you think? Is it Griffey?
Or
is it
probably
Randy?
I think I'd take Griffey out of this. I think he has more potential. Like Randy, I think just gets clobbered by the giant OTBR starters, and Griffey at least has some little.
If this Griffey played right, then I think he'd play in some modern era stuff for a little while, like OTP era tournaments. The fact that this one doesn't play right hurts it compared with the 95, which actually does. All right, yeah. I'll go Griffey. You convinced me.
Yeah, I just don't have Randy playing in anything.
We just need tournament cards. When next time there's like a chained mission set where you.
Well, I guess actually something to mention, I think, about these, because we got a new tournament batch today. But
those cards are going to be valuable for the.
they're valuable. But the thing is that the 100s don't actually exist in the game for another week because there's no ability, like, not having the ability to update the prizes after the tournament has been created, but before it fires, I think is something I would work on for 25. Because, like, we could easily get a situation where some of these new TB5 100s are counterfeited before anyone can actually even get one.
Kind of happened PTCS1 with Yaz, and then Mantle, like the.
Well, PTCS1 Yaz got counterfeited by Yaz.
Yes, well, that happened too.
But but that happens quite frequently with some of the tournament things. They just take so long to get created that.
Yeah,
Griffey, this Griffey that you just took, like.
Sure. Anyway, as for
it could have been good for
As for this
I mean, the 100,
You playing him? I think I am playing the 95 Griffey and some things.
Yeah, I had this as the best VR center fielder for Diamond. I think this card's pretty good. Well,
but also it's important that he plays right as well, because that makes the roster construction a lot better.
Yeah.
The only problem is you're not playing him VR in right field, because if you're willing to do that, like, Maris is so splitty.
I'm not playing Maris.
And the same cost. And then, well, if it's open, you're just playing like Carter or, oh, hey, there's a new Vlad that I should look at, apparently.
There's also this Chuck Klein that's
we're
quite strong.
Talk about in a minute. Yeah.
But actually, this new Vlad is actually a very important card, because that one actually the splits are, I think, really good on that card for the way the meta is right now.
Yeah.
I didn't want to pay up for Griffey, so I'm going to wait. I didn't think he was that much better, but then I did pretty badly in the judges thing, so,
The first Griffey sold for 25K for some reason. And then
I tried to get in near there, but nothing ever sold for that cheap.
Yeah, then it went up a lot after
possible that. I got myself a Griffey for 25K.
I don't know why someone sold Scar for 25K, but congratulations on that one, because that was a nice deal.
It's all right. I then overpaid because I accidentally got the first sale on Hank Greenberg by overestimating the market. So first purchase.
Yeah, win some, you lose some. I mentioned this on Sports stream earlier today. My Greenberg's first month in Perfect League was, I think, one of the weirdest small sample size things I've seen. So the card is 189 power and 117 IVL. I was playing him only VL. In the first month, he hit zero walks, 1 home run, and BABIP 650.
I'll take it.
So I guess that works, but not the way I was expecting him to get offensive value.
Some weird. My PTCS cards have been raking. Those have been both a lot better than I anticipated. But so Griffey, I mean, playing up in Diamond is weird, but A or B again? What do you think? I think the fact that he plays right bumps it closer to an A for me.
Yeah, I think an A. And also, I mean, I guess it is worth noting this Judges Chambers tournament that Snailman mentioned is in a very good park for him.
Yeah, that's true as well.
So yeah, I think probably an A. I understand.
A minus if you're A?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'm skipping him for a week, but
okay, let's go for a minus if we're skipping him for a week.
I don't have quite as much disposable because I took a month off. So.
I don't have a lot of disposable.
Nope, you don't. You're fine.
I had a lot, and then I
mean isidafo,
I had a lot, and then I bought a Tom Seaver, and now I have not as much as I used to. So
I'll have more when I sell a Tom Seaver and a Malot.
Yeah,
I'll have a lot more when I finally think it's worth opening all of the rainbow packs I got for Immortals.
I opened those searching for Silver King.
Here's how mine has been doing. So Melot, this is in Naven. So this is in a, righty only kind of park. Is about as strongly as you can get, and he's still putting up this line.
Yeah, I mean,
Card
This card
absolutely
has
rakes
absolutely
VR.
been ridiculous.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
yes. So I think actually he may have just left the meta. So
I don't think so. I was looking at that. I don't think so.
you
But
don't think
we'll
Vado's better?
depends if that eye's only 125. I think in the parks that are out there, he's not. I think if the eye's more than 125, give me Joey Votto.
I had Vado better even with the 125. So, but I was skipping. I decided to skip on anyway. Just doesn't fit my park at all. So,
But yeah, I've got Ott
um,
still ahead of Votto.
mhm.
But the one that surprised me has been this Seaver, who is getting no run support for me, by the way. That's the one flaw in this card is it doesn't get run support.
Well, you should talk to DeGrom. Maybe they could
Um,
help each other with
it's a
that.
Mets thing.
Yeah.
But this card has in fact been terrific. This is the card that I think is worth the 2 to 3 million that I didn't think it was going to be. What did you pay for yours?
2
Are we
mil.
allowed to ask?
Yeah, I paid 2 mil for it.
Paid two? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this card is worth the two for sure. Ott, I tend to think will be because I think he survives, and I think it's going to be like Frank Thomas where he just kind of hangs around. But there's probably a park. The Votto. Hopefully, we'll have time to talk about the Votto. The weird thing to me about the Votto is it doesn't have the gap power I expected on that card. And if that Votto had the huge gap power, then I would definitely have preferred Votto.
Mm.
But the fact that
Yeah.
he doesn't is kind of where I end up with Ott still being ahead.
Well, he's also Vado is really good defense at first too, which I think is pretty useful. So I'm interested in that as well. But
So my
yeah,
original Seaver thing, it was basically the splits are pretty big. So it's not that dissimilar to DeGrom, but with the pace the meta kind of jumps, there's just you're just kind of gonna quickly pass him by was the thinking. And he's been better than that in part because he still gets to face righties, sort of more so than I was anticipating, I think. Um, but also just the way he's been normalized against some of the other cards. I think I was wrong about kind of how much the verse left will hurt him because it turns out the other righties that are being run still are weaker than him versus lefties. And so he still ends up kind of at the top of the heap and ends up excellent. And
yeah, I had
I
like
didn't anticipate that would be true.
I had the area that's like very similar VL and DeGrom a little bit worse VL, and then obviously all the other rays were far behind until these new tournament ones that are somewhere in there, but probably still slightly worse.
Yeah. So I
And Gooden, I
think
guess.
Gooden I have ahead of this card.
Oh, I see. I have Seaver still ahead of Gooden.
But I think the reason I have Gooden ahead of this card is possibly the same reason I seem to have been wrong about Seaver, which is I still look at a card like this and I just assume that people are going to figure out to run lefties against him. Like if you look at these splits and you look at the fact that you can completely construct a roster and there are a lot of right-handed hitters. I mean, a lot of right-handed pitchers in the meta. I would expect that this card should be facing like 70% lefties with good roster construction. And what he's actually been facing, isn't so far from that, right? It's, let's see, 100 innings against lefties, 80 against righties. So he is facing them, but not quite as many as I expected, is what it comes
Yeah.
down
well,
to.
you're not in perfect league. No one's microing Diamond.
But okay, even my Seaver in Perfect League. Let me see. Let's see this. Give me a second. He has faced my Seaver's faced 478 right-handed left-handed batters and 314 right-handed batters. So like 40% righties.
Yeah. But the difference between 70% and 60% is actually quite a bit because this
Yeah.
card's so much better versus righties.
Yeah. Well, I guess the thing is you're always like everyone is. You're getting A-Rod and Aaron for sure.
May
You're probably
Yeah.
getting Mays or K-Line. You're getting Campanella sometimes.
Pud.
Yeah.
You might get So there's like a couple other, could get the odd George Wright in there.
And the other thing that I didn't expect is that this card, for whatever reason, with the AI usage, this card is a little more efficient with pitches than I expected.
Oh yeah, he's throwing an absurd number of innings. I don't know why I don't understand why he's throwing so many
Like
innings,
this
but he's throwing
card's
an absurd
throwing
number of
7
innings.
innings per start for me. 181 innings and 26 starts. Exactly 7 innings per start would be 182, right? So this is
Oh,
7
mine's
innings.
throwing
Yeah.
even more.
What?
Mine's got 194 innings and 27 starts.
Yeah, but I've got short hooks on him.
See, I have long with my guys generally, but
Right.
yeah.
So that's the other thing about this card is even compared with other cards with big stamina, something about this pitch combination, is allowing him to throw deeper into ball games than I anticipated. So he's just, really good card. And I still have one if you want to buy one, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably would not have paid 2 mil if I were not in Perfect League. I would have been looking more in the 1.5 range.
I think in general, if you're not in Perfect League, paying 2 million for league only card is probably a bad idea.
Well, it's good. I mean, it's good in open formats too, but yeah, not a lot.
On the other hand, I would say if you're ever going to pay up for any sort of tournament card, the week a new tournament batch comes out is the time to do it.
Yeah.
But I would still prioritize paying for the cheaper tournament formats first, simply because the prizes for winning in open are the same choice packs as the prizes for winning in iron, but it costs you a lot less to build that iron team.
Yep, Eugenio Suarez, because he's a bronze, but yeah.
But if you're in Perfect League, then definitely, or if you just have the points burning a hole in your pocket.
Yeah.
So Joey Devine.
That was a slight tangent. So much for speed mode.
Joey Devine.
Thanks, Snailman, for actually.
I've got him as basically
having some ability to focus.
What?
Thanks, Snailman, for actually having some ability to focus.
Yes. All right, Joey Devine. I've got Joey Devine as like a right-handed Joe Thatcher, basically.
I'm a bit better than that. This is actually the only reliever that is up for me with the top level starters. Which is like Fernandez, Hershiser, Chandler, Palmer, Burns, this new Schmidt, and Castillo. And this one is kind of in the mix with them. And then Hong Chi-Kuo and Thatcher and Bednar are a bit below that.
Yeah, I've got this one in Thatcher and now Bednar and Hong Chi-Kuo. I've got all 4 of them as kind of a top group of 4 and kind of comparable.
Mm-hmm. I would say also
and it's 2 righties and 2 lefties, so that's nice. I obviously have not yet decided to spend 67K on this card. I also don't run as much diamond as some other things.
Yeah. So this one is a bit of an interesting. Well, it's going to be a tangent, but so last week in the Open Weekly, I played both Hershiser and Chandler actually in my bullpen. The offensive environment in Open has gotten really, really, really high. Like 4% home runs, 330 BABIPs. Like it's just ridiculous. And this my model is saying is basically that you should just try to stop the homers in the BABIP, and if they walk people, oh well. And then cards like this card in Chandler and Hershiser are actually what you want. Like the control and the stuff is not so important. You just need to stop the homers and the BABIPs.
Yeah, and I think part of that is because we have not yet come close to hitting a power cap or a gap power cap, but we have hit an I cap.
Yeah.
Right, like that's the reason we're talking about with Soto last week, that you can't make a good Soto anymore, is because there's a cap on I, and enough other cards are close to it that you can't differentiate Soto by giving him a lot more I, So I agree this card plays up better than others. I still have him kind of in this top group before, so I think he's probably like a solid B for me, but I don't think he's better than that. You have him
Yeah, I
better
think
than
that's
that?
about right. No, I think it's about right. I was just saying like
Okay.
there is now a shape of these diamond cards that actually is like playing
No,
better than other
that's a good
shapes.
point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Tommy John, on the other hand, this one I don't think is that close because this one is
It,
sort of now the wrong shape from what you were saying. If you switch his PBABIP and control, there's still not enough of either of them, I think. But yeah, in fact, maybe that's the better way to say it. It's basically look at this card. This is the same kind of card as Cliff Lee. But Cliff Lee just has a lot more of everything.
yeah, and I think Cliff Lee is fringy anyway, so I certainly don't want the Tommy John.
So this ends up being an F minus or just an F?
I think I would play it in low diamond, so I don't think it's an F minus.
All right, give him an F.
Yeah.
Could buy him for 1,000,000 points.
Wow.
Oh, is he going for 1,000,000 points?
There was a sale up for 1,000,000 points.
There were two
I-
sales
What do you
up, and the
think?
lowest one was 1,000,000
Should I do it?
points.
Should I do it?
Dude,
Let's
Dude, don't
Probably.
even
let's
hover
not,
over that.
Come on,
Oh
dude.
my god.
let's not do it. Jim Palmer. Let's look at Jim Palmer. So the shape is not awful with the PBABIP. So I think he's at least in the discussion. But actually, the card I have this as being almost identical in power to is Spud Chandler, which is a similar-ish shape. Right?
Yeah, I now have 6 starters all very close. Actually, 7, I guess. I can't count. Fernandez, Schmidt, Hershiser, Chandler, Castillo, Palmer, and Burns. I have all 7 of them very close. Slightly different shapes from each other. In diamond, that is. I mean, in
Me too. And
perfect, I
I've
like
got
the.
Logan Webb and Zach Eflin in there as well.
Yeah, those are a bit behind, kind of in the next group.
We discussed that last week,
So
where I was higher on Webb and Eflin, and you were higher on Castillo.
yes, but it is worth noting that all, even including Eflin and Webb, all these pitchers are right-handed.
I'm still playing Cliff Lee.
So yeah, Cliff Lee is the only lefty that is even anywhere remotely in the anything, though I don't like him that much. You're gonna get almost 100% righties in diamond right now. So that is definitely something to keep in mind when you're building diamond rosters.
What gave T-Chuck anxiety?
I think when you click buy now on Tommy John.
Okay, all right. I'll try not to do that. Try not to misclick. All right.
Yeah, me
Close.
too.
All right. So I think this is in the range of playable. It's also very skippable.
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
say of the various shapes we talked about, I think I prefer Spud Chandler's shape for the direction the meta is heading. So I think this probably drops
agree.
out quicker of the group for the
I
reasons you were
also agree.
saying. So I
Yeah,
think
I
this
mean,
is
Palmer
probably
does.
closer to a C than a B for that reason for me. But what about
Yeah, I think
you?
that's fair. He does have 112 stamina or something, which is, I mean, it's a few extra pitches a game over someone like Chandler, but it's not a huge difference probably.
It is. There's like 113 stamina for Logan Webb. For like the only card I don't like the stamina on really is Corbin Burns.
Mm.
Yeah, the Burns is quite
And
good.
I guess in like a diamond only cap, the fact that this is 99 and some of the others are 96 and 97s is a good excuse for him to be the one squeezed out.
Yeah, I mean, okay, well, Fernandez, Schmidt, Chandler, and Castillo are all 99s also. Hershiser's a 97, so he's always getting played. And then you decide whether you want to
Yeah.
get
And
a
then you
few
pick your
points for
favorite
Burns.
99. All right. So
Yeah.
where do you rate him then?
Yeah, I think a C is probably fine.
All right, we good with C?
Yeah, see.
All right, Chuck Klein. Big Bat. You know the stream's thoughts on Big Bats by now.
Yeah, this one.
Yes.
Well, also like
It's
this
kind
one.
of a two-way bat because of that BABIP versus lefties even.
Yeah, I mean, especially right now with like 0 left-handed starting pitchers in the diamond meta, you're going to be playing this both ways. Like, it's not worth spending a platoon to.
Yeah, I've actually
on
just
this.
have him as the top bat ahead
Yep,
of
me too.
McCovey. I think of the two, Klein, I'm more willing to try to limp around right field and DH McCovey, I think.
Yes, there's also this Guerrero, and I think the Guerrero is interesting because he's
Guerrero has defense
right-handed.
and right. Yeah.
Well, he's also right-handed, and so you definitely don't want to put him even though he's reverse split, which is actually in quite a good shape against this really right-handed meta. Like you get the lefties,
True.
at least you get them on their bad side. If you get the
Yeah.
righties, you get Guerrero on his good side.
Well, that's true.
Um,
So Klein is probably. Wait, did we just merge Ranger Suarez? I don't think we said anything about Ranger Suarez yet, did we?
well, I think it was Spores. Yeah, there are not a lot of good. I guess yeah, there's Snell, and I think the Snell. I think this new TE Snell is pretty solid. But yeah, what other left-handed starting pitchers are there in baseball right now? I guess Max Fried.
Pettit, I still have Pettit like hanging around the top 10 to 15.
No, for PT Elite. I mean,
Yeah.
like which lefties
sorry.
get. Yeah, Snell, Fromber, yeah, Steele. You could do a Fried. You could do. Everyone else is there's like not that much else, I guess. Huh?
All right, so Klein
Kershaw.
A?
Hater.
Yeah, Kershaw Hater. Yeah, that's true.
Where do you guys have
Montgomery?
Klein? I think I'm around
Montgomery,
A.
yeah. I think A for Klein is pretty decent. I think
Yeah, that's
actually
good.
I will put him at DH once I get Guerrero and probably take off either McCovey or Cash.
The fact that he moves to DH is the reason I don't think it's Ness. Because I think he's going to move down pretty quick, but I think he's really good now.
Yeah, I mean Carter is the S of the Diamond outfielders.
So A, B.
Yeah, I think A.
Yeah.
I think
Snailman
A.
A.
Also,
All right. Adrian Gonzalez. This one's easy. Would have been
I
a
do
little
want to mention
better before
on-
William McCovey came out, right?
I want to mention quickly on Chuck Klein. David Justice's reign of terror is finally over.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, that is true. David
it took
Justice
3
is
months,
finally
but-
gone.
Yeah. It was one of the has to be one of the longest lived diamond cards we've probably ever had in this game, but I think it is finally the end of the road for him.
Maybe only behind the live diamond Spencer Strider.
Yeah.
No, I think the tagline is no justice.
No justice or justice.
No justice, no Adrian.
Yeah.
Adrian is now an F, right? He would have been better without McCovey. Then he's just behind Cash, and it's close, but now he's an F with the other releases, right?
Yeah, I think he's still an F even without McCovey, but he's now a super F.
He's still not an F minus. Well, McCovey sort of makes him an F minus, but
You'd still play him at DH.
Can we just trade him for Punto?
Definitely not salary relief.
That too.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think I like Olerud better than Gonzalez also.
Chat seems to want to give him a minus actually, so
I'm pretty okay with the minus for him. Yeah.
all right. Well, we'll go with chat. All right, we got 3 perfects, and then we got to do quick draft. We got 3 perfects, and then we can do our PTCS review, and then we can do fun surprise. Especially Spore, are you able to jump on the stream for fun surprise? Because I think we were actually going to do a 4-person practice as a demonstration if you're around.
Can you give Adrian Gonzalez F minus plus? Because I'm like probably clicking it and submitting in a draft. Probably submitting that round like without even reading the other card.
That's fair.
Yeah,
right. That's fair. He's a very good draft card.
A-Rod. We don't talk about A-Rod. Hank Greenberg.
Okay. A-Rod's the best shortstop in the game. Please do not play him at third base. Please don't play him at third base.
Do not. Yeah. He's the best shortstop in the game. Why are you wasting the defense at third base? George Brett's
OTP
really good.
eligible.
Yeah, he gets better in tournaments because his shape is good for tournaments.
Yep.
And
he even has
eligible for 2 eras.
Yeah.
Okay, I do need to ask though, why does this card have third base eligibility?
Because the Derek Jeters
it's a 2003 card.
Yeah, I think it's 2003. I don't know why it has.
Until the end of 2003, this card never played third base.
Yes, because every team besides the Yankees was not an idiot.
It's really funny.
But I will say, Spore, I do want to say I have a lot of appreciation for the fact that you decided to take the best A-Rod of the cycle and release it in the best postseason performance year of his career.
That's a sick burn.
Okay, fine. Real rating on this card is like S or S plus, right?
Yes, it's very strong.
Yeah, I think the cards get, if they like the year before or after, I think they do get priority for.
Okay.
All
Yeah, that's
right.
that. I mean, it's
Okay, but
worked.
could we at least have given him like a 0/120? This is the one time that you should have made people actually be idiots and play him at third base for like seasons on end in order to make him playable there to discourage him from doing that.
No, I mean, this has been successful. He has made me mad at people saying to play him at third base. Like, mission accomplished. But
Like every other time, you know, but this is the one time that you should just told people like, look, it's not a third baseman. If you really want to go all like Derek Jeter on this card, we're gonna make you waste 4 seasons of your life doing it.
yeah, no, Mr. Black. I think Trammell got passed up many months ago. This cycle is far ahead of 23.
All right, Hammer and Hank here. Obviously much better versus lefties. Really good versus lefties.
Very hard to fit on your roster.
Very
Very
hard to
hard
fit
to
on the
fit on your
roster.
roster. So I eventually figured out how to do it with Isidafo, to just run him versus lefties. But in order to do it, I'm having to like let Sewell pretend to be a middle infielder and, you know, doing weird stuff with Oscar.
Playing a lot
So
in the field.
I did it the other way, which
yeah,
is
that's right. I had to play Mel Ott at third base versus lefties in order to do
Mhm.
this. But Mel Ott is so freaking incredibly good that he's still managing it versus lefties in Naven and putting up this kind of line. So hey, Mel Ott just that good. Okay, fine. I'm playing
yeah.
in Diamond.
So I I went for a different solution, which is I tend to let my starters pitch a lot. I just took a reliever off my roster.
Yeah. This is the year. This is the season that if I were running in Perfect League, I'd be running a 10-man pitching staff.
Yeah, but I
Because the
don't
gap
want to
between
rotate.
pitcher like 8 and pitcher 20 is small. Everybody's
Yeah.
fungible.
Yeah,
So just micro the crap out of it. Keep bringing people up and down to like make a 10-man pitching staff work, and then just run enough platoons to make it, you know, because you have all of these cards like Greenberg that want to play. In
yeah. I mean,
Diamond, I have not been motivated to try to, you know, micro it and squeeze an extra 5 wins out of the shorter pitching staff.
I don't have a 16th
Um,
player that I actually want on my roster.
although I did miss
So
110 wins in Diamond last week for the first time in like 15 weeks, but in my
man,
defense,
what's the matter with you?
it's because I was stupid enough to accidentally run a 4-man pitching staff the whole season, and I didn't notice till it was playoff time.
Yeah, it doesn't work anymore.
So
No,
I only won
not so
108.
much. Yeah,
Uh,
Diamond League is fun. No, I mean, I think it's just I would do something like that, but I don't. I think 15 gets you the top at every position right now. Like, I don't think you need 16.
I think 15
Um,
would really be enough. The other card, you know, I mean, this is where George Wright would have been good. Like, I thought about bringing Hannes back on the roster for the eligibility too. That was the other solution. Um, yeah.
yeah, I guess that would also
Anyway, but
also
A-Rod
work.
good. A-Rod good.
A-Rod's really good.
Greenberg, I mean, I've got as a huge bat versus lefties. I've got him as better than Manny versus lefties. The other option is he just replaces Manny. The problem
Yeah, I have
is,
him very similar to
here's
Manny.
the reason that he doesn't replace Manny. Just look at this line.
Well, I know Kidneys has Manny slightly ahead of Greenberg VL.
Yeah, I had them basically tied VL.
Yeah.
So,
Like,
you know,
Manny is being Manny here.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's It's really hard to play both of these cards. So like
No, that's what I've kind of
he's
tried. This is why I kind of squeezed in this way to try to play him both.
yeah. He's
Yeah.
an A, I think, if you think he's better than Manny, and probably like a C if you think he's slightly worse. So I don't know.
I've got him as better, but
Right.
maybe more
Well,
like
I mean,
an
you
A
can
minus because it's hard to construct. So
you,
the Hank
you could
Greenbergs in the
definitely make a
past have
park where
had some
Greenberg is
outfield
better.
eligibility, right?
Well, it depends if it's a single year. I mean, he only played outfield, I believe, in that one season in Pittsburgh. So, yeah, if this is just for his MVP season, then him not having left field is
No,
probably
he played outfield
sensible.
in 1940 when he won the MVP. He played left the whole time.
He did?
Well, he won 2 MVPs. So.
Well,
I won 2
I'm saying,
MVPs.
I
I was
mean,
gonna say,
in
I
an
don't-
MVP, yeah.
oh, this is 1935.
This
So
30, yeah.
yeah, it makes sense not to have left field then.
Right.
Yeah,
So I'm saying,
actually, yeah.
because if this card played left, then I think, it's true that there are so many good outfielders right now from like these other sets that he might still have just been too far behind, but it would have made the roster construction problem easier. Right? As just
The
a
other-
first baseman, it's harder.
I also want to point out there's a solution where when you go to the playoffs, you don't need as many depth pieces.
So just
on your
in the
roster.
playoffs, just run 15 if you want.
But yeah, the playoffs I think it's pretty easy. You just run
Yeah.
run 4 and 7 and then 15.
I mean,
Like, that's not...
my playoffs are really easy to run because I never stick around long enough for players to get fatigued.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, what Snailman is right. I mean, you can do stuff like, so one thing I did last year, which actually, I wonder if you could think about it some positions again, maybe at shortstop. No, probably not. So last year there was like Rogers Hornsby at second, and he was really good. And he was like the best second baseman both ways. And then there was like 4 or 5 other guys who were a lot worse, but sort of like the next group. And I just left Hornsby on my roster, and when he got tired, I put one of the second basemen in, and then I took them out the next game.
I did that with catchers behind Gibson.
Um,
So I spent a lot of the time having like one catcher on the roster.
Yeah. So you could do that this year with catcher, I guess. You could run Campanella, and you could have Cochran and Rodriguez and this new Rutschman and I said Cochran already. And Salas or Berra or I don't know who, Carter, and just rotate them through. But it's a lot of work. Like you have to be really actually able to micro every single game of the season to get it to work.
Yeah. Well, I remember the first
You also have
year,
to have a lot of money.
The first year I played in 22, and in 22, when I made it to perfect league for that first season, I think I ran through about 70 arms.
In 22, the end of the meta, there was enough playable positions that actually it was very easy to cycle position players. Similarly, like there were 3 very good right fielders, and like I don't know, it was just like a whole bunch, so you could have.
The other thing that helped the second base thing in last cycle was there was that Ed Delahanty that pretty much everyone was playing in either left field or first base.
The funny combination of like a little bit of middle infield and some outfield.
Yeah, like he was on most people's roster, either first or left field. So like even if for some reason like your Hornsby got pinch hit for or got super tired unexpectedly or whatever, like Delahanty could at least like stand there.
Okay. Anyway, let's. Where do you want to rate him? What were we talking about before? We were around A minuses.
Probably an yeah.
Yeah, I think somewhere between A and B probably. Just if you think he's better than Manny, he's an A. If you don't, he's probably like a B. Or maybe a C.
So are you happy with A minus, or do you want to go lower?
Yeah, I think A minus is fine. I mean, it's a good card. It's a very playable card. And certainly, I mean, on a playoff build, he makes like a 50-man playoff roster. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, fortunately, the game's not all
pitchers
about the
right
playoffs
now. I mean,
because
definitely not.
Definitely not.
No.
Not like the only way to actually get to perfect league is to do well in the playoffs.
No, definitely not. Doc Gooden. It's a really good card. I've got him.
Mm-hmm.
I've got him as now narrowly the best right-hand starter, but it's very close. And if you're really only going to see 60% lefties, then probably I'd still rather Seaver.
Yeah, I have Seaver slightly ahead of this, but I have him a decent amount ahead of DeGrom and Arrieta.
I mean, I think it is like the S tier card still probably.
Yeah, I think I would rather
Maybe
own
an
an
S
A-Rod than a
minus.
I would rather own an A-Rod than a Gooden.
Okay, so maybe it's an
Mhm.
S minus or an A plus.
Yeah, I think probably one of those two. I think that's about right.
S minus. It should have an S on it. It's the
Yeah,
best
that's true.
Alright.
in slot.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
sounds
it's true.
fair.
Seaver is not available. I guess if there's no if you don't have Seaver, then your 4 playoff starters basically have to be Kershaw, Gooden, Arrieta, DeGrom.
I
Like, there's no
mean,
other options.
as you can see, I have not yet bought a Gooden for kind of this
Well, you have a
price.
Seaver. If you have a Seaver, Gooden is much less necessary because then you have 4 like viable starters without him.
And I don't need 4 viable starters in the playoffs. I only needed 3 last week.
Fair enough.
Is that all the packables?
Yeah. All right.
Sheesh.
We did it.
We
All
did
right,
it.
draft time.
Before we talk about tournament, let's do a TWIP draft, and then let's do a PTCS review, and then let's do a surprise, and then let's see if we have time and energy to come back and do tournament cards.
Spoiler alert:
I'll-
we don't.
Probably be gone by then.
I mean, we can just do like a quick run through and say like these are the
Alright.
ones you should target, I guess. But
Okay, let's do a TWIP
Probably not every
draft
single card.
first. I don't mind doing a midweek stream to go through tournament bats or something as well.
yeah, it should be fine.
I have about half hour before. Probably gotta hop off. So
Oh, all right. Well, would have been good to get you to do the other thing, but we should do a PTCS review, and you'd be fun to do that with too. All right. Let's do a TWIP draft first, because that has a time limit. It's
Sort of
Comerica,
Comerica.
as usual. Can we ever get a good TWIP draft? Here we go. 2 cards. Actually,
Maybe Snailman will be a good luck charm, right?
well, actually,
I've
we
been
have
killing it in
playable cards
drafts. Yeah.
here. Wow.
Oh, we got one of the new ones.
All right.
Ooh, I
Here,
wanna take,
really
actually.
quickly, while we've got it up, we got to rate Blake Snell before we can pick him.
I have Snell slightly behind Arrieta and DeGrom, but ahead of Valdez
Me too.
and company.
So B.
That
Uh,
sounds like an A.
yeah, I think A.
A minus.
It's in your 5 if you don't have Seaver. So
I have him just outside my 5 if I don't have Seaver.
Okay, you can go minus.
I'd
yeah,
rather
A
play
minus
early
then.
win is part of it.
Oh, I don't like early win that much. Okay. I mean, I think he's all right, but I don't have him in the next group. So, but Verlander Snell, right? That's
A
pretty.
Yeah,
minus
yeah,
or
yeah.
B plus.
Yeah. I
He's
think
A minus. A minus.
Yeah,
All
A
right.
minus for Snell.
Then we're allowed to pick him. Verlander Snell. No
Yep.
Yankees here. Going Tigers instead of Yankees. So we're going
it's
Tiger
Comerica.
and I don't know what team.
Yeah, we're in
what team
Comerica,
are the
but
Padres
even-
going to trade him to?
Red Sox.
He's a free agent. I mean,
This is less good.
I would very much like to have a jersey with the person with the most snail-like last name. on the
oh,
Red
that's
Sox.
true. Does yeah
In all of the history of baseball,
Yeah.
I think it's the closest.
So we're taking
So this-
Bobby Miller,
and probably Frank Robinson. It's ugly, but
and you
he fits
thought
the
the
part at
PT
least.
Plus card would never get played. We're taking Frank Robinson.
Yeah.
Yeah, over.
Are we
Yeah,
ever
no,
taking
yeah.
Dave Smith because it's single elimination?
Dave Smith is bad anyway. Like, it's not even a good
No.
reliever.
All right. Tristan, we got our Red Sox. And
Heck yeah.
so we've been
Doesn't fit the
offered
park very
both
well.
Ken Caminiti and Harry Eisenstadt in the same draft.
Yeah, that is true. Who was our second pick here?
Probably Tamar, right?
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say
think
probably
it's
yeah.
Tamar. I mean, is St. Vrain ever?
We have 3 starters already. I can't imagine it's right to pick
There was a
another
one-hit wonders St. Vrain that was like a critical card for that format a year or two ago, right?
I don't remember, but it sounds
All right.
possible.
Okay, an Urban Shocker. So we actually have a legit rotation this time. And
Are
I
you-
mean, you got to let me take
Oh.
Jack Cust, I assume, right?
I think I'd take Sandoval and Cuss.
I was gonna take Sandoval and Shocker.
Okay, well, I think it can't be a
So it's
Warbot
those
stream.
three.
It can't be a Warbot stream and not take Jack Cust, right?
It's the
Yeah.
wrong part.
It is the
Sandoval's
wrong
a
part,
really,
but it is
Sandoval's a
1995. It is Jack Cust.
yeah.
Sandoval
Sandoval's
does play catcher too.
Sandoval does technically play catcher, 38 ability.
He's a reverse split righty, which is very nice for
And Shocker,
I think. Well, I guess you probably don't want
Shocker
reverse
is
here.
like
the
no home
homers are
run
not wonderful for the
in
park.
the
Yeah.
90s. Yeah.
Actually, maybe you're right. Maybe Shocker is just not great because you want the
So
splits the other way.
Cust and Panda?
Yeah, maybe that's that. Yeah.
Let's
Is
I'll
it
go.
for
ever
that.
is it ever Tommy Butts and his 93 range?
No. No.
Wait, Tommy Butts' nickname was Pee Wee.
If you're gonna take you take is Tovar if you're gonna take a card
I
like
think
this.
even probably Ron Hansen is better, right? Ron
Oh,
Hansen
yeah,
has the
or
100
Ron
range,
Hansen.
and
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. We'll go with the Sandoval.
Yeah.
The thing is, I wanted
Actually, even-
Tristan at third.
That's fine. I mean, one of them plays or one of them plays third. It doesn't really matter. I really like Colson Montgomery, but it is not a good park for him.
I do really like Colson Montgomery. Winter's not awful.
Rhodes is a
Cliff
very good
Johnson could be our
reliever.
catcher.
So is Wainwright, right? Yeah, Cliff Johnson.
Cliff Johnson could be
Catches,
another
second.
non-catcher catcher.
Yep. We have no center fielder right now.
How much do you hate it?
And
How much will you
no
hate me if you
shortstop.
take Arthur Rhodes here?
I don't hate Rhodes.
Yeah, I don't in do or die, I don't hate this. I mean, you're sort of either taking backups or relief pitchers at this point. And I kind of like
Maybe
relief
it's
pitchers
Rhodes
anyway.
and Cliff Johnson at catcher.
We could take Colson and play him at
Could
short.
Could also take George Winter.
I don't
hate
remember
that.
what that card looks like.
Winter kind of sucks.
Yeah, he's not very good. I think we're gonna get better silvers than that.
All right, Cliff or
Wainwright's also a good reliever.
We could take Wainwright. Wainwright's probably not terrible either.
Yeah.
I think it's Colson or Wainwright. I don't know. Colson's hard to fit on the roster because
How
he
about
just
we just
takes
go
a
Rhodes
panda.
Wainwright? We'll have a bullpen.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I guess we could play Sandoval at catcher, but that seems just as bad
I
as playing
don't-
Colson at short.
Well, here you go. Here's our third baseman. It's Daniel Murphy.
Yep, Daniel Murphy's good. Actually, Murphy is what Murphy and Juice to play
Well,
short.
hold on.
Probably
I kind of wanted to take Giles, but
we can't take. Well, Johnson actually plays short. That's true. But Juice has got to be better than Giles. There's no
all right,
way.
just let Juice play short then, or something.
Yeah.
All right.
Right. There's no good starters here. Yeah. So we have no choice.
Okay.
I think Elder is a borderline guy.
Is it Verdon Davis, or do
Yeah.
we hate Davis in this format?
Well, Verdon for sure. We have no center fielder, and he's good. So that seems easy.
Probably Davis, right?
Davis seems fine, yeah.
I don't see another good card. Right. There's just trash. So
Yeah, it's trash.
All right.
yeah.
We need a couple starters still. I think Nolan is our fourth starter. And
Yeah.
Nuxhall. That's easy, right? I so want to take Benji Molina, but I
Okay,
think it's
Stubby Overmeyer is actually not so bad for this era.
that is true. Nuxhall was legitimately just excellent. Nolan fits the park.
Yeah, I think the Nuxhall is gonna be
Probably
better than
Nuxhall,
Stubby.
yeah.
Maybe it's Nuxhall Stubby?
No, I think Nolan's
I
also.
think it's
Yeah, I think it's probably Nolan
Ryan.
Nuxhall, but Stubby's not that bad.
Yeah, all right.
But I think it probably is just the Nolan Nuxhall better card, so we take him.
Kenley's fine in this park. I kind of like Hank Thompson. Candelaria is not horrible in this park either.
We could take Neto to back stuff up and let Murphy not have to play second.
Or you could just take Bobby Grick to do that. Doesn't Tamar Johnson
Yeah.
cover short?
Yeah,
Well, I'm
actually,
saying,
Bobby's a good call. Yeah, just let Bobby play.
Yeah,
second.
that's probably true. Yeah, so we have no backup shorts with them, but we'll find one. That's
Piggy.
fine.
We're taking Piggy.
Does Piggy play short? I think he does, right?
Doesn't Tamar Johnson also play short?
Well, that is our shortstop. We don't have another shortstop.
Right.
Oh, juiced.
This little
Oh,
Piggy
juiced. I forgot we
plays.
had juiced.
This little
I'm
Piggy
stupid.
plays second, short, left, center, and right.
Yeah, Piggy
Yeah,
for
card's
sure.
just That card's awesome. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Chacon is also an excellent option.
How many pitchers do we have total? It's blocked by
You need-
the.
We have
more
8
pitchers.
pitchers, and we're gonna have 6 more picks after this.
So we probably need 4 out of 6 then.
I like Chacon though. It's just a good card.
There's also Steve Neal has a lot of eye.
Steve O'Neill does
So
have
if
a
we-
lot of eye.
If we take these two, our last 6 picks basically have to be 1 catcher, 4 pitchers, and an outfielder.
Yeah,
Well,
we need
Piggy,
outfield.
but Piggy
Yeah.
actually plays left
Piggy
center.
plays
right.
outfield. Piggy plays outfield. Yeah.
Piggy plays outfield.
Sure, but that's 4 total outfielders, and we have to let Jack Cust play in there. So
True.
Hey, Jack Cust claims to be an outfielder.
I mean, we can. These are the 2 best cards, but it locks the next picks a lot. Like we don't have a lot of flexibility then. Which is probably fine.
Yeah, whatever. We're not. It's single elimination, Okay, can I just take Earl Williams even though he's not a catcher because he's sort of a catcher?
He's
By the
gonna
way,
be a
notice
catcher. Oh,
that
is it-
technically we could go backup catcherless because Panda plays catcher.
That's true. I feel like Benintendi is probably a pretty easy one.
Yeah.
I do like
I
Earl
really
Williams.
like
He's really
Earl
good.
Williams.
He's
but
really good for this era.
he is excellent for this era. But Panda can be a backup catcher. And we need 4 more pitchers.
All these pitchers are bad though.
All right. Do we just do Earl Williams? Hey, wait, there's Robert Stevenson. I've been told he's really good.
He's not.
Earl Williams, I guess.
What's the other option? Just a pitcher because we need pitchers.
Blyer. Maybe.
Oakert has a lot of
Jackson?
stuff in PF, but like nothing else, like complete zeros.
And a Splitty, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe it's Oakert instead of Blyer.
I don't know. Is
All right,
are we
just
gonna?
go Earl. Just go Earl, and we're committed to 4 pitchers down the stretch.
I guess so. We gotta get something better, right?
All right.
Yeah, I think so.
String Bean. Oh, String Bean's a pitcher that plays some outfield.
Plays outfield. Yeah.
Yeah,
he's
And
very
he's a
good.
decent pitcher too.
And it's Ogando or Garland, right?
Probably
Garland.
Garland.
Ogando's sort of fine, and Garland is sort of fine and less splitty.
Yeah, I think I prefer Garland.
All right. I guess we can't take we can't take Bavak. Can we take Bavak and go 11 pitchers?
Why?
Because he's
Yeah,
got
where
a
are we
big
gonna-
bat.
I know we're
It's not,
playing.
as,
him,
not
though.
as big as Earl Williams. Like,
That's
what?
true.
Yeah, I don't think we're
All right,
playing on the roster.
So I'm sure it's Suter, right?
Yeah, Suter's good. And then I don't know any other live
And then there's
pitchers. So
Rusinski, whose nickname is Rusinski.
wait, really?
Take a look.
What a nickname!
Oh my god. What the hell?
Whoever came up with that one?
In case you were wondering how you're supposed to pronounce his name, he's helping you with his nickname.
That's
It probably
weird.
is Colin Snyder over Rusinski though,
I wouldn't want to take Rusinski.
just because nickname.
The nickname.
All right,
Oh, the
just for the
lives-
nickname, we're going Rusinski.
The lives of cities of birth now that was a recent change, right? I don't remember that being the case before.
The lives have what?
If you go back to the compare screen, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't for gameplay, but
What was it?
the lives have an actual birthplace listed. I don't think they used to.
Oh. Are they real or are they? Because I know the game auto generates them sometimes and they don't always match.
I have absolutely no idea. Let's find out.
All
Is
right, let's
this
spot check one.
Rusinski? Okay, Rusinski
Is he
says he was
from
born.
Broken Arrow? Is what it said in the game.
Well, it says he went to high school in Tulsa, so that seems reasonable. I don't see a birthplace list. Oh no, born in Wisconsin. Maybe he grew up in that place.
Let's check one more. Cesar Salazar, South Tucson, Arizona.
Cesar Salazar. Okay. Basil Darwin said no. He was born in Mexico.
Okay, so I think they may, because that's what it does in game, is it just kind of makes up. And I
But
assume
again,
Colin Snyder is not from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, then.
he went to high school. So Salazar went to high school in Tucson. So again, this could be like
Okay, so maybe
where they're.
maybe it's pulling it from high school data and it's just calling
I think
that
it's
place
pulling
of
it.
birth because
Yes, I think that's what's
so it's
happening.
probably
Yeah,
pulling from a real database.
Snyder was born in Nashville, went to high school in Murfreesboro.
Okay, that makes
So I think
sense.
that is what's happening. Yeah.
All right, that makes sense then. But what I want to know is Rusinski's nickname actually Rusinski?
Let's see what BRef says.
Because that would be like the best nickname in sports, right?
Well, it's probably like his players' weekend thing or something. Yes, it does list his nickname as Rusinski with an S, according to Baseball Reference. But I think that's where they pulled him from. Pretty sure that's where the in-game nicknames come from.
That is incredible. All right, we're taking Rusinski. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, are we putting in a normal cap strat this time?
Yeah, it's fine.
This is all
anyway.
like reasonable-ish, right?
Yeah, sure.
I really dislike that type of bullpen usage, but
Yeah, I did too.
We clearly don't believe in defensive. You know what? Just let the AI decide. If it wants defensive subs, we're defensive subbing.
Yes, Philosopher Code is going to play all three positions at once in the next inning.
It is always going to be second.
His range might actually be as big as like Termar, Sandoval, and Juiced combined.
No, Juiced has 80.
All right. I think we totally. This is totally not the worst draft we've done on stream.
No, this one's pretty decent, actually.
All right.
This one really is not that bad.
Should we do a quick PTCS review since no one else seems to recognize the tournaments on the mainstream, and then do our surprise?
Yeah. Sure.
All right. So I think for the PTCS, the fun thing to do is just, mainly to talk about some of the strategic decisions we made that were different from tournament to tournament. That's kind of what I was asked about. So should we just go through?
Yeah. Sure. I guess, if you do by fixed time tournaments, then you'll
tournament time
for type
filter,
type filter, yeah.
Let's do it. Now, I only was in 8 of them, so we're going to have to get some help from you on the other 2. Well, actually, the draft, there's no point in talking about, like, strategy. It was a draft. But let's talk about the 8 constructed, maybe.
Sure.
All right.
I mean, open there wasn't that much, actually. I don't think there's really anything to talk about there. You just put all the good cards in and you're done.
Yeah, Sport, I think this is top 5 for our draft.
This might be top 1. Our drafts are not good.
And then we're gonna bring Spore on and do the like special maybe thing.
Yeah, I mean we could do it with a few people. It's probably fine, but yeah.
So quick review. So here's Iron. I didn't do that well in Iron. I don't know how deep you went. I know you had a rough run in some game 7s.
Yeah, I won I think 2 rounds in Iron and then lost, so not great.
So the decision I made in Iron was actually to run a 4-man rotation, basically because that's where I saw the big gap. And what did you do?
I don't remember, actually.
You ran 5, it looks like.
Some of them I ran 5 hybriding.
Yeah, so it looks like you ran a hybrid. Because I think the big decisions
I ran a hybrid.
we made were like how to hybrid, right? So you ran 5 with 3 deep starters and 2 18 batters faced, it looks like.
Yes, I think so.
So
yeah, that's right.
Do you want to kind of mention, just because like I felt it sort of helpful to mention some of the thought process here. Like, what is it that drove you to kind of think you should run 3 deep and 2 short when, if you ran all of them short, you're kind of using the bullpen, but by running 2 of them short, you still had to include 11 arms, right?
Yeah, so there were a couple things. So the first, this one, I think I just thought that the cutoff was there were 3 good ones, and then there was a pretty big drop after the 3. I chose to run 2 righties because sort of as long as I'm already running 3 righties, why not? But the other reason to do it was that in some formats, gold, I think, is one of these in particular. I really wanted to platoon a lot of places. And
Yeah.
Iron, I was having a hard time figuring out a good way to back up right field.
Yeah. So here I see of the 15 on your roster, you have 14 starting somewhere.
Right. The problem was I was finding it very difficult to figure out a way to back up right field because Alex Cole and Bobby Del Greco both only and Odie McDowell all only play left and center.
Yeah, I see you put Willie Montanez on the roster. He's the only guy you've got who's just there to back up a position.
Yeah. So I was finding it very difficult to back up right field because I wasn't willing to let Rusty Kuntz play right versus righties at all.
Yeah.
Um,
That makes sense.
So I had to figure out a way to get another person eligible to play right field onto the roster.
What I did was I was willing to let Rusty. I solved the problem just by saying Rusty will occasionally back up. He did get 3 games in right field and didn't hurt me that much in the end, but clearly would have if I went deeper.
Mhm.
So my solution to the problem instead here was actually I thought I could get away with 4 starters and running a deep pen, in part because I didn't see a good place I needed the 15th batter. I think I may have run the same 14 you did, actually. We ran Buddy Biancalana.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Okay, that sounds good.
Looks
Anything
like
else
you
we
ran
wanna...
Glenn Hubbard instead of Tom Brookins, but it's a pretty minor. I had those as very close. I don't think that's a big,
And in
big
the
difference.
end, I think we know a couple of these teams.
Yeah, that's the score. It's a nice run
Yeah.
for this thing.
We can show what Sporer did. So Sporer, it looks like, went with a straight 5 starters. It looks like all of them are running deep. So, okay, so Sporer pulled the trigger on something we both discussed. We both had a lot of discussion. Should you run Floyd Yeomans because there are a lot of righties and just, so Floyd, to remind everybody, super splitty card. Best card in Iron, probably period, still against righties. Much weaker against lefties to the point that is like a 2-way card, probably unplayable.
Yeah.
But this was a meta where a lot of the left-handed bats that play in Iron weren't eligible for the era. So you can see, like, for example, what Sporer was running. Sporer, versus righties was still running 5 righties and 4 lefties. So
Yep.
Sporer did take the plunge to run Yeomans. I didn't. I know we both discussed putting him
I
on
thought
the
about
roster
it.
and microing.
Yeah.
And just
So
running him against the players that didn't have righties.
I did that with John Candelaria and Diamond, but I did not do it with humans. And the reason is basically, so in Diamond, I thought there was like all righty starters, and that maybe if people would run like left-handed hitters and then other left-handed hitters, that I could get them with Candelaria because they weren't ready for a Candelaria, especially because he's limited. But I thought in Iron there was enough potential to get lefties in against humans.
Yeah,
That
I
there
looked at
was
this and
risk of
like you
micro
see with
being microed
Sporer's build,
against.
for example, he's running all but 1 righty in this tournament. Similarly, my
Yeah.
pitching staff, I have 10 righties, 2 lefties, and I kind of forced Flanagan in there because I was desperate to at least have some left-handed option. You're probably something similar. You found
Yeah, I
some
think I ran.
lefties to force into the bullpen for the same
Yeah.
reason, but it's an all-righty rotation.
Yeah. So like, but like if I had seen someone running a humans against me and I was microing, I would have like forced my Willie Montañez in, I would have forced my Alex Cole in, I would have,
Yeah.
I would have gotten extra lefties in the lineup against him.
So yeah, I mean, I ran a very verse righty heavy lineup in the way I built this for the same reason. But this may be one where I kind of outthought myself because in the end, if you look at, like I said, the teams that were standing at the end, right? Sporer ran Yeomans, and the Grabsters ran 10 righties. Right?
Yeah. And including, so I think this is the thing, the reason to run 5 starters to me was that it let you get away with only 5 relievers instead of having to run 6 or 7.
Okay.
Um,
Good. So
I think that's
Iron.
another reasonable. Yeah.
And again, if people have questions on this, feel free to ask. We're happy to kind of mention it. Oh, hey, Doc is doing his draft. Let me enter 1 ticket in there just because I always do. And actually, I'll mention to him because maybe if he raids into us afterward, that's a good time to do the surprise, actually.
Yeah, whenever. I mean, we keep talking about it and then delaying.
Yeah, well, because yeah, all right, well, we don't have to do this review. It just seemed like people had asked, so
No,
it
no, I think
seemed like
it's
good
good to do
timing.
it, and we have to do it today if we're going to do it. So
Um, yeah. So Spore, I know you said you could have had an extra hitter, but again, you're the one standing at the end, right? So it means whatever compromises you make, at a minimum, like the way we always think about tournaments is that there are a lot of things you can do to lose yourself a tournament, and very few things you can do that'll automatically win one. You know,
yep. But that was the thing
so the
last
fact you're
last.
standing at the end means you avoided doing all the things that lost you a tournament, and you gave yourself a legitimate shot to win it.
That was the thing last week. Not last week, last month with the dead ball. The way I felt like that one, like I did quite well in those. Was that there was like some sort of minimum level of like sort of these basic things that you have to do in dead ball to have a competent roster. And then once you do those, it's very coin flippy. But there were enough people that didn't do them that like the people who did tended to do quite well
Yeah,
until they got to other people who
and
did, and
and
then
last
you
time
coin flipped
it
against
was
them.
your turn to have the really good deep run, right? You got two of them, right?
Yeah, I got two wins in the second, so that was like
That's a
much more than you could
pretty
possibly
good set
ask
of
for.
results. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of luck in that, especially because dead ball. Once you get to the last few rounds where everyone is doing like the sort of necessary stuff, then it's total coin flips.
Yeah.
Um,
All
but
right, so bronze. So bronze, I did the kind of thing you did before, where I kind of wanted to run the 18 batters faced, but I had McNally as being just significantly better than everything else out there, to the point that I decided I would get more usage out of running McNally as deep as possible every fifth day, rather than running him on a really short hook every fourth day. And you can see the difference, right? So McNally threw 64 and two-thirds innings and 9 starts for me. And like, these other guys on 18 batters faced, 9 starts, 41 innings instead. So even if, I had been able to run him every fourth day, he wouldn't have thrown 64 innings for me. I actually was getting more innings out of McNally every fifth day doing it this way. So I did the kind of hybrid thing you did, even though it meant I was running 12 pitchers because I still needed 7 bullpen arms to 18 batters faced to everybody. Um,
yeah, yeah, I think this was one
and you,
where
how did you play this one?
so I think this is one where I made a mistake. So I had a sort of a weird thing in this one where I had like 6 or 7 starters that I thought were very dependent on which kinds of splits or opposing batters you were getting. So like this Eckersley is a really good example where some the roster, some people running against him, Eckersley was like the best starter in the format, and against other rosters, Eckersley was terrible. And kind of what I decided to do was to run 5, but then be ready to switch out starters with my bullpen, depending on what matchups I got.
Yeah, Deshays was sort of going to be in the same boat, I guess.
Yeah, and it just didn't really work all that well.
You just
I
never quite
wasn't
got
happy
the
with it.
lopsided enough options, you mean?
Yeah, it didn't seem to. I didn't seem to get the matchups I was hoping to get.
Well,
Um,
in the end, or we played in this one, right?
yeah, we played in this one.
And so here I had 14, but they were all starting somewhere. So you see the mix I had. So I think one of the only ones running. There were a couple cards I think I was one of the only ones running. Uh, the Joe Morgan, we were two of only a couple I think running with this like
Yes,
funny
that
profile.
that card was really good.
But
More
I
people should
think
run
that
that
worked
card.
well against you specifically. That was kind of a counter to some of what you were doing.
Yes, I was expecting there to be righties at a lot of these positions, and you got some lefties in that I wasn't
Yeah, so
hoping I would
I
see.
sort of forced in a couple cards like that. And we played a really close series in the end.
Yes.
Where was
Yeah,
ours?
and I switched to a little bit of 18 batters face at the end of that series because I had extra bullpen fatigue, but that didn't really work that much better. So
Yeah, no, we played 7 and it was a series that clobbered both of us. But you so took
yeah,
me half of the next series to recover from like our series.
yes, that was a very close
Um,
series. Yeah.
so Mark,
Um,
best of 7 modern meta. Normally I want 7 bullpen arms. but if I have starters with relatively low stamina and I'm running some openers, you sometimes even need an eighth.
It also depends on the run environment. In Diamond and Open, it's really getting kind of high, so I'm almost inclined to run a 13th.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true.
Um,
But it was pretty low in. I mean, there wasn't a huge amount of runs in this form, especially because the park was a little bit plus
Yeah,
pitching.
it's
the other
totally
one,
dependent on the run environment if you can squeeze or need to run extra.
the
It's
other
not
thing I
just
should point
moderate.
out is in this tournament, the fact that I ran 7 bullpen arms ended up being incredibly important. So one of the things I always kind of point out to people is if you're going to win a tournament, you're going to play some long series and have to survive them and be able to play another one back to back, right? And here I had no off day and then ran into this back to back, 15 inning game, everyone use a bunch of bullpen, then another extra inning game with tired bullpens. And I ended up actually needing the 12th arm to kind of get past that.
Yeah, I mean we'll talk about Gold in a second, but Gold I think was the most interesting build, and I had sort of an interesting way of dealing with this situation. But yeah, I mean I think there in general two ways. Either you just have 5 big starters and like they can pitch enough, and you really won't run out of fatigue if you do that, or you have to get the 7th on. Like
Yeah.
just straight up 4, I don't think worked. Yeah,
And this is where I
or
went
the
with the
8th, I guess
hybrid
would be.
here. So, all right. So we do silver?
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot more to say about this. I guess the benefit, the advantage I got from only having 11 pitchers was I got Marty Barrett in because I could play Rick Burleson as dedicated backup instead of having to play Jody Reed. So that's basically the trade-off for the extra pitcher.
Yep. So silver was the one where I actually thought there was a big gap between the starters and the relievers, and the starters were better, so I just ran 5 starters. And I almost only went with 4 arms in the pen, but I couldn't actually find a good 17. Like you can see, even with 16, 4 of mine didn't start anywhere. So I couldn't find a way to use much. But I thought Lamar Hoyt was just far better than everyone else in the format, and I lost in the first round. So
Yeah, well, I also lost in the first round, so maybe this is not wasn't to talk about. But I hybrided here again. I started Hoyt
yeah,
and Carlton
actually
deep, and
I got reverse swept in the first round by the Springfield
oh, that's fun.
Blackbirds.
It's Mac Jack's old, right? If I'm not mistaken,
That might be, yeah.
I believe
And a
so.
bunch of close games, and if you have a good bill, that happens, right? Um,
Yeah,
you you played
I played Khan in the first round, which is
Khan.
not a great matchup
So
to
you
start
also
with.
went
But
5, it looks like, but you went.
yeah,
Was this
I
5 with
got beaten
short hooks,
fairly
or were
badly
they
in this
just
thing.
pulled for ineffectiveness?
No, Carlton and Hoyt had long hooks, and the other 3 had short hooks, but they also
Okay, and
sucked.
that's why you
Uh,
ran the 6. So you did the hybrid thing I was doing in bronze,
yeah,
and then you
yep,
similar. So you found more platoons than I did. Oh, I see. So you pulled the trigger on Biff, which is interesting. I know we discussed like, could you run Biff as a catcher? You did pull the trigger on that, it
yeah.
looks
I
like.
thought Biff was fine in this era for catcher. Um, Jody Davis. I thought Biff, Jody Davis, and Cerrone were the 3 like reasonable options, and I guess you
Okay.
probably played Davis and Cerrone.
And looking at the winner, Brook and Atlantics, so we've seen around a bunch. So actually, the Atlantics looks like they run exactly the same staff I did, I think. They ran the Steve Blass and Bob Gibson in the pen, which I didn't. Um, and they also went with 16, but see, they also found more platoons than I did. And this is something I've noticed in the game engine that I feel like there's a fatigue hook in here, probably. But it does seem like even if you have the same player that's better on both sides, if it's close on one side, it somehow ends up being more effective to platoon it.
Yeah, I think usually that's the case. Yeah.
And I haven't quite figured out why, but it does seem to be a good rule of thumb. So the fact that they found 6 platoons in a tournament that didn't actually have a lot of them, I think may have been one of the reasons they did so well. So that was a nice building job to find them.
Yeah, the thing that I was struggling with a lot at this one was how to deal with second base because Blankenship I thought was pretty clearly first, and then it was very ugly.
Yeah, and I'm looking that also their opponents in the finals. Oh, we know this guy.
Yeah,
So also found also went with 10 and 16, but also again found the 6 platoons.
Yeah, so they played
So
Karoo. I thought about Karoo, but it didn't seem great. I
no,
don't
I
know.
didn't really want to run. I really just wanted to run Blankenship, but I think the point either way is, you know, I think one difference between the teams that went deep and us is that they found kind of 6 platoons in a meta where we thought the starters were just a lot better than the reserves.
Yeah,
So
I think I had 4 or 5. No, I think 4, yeah, 4. So
So I'm
yeah.
gonna have to go. I mean, the rest of these, if you want to make fun of my rosters, is the worst I've ever done in a PTCS. I didn't make it out of the second round in 7.
Ooh, that's
ouch.
pretty unlucky.
I think the one you just passed, Silver, was the best I did. I won 2 games in the second round. I think I just built it like it was mine. I don't know. I just felt like there was a huge difference between the cards that were good and the cards that were bad, and I just built it like a modern roster, and I did
Hmm.
horribly. So feel free
Yeah,
to
no,
make
Well,
fun
gold.
of
Oh,
me.
gold. Well, gold. Gold was frustrating. Gold. I had a really solid build going. Got up 2-0, and then blew the lead in the quarters. But
yeah.
But
I,
I have to go. I'll come back
all
if I
right.
can. But
okay, see ya. Good having you on. Yeah, I thought gold was the most interesting format for me to build. Um, this one was very tricky.
Yeah. So this was funny for me. I ran 4 starters and 18 batter faced the 5th, which still required an extra bullpen arm. It was just a weird like drop off.
So well, I want to talk about batters here first. I think the batters drove a lot. I think the batters drove pitching decisions for me in this case a lot more than the.
Yeah, and I still played bronzy here.
I did too. So the thing is,
Yeah,
I
pull up
ended up
yours.
playing a ton of these really splitty guys. Like I played McGriff, I played Gary Gaetti, George Brett, Clefairy, Strawberry, Tommy Davis, like just all of these unbelievably splitty players. Um, and when you do that, it basically means you have to have a lot. Like you cannot run 14. I don't think I couldn't run 14 players
Right.
doing
I
this.
agree. Yeah,
Um,
I played some of them. Like I played some of the ones you mentioned, but I think you played 1 or 2 more than I did, right?
yeah, but I sort of thought that like it wasn't realistic to run an all one side rotation in this format. Like I couldn't find either 5 good righties or 5 good lefties. So I figured like, okay, if someone's going to play a all same side rotation against me, they have to pick like 1 or 2 not great cards. Um,
And is that what you ran into? Let me see what you ran. Oh, so you also made the quarters.
yeah, so I just lost a team that was similar to mine. Um,
Yeah, okay,
for
that's
the
a
most
mixed
part.
rotation, similar to the stuff we were talking about, and
Yeah,
just got beat because at that stage in the tournament everybody's good, and
right.
you know.
So what I ended up doing, I did something that was a bit strange, and it was pretty heavily micro reliant. So I thought Stan Bonson was the best starter in this format by a decent amount. So I let Bonson go, and then I thought the next like 5 to 10 starters were pretty similar. So I started off 18 batters facing them, and then the plan was just like I'm gonna look every game. If I'm fatigued, I let the guy go to save my bullpen, and if I'm not fatigued, I give him 18 batters faced.
Right.
And it sort of worked for a little bit. It wasn't actually that bad. Um, but it also gives you the chance to like switch handedness if you want to, because none of your guys are ever going to get like super fatigued. Like it's. I thought it was interesting,
Yeah.
but it seemed like it was just a bit difficult to keep up with the fatigue at some point. So it didn't work super great
And it
in the
looks like
end.
so the team that ended up winning actually was the opposite. Wow, they platooned almost nothing. You know, honestly, I really don't like this build.
I don't either. Is that I assume that's the gold Chet Lemon? I didn't think that card was
Must be, yeah.
anywhere close. I would rather run the silver, I think.
Okay, I actually really don't like this build compared with the others we looked at.
No, I don't either.
Okay, yeah, bread on both sides is going to be a wow.
Well, sometimes you get lucky.
Okay. Well, Not as much a fan of that build, but you know what? They're the ones that are going home with a Seaver, so
Yeah.
shows what we know.
I didn't like Littell. I thought about, but I thought he was just too splitty. I didn't think that would work. But I
I,
guess
I
oriental
had him up
flanning.
there in my model, and I think if I had added 1 or 2 arms, he would have been in the next 1 or 2, but he didn't quite make it.
Yeah. It just seemed like he was too splitty to function all that
Um,
well.
yeah, I mean, well, pretty much the best team usually doesn't win, right? I mean, usually, there are a bunch
Well,
of
I
teams that can win, and you're somewhere in there, and like, one of the strong teams wins, but not necessarily the best. But that's a build that I'm really surprised went that deep.
yeah, I am as well.
They must have had a path where they kind of really never got hurt by the platoon disadvantages somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, there is luck, like Strada said. You
Um,
can just kind of luck your way through one of these. It is possible.
all right, Diamond. Okay, so this isn't exactly what I ran because it looks like there's the residue of some micro in here. Lamar Hoyt was my 5th starter, and I was actually running 5 starters, but with the bottom 3, including Hoyt, at 18 batters faced.
Yeah, so this is where I thought Candelaria was good to have, but I didn't like him as a starter unless you got someone who was doing like the only play lefties, because I don't think there's any lefties stuff. I
Yeah,
wasn't
I
like
thought I
sold on
might
him
get
just
one of
starting.
those, but as it turns out, I also just had him as pretty good. Um,
Mm.
like if you look at the splits, there are no lefty righty splits in tournaments.
Yeah, no splits in tournaments.
Never mind. Yeah, I mean, but he was actually pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, like if you get the lefties, he's going to be the best starter, but it's just a question of can you get the lefties?
Yeah, so here again, I ran 14. Tommy Harper just sort of randomly ended up needing to make up the numbers. But this
Yep.
did feel like one where you want to platoon everything in the outfield, and then the others, it's just play the best player.
Yeah, I ran a couple on this roster of sort of relatively rare limited cards.
Yeah, let's take a
PTMS
look
on
at what
just,
you were doing.
and I think those cards gave me a little more platooning. Some of them.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna be honest.
Um,
I mean, it's funny because I ended up winning the tournament, uh, and I thought this was my weakest roster, and I'm not
yeah, I
quite
mean your
sure what
roster looked
happened.
fine.
What?
I don't think your roster looked. I mean, you're missing
Well,
Perry.
the
Perry
way
was
I
an
looked
important
at
card,
it
but
was, I thought I was missing Perry, Martinez, and I remember who the third one was. I had one more key starter above Candelaria that I was missing.
um, I don't know. Hershiser and Denny were, I think, pretty clear the top two.
Hershiser, Denny, Perry. Well, I had Hershiser, Denny, Perry, Martinez, must have, and then there were a couple options like as alternatives to Candelaria, but I was just missing them. And the
All right, hold
problem
on, hold on,
is,
hold on, hold
yeah,
on. Wait a second. EVC, you can fix your A-Rod by putting him at shortstop. Please, please. He doesn't belong at third. Don't do it. It's painful. Stop. Put him back at shortstop. Okay, sorry. You go on.
no, EDC is in NYC. In NYC, A-Rod plays third.
Oh.
Cuellar is fine. Cuellar I had available though. But like if you look at Perry, right? So it's limited because of PTCS card. You see all of these Perrys in the tournament, right? These are all like I had them as, you know, a third to half a run better than anything I could run, right? I would have run Perry deep instead of running these guys at 18 batters faced.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I did. I ran Hershiser, Denny,
Right.
Perry deep.
Dennis
Yeah.
Martinez, similarly, okay, actual limited edition card, but again, a lot of copies in the tournament, and a lot of these are sort of the usual suspects of teams with really solid bills that have a lot of the good cards in the game and know how to use them, right?
Yeah, I thought Perry was actually a decent bit better than Martinez for this, but
So I
Martinez
thought they were
will still would
both.
have
The
run if
point
I
is, I
had one.
thought they were both a lot better than like Candelaria, Chance, and Lamar Hoyt were my 3 bottom starters. I thought they were both a lot better than that. Right? So I was missing, I felt like 2.5 starters. And what I expected was going to happen in the tournament was that basically at some point, like you saw, it was basically the same list of like 10 or 15 teams roughly for most of those. So I thought I was going to run into a team that had both of them. And at that point, like with the gap in the rotation and kind of what that means when the rotation, kind of pushes down to like a gap in the pen. Hiller is the other card that felt key. That's right. It was Hiller was the other key
Yeah,
card that
Hiller's
I was
good.
missing.
Hiller was
So
good.
I was missing 3 key pitchers. And again, there are also a bunch of Hillers in this tournament. There are a lot of Hillers in this tournament, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there's hitters too. I mean, it's not just the pitchers.
No, there are both. So I had all the hitters I
Yeah.
wanted. But I'm saying those 3, I felt I was missing 3 of the 5 or 6 premium pitchers in the tournament. And all of them were somewhat hard to get, right? As you can see, Hillers were the most. But what I looked at and I said was missing 3 of them, I have no chance. So I can either try to buy all 3 and like put 600,000 points into attacking this tournament, or I can punt on it. And I said, look, I'll just punt on it. When I run into the teams that have everything, I'm going to lose, and I'm going to focus on the other things. And the crazy thing is, I somehow managed to get a schedule where I avoided almost all of those cards. I faced one Dennis Martinez, I faced no Gaylord Perrys, and I believe I faced no Hillers out of the like 25 or 30 or so of the tournament.
Yeah, that's decent.
And that was the only reason that I ended up winning it, is I just had this perfect path with what was perfectly good build on like the conceptual side, but I was actually missing 3 of the 6 big pitchers and had no business kind of winning an all-out tournament, and I just got like a perfect path.
Unless it happens. I mean, that's
It can happen, but like if you run this, if you run this tournament, I think I win it less than 1 out of 128, basically.
I don't know. You're still going to be a lot of an average team, but you are
Yeah,
behind
but
the
so
very
much
top
of the win
ones.
percentage is going to be like the problem is the 10 or so teams that have all 3 of those cards probably beat me 75% of the time in
Yeah,
a series, and I should have to face 3 of those teams plus, 4 other series that are playable, right?
yeah. There's David Justice too. That's another big card.
Yeah, I was also missing David Justice. That's what I'm saying. I was just missing so many cards that like I put the best roster together I could, but I thought this was the weak one. I will though highlight one fun decision I made. So down 2-0 against Castroville in the final. I was just watching the replay and I saw Dick Allen not run out a ground ball. I just kind of said, screw it, we're just having fun with this anyway. I'm going to send a message to my team that like they need to hustle, and I am force benching Dick Allen for the next game. In the next game, the following things happened, okay? We had Sisto Lescano twice, okay? Twice decide that he was going to try to go to first to third, let Roger Maris sort of decide to try to throw him out at third base, throw the ball in the stands. One of them, Kirk Gibson, then hit a home run on the next pitch. The other, we scored a couple more in the inning, So just that, the extra hustle, and we got 2 errors out of like the excellent fielding Roger Maris.
Yeah, it works out.
And then the very next game, Maris did it again. Although we also did get 2 runners thrown out at home, so maybe we over hustled. But it just goes to show you that, sometimes having a little fun with it works.
Yeah, apparently.
I don't know that benching Dick Allen was the correct decision, but,
Probably not.
But look, Dick Allen, when he came back from his 1-game benching, hit a triple.
All right,
So
there you go.
he was clearly motivated to run, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But no, that one I do kind of feel bad about because I honestly think if you rank builds, I don't think I had like a technical flaw in the build that killed it, but just missing cards, I don't think I was in the top 15 to 20 builds.
Yeah, I mean, in that one, I think I ran Justice, the PTMS Andres Galarraga, Hiller, Perry. I think there was one other limited card too. Oh no, maybe that's it. I think there's Reggie Jackson. So
Right.
I ran like 5 limited cards in that
I
thing. Which I mean,
ran exactly one of those 5 in Reggie, and I would have run the
yeah,
other 4 if I owned the other 4, and I didn't own the other 4.
right. Yes, it's that one is there was a lot of just like cards that were limited that
Yeah,
you really wanted. Yeah.
absolutely. Open I can't click on because that was the one I forgot to qualify for. So if you have anything you want to say about the open,
Um,
go ahead, and I will bring up the weekly.
the only thing I'd say about Open, which was kind of funny, I had the number 1 shortstop was Immortal Robin Yount. My number 2 shortstop was 100 Ozzie Smith. My number 3 shortstop was Topps Robin Yount. My number 4 shortstop was limited edition Ozzie Smith.
Oh yeah, I think I had the same. Yeah. No, Case
Um,
Whiskey was actually not going to have to sit the next game for stamina anyway, but it was just we sent a message. You know, sometimes you just gotta send a message.
no, but otherwise in Open you basically just played the meta cards. You could fill a meta roster with stuff, so you just played
Sure,
them all.
yeah.
There wasn't
So
much interesting there.
weekly, I think the key decision was, you know, you're running Hank Aaron, you're running Willie Mays, you're running Sandy Koufax, and then what are you doing with your other 2 or 3 perfects? Um, so I ended up with, you know, Gidry, Saberhagen, and I split one into Lamar and Bronzy is the way I did it, with Charlie Lee as the last starter. You did you also go?
I would
You only went with 4 perfects and Oral, who was close to a perfect, plus Denny. So you had lower irons than I did, and still went for Bronzy, right?
Yes, I also ran Ray Burr as the number 5 starter, which I didn't see anyone else doing, and I'm not sure it was good. But he pitched really well in his one
But he
start,
did well for
so
you, yeah.
yeah.
Mine seemed to actually be the right combination, almost. So the pitching, like the third pitcher, really worked well until it didn't. But but in the final series I played, it was ridiculous. Win 2-0. You'll see a pattern here. Win 3-0. Lose 1-0. Win 4-0. Lose 1-0. Lose 1-0. Lose 3-0. 7 games, 7 shutouts, 3-1-0 losses. We won yeah. So we won every single game in the series in which we scored.
Right.
Um
Yeah, I mean, the
and
thing
so
that
what
was
I
interesting to
think
me,
that means is, you know, in retrospect, I think I was close to the right idea, but probably one of the 100 pitchers should have been like Steve Carlton and one more bronze bat, and I think that would have been exactly the right combination.
yeah, in retrospect, I think there was this offensive environment was a lot lower than I thought it was going to be. Like
Yeah, because I think people went pitching heavy, and if you look at the
yeah,
teams that won, um, so everyone's running Aaron Mays Koufax, so they went again 2 more pitchers, Saberhagen, Hershiser. But this was interesting. They actually went freehand, so it's a catcher's only
mm.
playing 2/3 of the time, but between that and Ozzy, they went defense heavy, and that seemed to
Well,
work pretty well.
you also the thing is if you run that freehand, you can't run the 44 freehand, who I saw a lot of people playing. So that's
Yeah, I wanted to
another
run the 44.
aspect of that.
So that's what they did. That was CF Genesis. And then the Governor Destroyers, they actually ran no 100 pitchers. So they ran like a sort of a silverist pitching staff in return for having a little bit deeper. And like this Earl Williams was a card I know we talked about.
Oh, they didn't play. I guess they probably just didn't own a maze.
If you don't
They
own a
didn't play
Maze, then
maze.
Brett would have been the next one, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Morgan too. I thought Morgan and Brett.
Um, yeah, so this was an interesting one. I think seeing what I've seen, I would have run almost the same thing, but I would have broken up Gidry into Carlton and maybe actually Earl Williams was the right bat.
Yeah, I think I think first base was interesting. I think maybe I would have tried to get like Wes Parker instead.
If you have to find a few more points somewhere. So I would have had to lose McDowell or something. I think we looked at that.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was
Well,
kind of an interesting build the way it played out.
the
And what
other
was
thing
and
that
wild
I
cards
think was
last, right? Go ahead.
worth mentioning there in the weekly was that there were actually a number of low tier limited edition cards that turned out to be really important, like Dave Collins and Joel Youngblood and Randall and Luzinski. And it was probably your roster suffered quite a lot without those low tier limited editions in this format.
Yeah. I think
Collins in
this-
particular, I thought was a
well. Actually, I also bought an LE for the wild card. You talked me into Necro at the last minute.
yeah. No, but it turns out Collins I think was actually a really important card for that format. Like when
Yeah.
I was going through it, like that 41 getting a real play for 41 was actually a pretty
I
useful
agree.
thing.
And the Necro got me a 4-1 loss in the first round here. So this was also a low cap format. I decided I wanted Cash as a big bat, Hershiser, Denny, and then it was basically kind of like your silver only type roster below that is what I ran. And
Yeah, I think I ran
it
something very
looked like you
similar.
ran something very similar to what I did.
I think I played Dick Allen instead of Cash, but other than that, it was
It was the same thing. It
very
was
similar.
Hershiser, Denny, Singleton, and a silver only style roster.
Yep. Yeah, basically,
Um,
yeah, it was Allen instead of Cash, and then pretty much the
And
rosters
there
were the
weren't a
same, I
lot
think.
of 70s available, which is why I bought Necro, was to try to get the extra pitcher in. You could
Yeah.
have just run 24, 25 here also.
Yeah, I mean, Tippy
Um,
Martinez was kind of the critical 70.
yeah, I didn't have a Tippy. And what did Topeka do? They Hershiser, Denny, Singleton, and then they actually went Bonson. So they went one more pitcher.
Yeah, I thought about
Um,
3 pitchers too. That seemed
s-
interesting.
so they went with a third pitcher in Bonson instead of kind of one big bat. And the other
Yep.
finalist, they
But the
tried to
thing is
go
that
with
like
two
the drop
bats. So
off,
they went with two
the
bats
drop off,
actually.
the drop off after Hoyt Carlton was so big that like it seemed like getting them those as your 2 fourth bit stars was pretty good. But
Yeah, they didn't play
yeah.
Hoyt. That's shocking to me.
So Carew, I don't like Carew much.
He's a nice guy, but card's horrible.
I played it in Diamond, but it was just because there was like nothing
Yeah.
else. But yeah, I don't like him for this cap much. I would have much rather played Cash or Justice. I mean, those are the kind of 3 bats I thought that spending the full slot on was worth it. Was Cash, Allen, and Justice, basically.
Yep. All right. So I think that was fun. So I think we could rate tournament cards, but I think this would be a fun time to show people the surprise idea we were looking at.
Yeah,
And I
I'm
think we
happy to
should
do that.
actually try a practice version of it. So with that in mind, Spore, are you still in chat? And do you want to jump on a call? In which case,
Oh, hold on.
wait,
Boris says wait. Okay, waiting.
wait.
We're
Maybe
really
we should do some tournament cards first.
Oh, what happened in draft PTCS? Oh.
Well, for draft PTCS, I wasn't going to mention it because sort of there isn't as much strategy. It's more about drafting the right thing. But if you're planning on jumping on a call and talking about some drafts, hint, hint, we could perhaps talk about a draft.
I will say in that daily draft, I thought I drafted like a really strong roster, and then you beat me. So, oops.
All right.
Apparently wasn't as strong as I thought.
Let's take a look at a draft. Let me see if I can figure out how to switch over to a call that Sporer would be on.
I think we need to leave this one and start a new one.
All right, I'm gonna try to switch over to calling both of you on Discord. Let me see if this works.
Okay.
As we prepare for massive technical difficulties.
Oh, did it work? Can people hear us still? Hello, hello, hello?
I think we got part of this to work. We'll see if we can get Sporer on here.
Okay, you can hear me. That's good, at least.
I can
Part
hear
one
you.
successful.
If I can hear you, it says that they can hear you.
Okay, let's assume they can. Yay! All right, people hear
Mr.
me.
Otta hears
Excellent.
isidafo. He may not be able to hear me.
Well, yeah. The question also if they want to hear me, which that's maybe we shouldn't answer that one.
Would you trust chat not to lie, though? Oh, you know what? This does work better with 4. EVC, if you're free, would you like to jump on also for this experimental thing we were going to show people?
Now we have to make a new call. That might be above the. Oh, we could do it.
We
We
could
can
do it.
manage.
Rather make slides? Well, he does say he has to make slides. But okay, all right, we got him. All right, let me figure out what I have to do to make this happen.
We promise it will only take a few hours at most.
No, I don't think it'll take more than well, you know what? I just shouldn't promise anything stream related, should I?
Yeah.
No, I shouldn't promise any. Okay, hold on. What I have? Okay, so I have
Okay,
to
30 minutes
okay,
actually
all right.
might not be it. 30 minutes actually might not be enough, to be honest.
Well, we'll set it up, and then you can decide whether you want to keep joining us. Spore, if you're there, I didn't catch you on the call, but I'm going to make another one with EVC. EVC, you probably have to accept a DM request or something so that I can then add you.
Yeah, to be friends, I think.
Okay. I think he's in the call.
Okay.
Spore has tech issues, it sounds like. Well, we never have tech issues on this stream. Spore has tech issues, it sounds like.
Oh, we got echoing all of a sudden.
It's me.
I've got
That's
EVC,
you, okay.
all right.
It's it was very Christmassy with that ring. It was very scary.
Yeah,
It's
Discord seems to have done something. Now,
well, they had one for Halloween too, like some weird thing, but
welcome, by the way. Is this the first time we've had you on our stream? I know we've been back and forth.
It's the first time I think we've ever been seen together in the same place.
All right.
Actually,
wow.
In that
we're not
case, I
seen
think we have to
together.
ask you an important question, which is what hat you're wearing.
I am not wearing a hat at the moment.
Oh,
believe it or not.
He's hatless.
Man, immersion is ruined.
I was wearing a ski cap today because it was a little cold in the city, but it warmed up. It warmed up nice.
Oh, it's pretty
It was funny.
nice.
So while we're working on Spore's tech issues, I'm going to describe the thing that we're playing around with. And then we thought we would actually demonstrate the format for everyone with 4 of us, which will go quicker than with the 8 of us we're planning on doing. So
In theory,
we've been talking about like what would be a really good sort of tournament format where you'd get a variety of cards to play, and you'd have to make some tough decisions about a meta, but the rosters just don't all look the same. And perfect drafts are a great way of doing this. But the problem with a perfect draft is there's a lot of luck involved, right? Sometimes you get the cards you want, sometimes you don't get the cards you want.
Yep.
usually you don't. At least usually we don't.
We don't, but you know. If we can
Yes,
get
I've heard in
Spore
theory
on,
people
he's going to
can.
tell us about how his PTCS draft went.
Yeah.
So
I've heard in theory people can draft the cards they want. It just
so we have invented well, it wasn't a very difficult invention, but we've invented a format that with the help of Spore and hopefully some of the devs, we are actually going to try to put together and run. So the way the format's going to work is it's going to be we're going to try to get 8 people, I think, to do this for real, but we're thinking we would do a practice one on stream to kind of see if it works and work out the bugs.
Okay.
It's actually going to be a draft. So the way it's going to work is, you know, every card can only be on one team in the tournament. Just to make sure it's cards that are accessible to people, we're going to say you cannot use PTCS or PTMS cards.
Okay.
But
I like
the
that.
limited editions will say are available because a lot of those are available. And the format we're going to pick, just so we get a variety, because if it were just, you know, like pick your favorite you know, 26 perfects, you're kind of just going pretty far down in the meta and getting some older cards. So what we're going to try to do instead, let me see if I can switch over to this. What we're going to do instead is we're going to make it a little bit more like a, like a perfect draft.
Yep.
So you have to
I
pick
like it.
things from different rounds.
Oh, is Discord? I think Discord is dying.
On Spore, you mean?
Yeah, well, I see also I've got some errors also on other I mean, this is working, but I have errors other places on Discord.
Oh, I see. We're having problems getting Discord to work.
Yeah.
I see.
It took like 7 times for me to do the friend request.
Maybe we should just postpone this and do a separate stream for it if we can't get Discord to work, because that's going to be very tough without Discord working.
It shows that Spore is supposedly attached, right? He's just not answering.
Yeah, he's not. It says he's offline. I guess he can't get online. That seems to be the problem.
Okay, well, we could let Spore do his pick in the chat.
I think we're just better off doing it at a different time if we can't.
All right, let's try get Spore to do it in the chat just while we got people here.
Okay, whatever.
And if you can figure out how to get into voice, we'll do that instead. If you prefer, I can send you all a Zoom link, but I think by the time we get that set up,
that's gonna take too long.
All right.
Yeah.
So what we are gonna do though is we'll do it like a snake draft, maybe.
Hold on. I see Spore connected on his phone. We got some progress here.
I think we have Spore. Your mic is off, but
Hello.
There you go.
You got it.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, sort of.
Phone
I think he's on his phone.
Computer didn't work. Am I being heard?
Yes.
Yes,
You're being heard.
I can hear you at least.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm here. Go ahead.
All right.
Continue.
All right. Great.
All right. We're gonna put up a 1 minute, 2 minute poll. We're gonna let chat decide who gets first pick.
No, we just pick quickly. I think it's an honor system.
We're gonna chat decide who gets first pick. That seems fair.
Whoever voted for me is very nice, by the way.
The rule on this, by the way. So the rules, as you can see with everything up, you get 2 perfects, 2 high diamonds, 2 low diamonds, 2 high golds, 2 low golds, etc. 3 low bronzes, 3 high irons, 2 low irons, and 2 that must be exactly 40 overall. But you can pick them in any order you want. So you don't have to take a perfect in the first round if you don't want to take a perfect in the first round. You can take whoever you think is going to be most advantageous.
Wow. Okay, this
sounds great.
So we thought we just experimented, see how this would go, and then sounds like Spore, the plan is we're going to try to get some people together and actually run one of these for real. We're still working out the dates though.
ASAP. Yeah. Time frame is kind of up in the air. I want to see what works best for the devs. Of course, they're working on 25, so got to find a window where everything's cool for them. We have multiple things that we're thinking of, not to give everything away to y'all, but like ways that we can put low stress on the devs, that if they just basically give us the platform, then we can just do it on our own, all the way up to things where we can maybe make every card available to everybody in the draft.
Yeah, but I think as long as the people that are playing have cards available to them or are willing to buy one or they're missing, then
I think at the very least what we're looking for is an isolated 8-person tournament that the 8 of us are slotted into. Yeah. We do our draft on a separate stream. We build those rosters and we're golden.
Someone's got to vote for one of me and isidafo so we know who gets third pick, by the way.
Nobody.
BBC is getting the first pick. Spore is getting the second pick.
You guys are too nice. They want to give us an advantage. That's very nice.
Guys, who should I pick? Because I have no idea.
All right.
That's the fun, right?
That's beauty.
No idea.
Yeah.
I think this is the thing. Like, you get
all
the
right.
first pick,
I think we're gonna just see how we do. I'm gonna let the chat decide who's getting third pick. But in the meantime, BBC, you get to go first. You can pick any card in the game except a PTCS or PTMS card. Anybody you want. Who do
And
you
given
want?
given the penchant for most of this group to be long-winded and have long streams, maybe we do like set 6, 7 rounds, maybe not all 27, because we could literally be here until Monday.
We could, yeah. I think we
I
just
think we
go
can do. I
either
think
go
we
really fast.
let's
few
see how
rounds.
it goes. But the main thing is you don't need to like spend a long time
Yeah,
defending
there's
your
like,
pick.
who's your favorite 100? If when in doubt, EBC, I would just go with your best 100.
When in doubt, go with Mathis.
And these are cards I have to own, right?
Also a fair point. Yeah, I mean, obviously Mathis has sneaky value in the 50 to 59 realm.
I'm going to take A-Rod. I've learned to put him at shortstop.
God
All
now.
right,
All
Alex
right,
Rodriguez.
That's
I'll just.
frustrating.
do you mean the
And I'm
new
gonna
one or the old
Yeah,
mission?
Oh, he
kind?
didn't
I'll
specify. He
reference
didn't
four.
specify.
BRef. I assume you want the BRef.
Yeah.
If you don't specify, you get the earliest one that came out. He gets the mission edition.
No,
Oh, that's
no.
good. So we can give you the tournament.
You want to make this fast?
So
Come on.
Spore, you
Come on.
want the
That's
tournament
right.
Willie Mays?
It's the 96 tournament edition. Yeah.
Yes, tournament Willie Mays.
All right.
No, I'll take Odd. He's my best individual.
Spore is
card
gonna
by
go with.
Kanye Rock.
Or do we say no PTCS, or we'll give you PTCS?
Oh, we did. Hang on. We did. Man, I really didn't think you were gonna take A-Rod for some reason.
I just pulled him, so I have to.
And I guess it's a snake
I mean,
draft. It's a
that's-
snake draft, right?
that's
So
fair.
going fourth, I at
Absolutely.
least get a wraparound.
Absolutely. We can't take too much advantage. You know what? I think I'm gonna go Cupid Childs. I don't like much at second. I like that
all
eye.
right. Actually, I'll list it this way. I'll list it just so you have the positions. How about that?
Can I
All
vote
right.
someone else for second pick? Dang it, Cabo.
Isidafo, it looks like you got third pick.
Yes, I think I'm gonna take Evan Carter.
Wow.
That's a good one.
I'll just list him as outfield.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm gonna put him, but
All right. You know what? I don't think I can not take Hank Aaron and Oscar Charleston, can I? I mean,
Yeah, I think you gotta. If I
thi-
had one of those
think if
two,
you're
I
gonna
would have
give me
taken them.
my two favorite perfects in the game right now, Willie Mays is up there too, but I think
Yep.
I'm just going Hank and Oscar.
I'm taking Mays.
And you're taking Mays.
Yeah, I figured there were 3 good perfects, so I'll get one of them. I don't really care which.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
Hey,
back to Spore.
EBC, we can pretend since this
No,
is fake, we can just
Mr. Rod,
pretend we
that's
have
right.
the
No,
cards.
no pictures have been taken yet. That is true. So you can still take any picture in the game.
No, I will take Campy.
Ah,
Campy? All right.
sniped him. That's what I was going to
Traditional
take.
Scarcity.
And
yeah.
EBC gets the wraparound.
Wow.
This gets tough, doesn't it?
It gets tough very
Immediately,
quickly.
immediately, because of the lack of guardrails of having to pick within a particular round.
Yeah, that does make
Yeah.
it a lot harder.
Because, you brought up Mathis, when is the right time to go for somebody like that? Or y'all
Yeah.
have Lenny Randall or whatever. We need 240s.
You need two exactly
how good
40s,
is he?
yeah.
All right. Yeah,
So, I
Eliazi.
think- Yeah, the dynamics are going to be amazing.
So Case Wisdom, we're saying the rules are you can take any non-PTCS and PTMS, so including LEs.
Mhm.
And we're assuming that we're going to try to run this with players that have access to enough of the player pool to make it work.
Yep.
We're still thinking about exactly how to do it. And if it works nice as an experimental format, we might try to find a way to kind of do more of it in the future.
Expand. Yes.
Okay, no PTCMS.
Yeah.
Limited editions are okay.
Limit editions are okay, yeah.
I am.
I have no draft
I'm going-
board, and as a huge fantasy nerd, this is causing so much anxiety.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
say I also have no draft. I would have a draft board for this for sure in a real game,
100%.
but I have not actually thought to make a draft board. So right now I've got absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna make one for when this happens for real. But
Yeah, you totally
Um,
took you totally screwed me by taking Campanella. I was
Yeah,
gonna
but
make
I'm sorry. Well, we each jammed each other there.
so the thing is that if EBC, if you take a 100 now, I will have the only 100 left, so I can wait until the 26th round to take my 100.
That's
This is
true.
Exactly.
do that.
Just another interesting dynamic.
Yeah, and I guess that doesn't
Um,
come up. I guess that doesn't come up the same way with yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Do I want to go for like efficient players early, assuming that hey, the eighth best, low diamond is still really good,
Yeah.
or you know,
Or like Dafo said, like if this is Larry Walker or whomever, then he literally gets to make it his last pick because nobody else can
yeah,
take
Well,
one.
or do I just assume that like, hey, I'm the only person crazy enough to to like want Salihemus, so I don't even have to pick him.
right. Well, the other thing is that also I can wait to take like a pitcher that's good against the people the cards other people are taking. Right. Like if I see people taking lots of righties, I can take a
Oh,
Seaver.
that's a good point too. Yeah.
Even though Seaver's not eligible, but that kind of card.
Yeah.
Yeah, if everyone's taking all the righties, it's like, Kent Tekulve's looking pretty good. Quisenberry. All right, EDC, what are you doing here?
I am gonna take Pudge Rodriguez,
The 100
I'm
punch.
going for your C.
Yep.
100 card,
And then you got another pick.
and I am
How many
going
Rodriguez's
to take...
are available? Are there more Rodriguez's on the board?
It's a Rodriguez thing too.
Rodriguez.
Team.
And I'm gonna take Jose Fernandez.
Oh, very
Okay,
very
okay,
nice.
first pitcher.
First start
I like that
Just
one.
right?
keep jamming each other up, BBC. Like literally just sniping each other left and right. 'Cause that's 100% who I was
Very
taking.
nice.
So I'll pivot to Spud.
Okay.
Spud. All right. I like it. Mine's tough because the wraparound pick, you have to have 2 picks in the can, which is actually tough.
Yeah.
Exactly. Especially with the board with no board.
I'm gonna take Tony Phillips.
He was really high on my draft board. What should I list him as?
Yeah.
Second base for now?
I don't know yet. That's kind of the point.
Yeah, when we do the real thing, I'm gonna be so eager to see where he goes. And I think it could be as high as this.
He's gonna go high. Ford's also gonna go high.
That is so tough.
I wasn't gonna say him
so
because he
tough.
wasn't drafted, but I was gonna say that guy's gonna go very soon too.
Yeah.
That is
Oh, it's a
so
PTCS
tough.
card. Oh, good point,
take
Mr.
it.
Black.
Oh,
Okay, that,
cheater.
Oh yeah.
That-
If
that-
anyone has a
no, I can't. I can't take Phillips. I'll take Ford
Phillips
then.
is
Take
PTCS.
Ford, yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, if anyone in chat wants to make a suggestion, please feel free to. This is entirely like kibitzing is not
Doesn't
only
bother.
allowed, but like encouraged as strongly as
Encouraged.
possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
it.
Okay. So give me Ford instead of Phillips. That's a good
Oh,
point.
all right. So Harry Ford, what do you want me to list him as?
Sure, for now.
What?
Probably
Quick
he's gonna-
question.
most likely gonna have it second, I guess, but I don't really know.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Is something supposed to be showing on the screen except besides the rounds that we're taking? Because I don't see anything being filled in on that Excel.
I
It's
see
not?
it getting filled
thought
in.
it was. Is it
Did you have
not?
a pause?
Let me refresh. Oh, okay. I had to refresh. Yeah, again.
Sorry,
my
I
stuff
thought
was
I
messing
thought
up.
it was being shown.
No.
Did I mess that
You
up?
nailed it. Yeah.
Okay,
No,
so
no,
the
all
thing
me. All me.
the thing, Cage Wisdom, with Ellie Suarez is that Ellie Suarez bronzes are not starters usually. Like you have 16 not bronzes.
Yeah, it's really tough. All right.
So-
and I get 2 picks here, huh? This is really tough. All right, I'm gonna go to the
we're
I'm
3
gonna go
rounds
to
in,
the
I'm
low
already
diamond. I'm gonna
loving
go to the
this.
low diamond because no one's gone there yet.
Oh, I do low diamond.
And I'm gonna go with I guess I'll call him a first baseman, Willie McCovey.
That's a good one.
Okay, that's a good one.
That's a good
I think
one.
that's
right
a good
there.
one. And tempted to do something stupid.
I'm gonna do a lot of
Do
stupid things.
We're excited when you do something stupid.
Leo, we're doing a mock draft right now with the 4 of us for a kind of a pilot of what we were wanting to do to run a draft with 8 of us, like kind of an 8-person invitational, where basically we just do the draft on a stream and then run it as a real entry fee tournament, and commentate it on a channel and just have a great time with it. But you have to have the card, and you can only have one version of the card. So once A-Rod's off the board from the Texas A-Rod, nobody else can get them, etc.
Are we? Let's say we're not using the new tournament bats since none of those are out yet. Is that right?
For the mock, I
Yeah.
don't mind. Like it's
Yeah,
we,
yeah,
we
yeah.
can right now
I'm saying
for the mock.
let's not use cards that people haven't seen.
Yeah, I'm fine either way. To be honest, if you
All
did
right,
for the if you picked them for the mock, I wouldn't care.
so torn with what to do on this. You know what? I'm just gonna try it. I'm going with John Beckwith.
Oh, Beckwith's an interesting one. Okay.
That's a good pick.
Let's do that here. The only thing is, I will admit I was considering taking Bronzy surprisingly early.
Yeah, I was thinking about Bronzy
Beckwith,
too.
but I could run Beckwith at catcher.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a lot of flexibility.
Okay, I think I'll take 78 Steve Carlton.
I like that. I like that here. All right.
Hasn't been a pick
So
yet
your
that I don't
first
at least
pitcher
see
off
the
the
rationale
board.
for.
Yeah.
All right. It's me.
Yep.
Speaking of things that might be dumb, I don't know if it's going to
Is
have
it
a ton
Bronzy?
of value.
Is it Bronzy time?
It's
Actually,
not, I don't have the Bronzy. I didn't get him.
That's fine. You're allowed to pick him if you want him. Though.
It's fine. Yeah.
Oh. So even if okay. Well, I'm going to take a different LE.
But I'm gonna, I'm gonna put a poll up for the chat.
I'm totally fine with people taking guys I don't have right now. But obviously, once we do it, you're going to have to. But I'm going to take Cal McVay, the 98.
Oh, okay. That's
I like.
to get the
two-way
two-way.
player is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, two ways are interesting.
What's he actually listed as? Is he listed as a pitcher or hitter? I forget.
SP.
He's listed as a pitcher.
Default.
Yeah.
All right. So two-way player, not so strong either way individually, but you get them both.
Yeah,
exactly.
He's like a low diamond both ways, basically.
Yeah.
So you split your high diamond into two low diamonds.
I wonder.
Basically.
I mean, I would be tempted to do like a Monty Ward, except I felt like Aaron and Charleston are just so good.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I'm thinking you crushed that with those two.
But I do have no pitching.
I think Adonis Terry is probably the one if you're going to take a 2-way 100, but I'm not sure.
If I'd known that we could take cards we didn't have,
he's PTCS.
I would have taken Aaron.
Oh yeah,
sorry. Terry would
sorry. If you want, I'd be happy to switch.
No. That wasn't like you owe me. I have no problem with Childs. I think he's an absolute monster at second base, so I'm totally chill with it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Aaron's the best card, but Childs is maybe the best like gap over replacement level second baseman.
Yeah.
No, I think patriotism is referring to Terry. I keep forgetting.
Terry's ineligible. Yeah, Terry is eligible.
He's ineligible.
That's a good point.
So maybe it's Carruthers then is the best 100 2-way, but that doesn't seem great.
Carruthers feels like you're just too far behind.
Carruthers or more.
All right, EVC. By the way, sorry, it's your turn.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
Well, I've only got one figured out. I'm gonna take. I'm going back and forth between two.
Well, if you're going back and forth between two, it's your wraparound. Just take them both.
Take them both.
They're both unfortunately high diamonds. I don't have a second one yet figured out or anything else. I am gonna take Home Run Johnson.
That was the card with Beckwith I was considering. He's listed as a second baseman, I think.
Yeah, he's better at second base.
Yeah, Mr. Audit, I was thinking about Abrams too. Abrams seemed interesting.
But yeah, I'm definitely going all over the place right now and trying to figure out.
I think we all are. I think that's kind of the beauty of
CJ Abrams is a great pick.
Yeah.
I didn't know I have a seconds at shortstop. I'd look at that.
The only problem is if Bronzy came back to me, I was really tempted to take him. But with Beckwith, I think I shouldn't. I may be out of the Bronzy business.
Closed up shop on the Bronzy business.
And I have not. Yeah, this is fun.
Yeah, I'm like feverishly trying to make a draft board as we go.
Oh yeah, just in fairness, so everyone knows about for EVC, like he was literally brought into this last minute because Snailman had to go, and so don't give him a hard time or anything.
Don't give me a hard time. It's all good.
No time to think about any of this.
You could take Bronzy.
Well, he's had a hard time taking Bronzy because he's A-Rod.
I got
he has
Oh,
A-Rod.
yeah, that's true. Never mind.
A-Rod's a
Pretty
third
good.
And then
baseman.
you'd have to put him
In
at
New
third.
York City, A-Rod's a third baseman.
And then EBC would kill him. Oh yeah, if you live in New York, you have to put him at third. That's the rule.
Is that how that works?
Yeah,
All right.
that's just
I
the
need to
rule.
move.
No, I think.
I am not excited by my other choices on things here. So I feel like I'm missing things I should be doing. So that is fun.
It's all right. Just go to bed. We're all. None of us has done this before, so.
Yeah, this
Yep.
is open territory for everyone. There are no that really. I don't think there's wrong picks right now. It's just what's the strategy that you want to run.
Well, no, you could pick Adrian Gonzalez. That would be a wrong pick.
I'm just gonna take Torkelson.
Listen,
Dang it!
I am
Oh, very nice.
I am the only person who can take 100 Bobby Dorr. Still. So,
Because you're the only one with them.
Wait, no. Hold on. I have a Bobby Dorr.
well, there's two other Bobby Doors. You could take one of those two.
You could take the sweet silver.
All right,
Yeah.
so EVC
I
went
over the
Torkelson,
Bronx.
you said?
I don't
Yeah,
even have a
Torkelson.
draft board, and EBC is drafting off of my draft board. Like, again,
Excellent.
literally my guy. I was so confident in that I already put him in my first base slot here on my sheet. Like, this is unbelievable.
By the
You have your own
way,
draft
we are
board?
definitely going to do this live, and I think the way we should do
Oh,
this.
yeah.
But I think the way we should do this when we do it live is we should get somebody else to be the host and get to
And they announce the pick.
criticize all our picks.
Absolutely.
We try to get commentators.
I thought
That'd
we
be
had
pretty
chat
cool.
for that.
Dr. D.
Yeah, this is going to be great when we get the right group together.
All right. My pick then.
Yeah.
Let me get low diamond John McGraw.
I was thinking about him.
Oh, that is a nice pick.
Yeah, I was thinking
listed
about
at
that one.
Getting on base all
But he
day.
also can play a few
Yeah.
things.
I'm at third for now. We're getting on base.
Okay,
One thing we're doing on this team.
I think I will take Bronzy now.
Okay.
Ah, that was my next pick.
Yeah, I knew you weren't going to let him go two more picks, Charles. There's no way.
I was 100% bronzying. As long as you don't steal Blankenship from me.
No, I'm not taking Blankenship. You could be rest assured of that one.
You get the blanker.
Oh boy, I have lost a lot of cards off my draft board in the last round. I will say that, and I've got to pick two, huh?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wow. Can I trade my pick for?
If we got this humming like a regular thing, then we could maybe allow like
Yeah.
draft pick trades and whatnot.
Oh yeah.
Really get funky with it.
This is so tough.
Trades would be later. You have to fill your roster with 40s or something. If you trade more players than you give up,
Yeah, like you
you get
give
back.
Yeah.
you give like 2 golds and a low diamond for a high diamond, and then you just fill in with 2 extra 40s or something
All right.
like
Well,
that.
I know I'm
Yeah.
supposed to take. I know I'm supposed to take pitching here. I'm really supposed to take pitching here.
Plenty of pitching out there.
But I'm going to take my second baseman. I'm going to take CJ Abrams
Okay.
from the
Okay.
PT Elites.
Good one.
Yep.
Definitely a good one.
And one more.
Yes, sir.
I know I'm supposed to take pitching here. I really am supposed to take pitching here. But I'm finishing up my outfield with some Goose.
Okay. Yeah. I was thinking Goose. Goose.
Nice.
Yeah. He will be high on my board when we do this. For realsies.
Yep.
All right. I am gonna take pitching. I'm gonna take 94 Sonny Gray.
That was the other one I looked
Good
at, and
one.
I just decided, weird, because we just had this whole discussion of like what the meta looked like in low diamond. And we're like, yeah, there are like 7 pitchers that are all the same, right?
Except Sonny Gray is good.
Except Sonny Gray is good. I'm like,
Well,
well,
you're putting my high diamond slot. That's not a high diamond.
sorry, did I put him in the? No, Sonny
Tossing
Gray definitely has the advantage. He is a low diamond.
Yes. Well, I'm definitely not taking him as a high diamond.
No, I'm still thinking I can get a good high diamond pitcher. I'm getting one of the high diamond starters, right? I get one of my 2 favorites now.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, my pick.
Yep.
Let's keep this on base brigade going and get ourselves. Actually, doesn't get on base. Or just hit like crazy. I got a good eye, of course. Yeah, Ken Singleton, 82.
That's a good pick.
Yep.
Mid. I mean,
should I just list him at DH, or do you want me to pretend he plays a
yeah,
position?
I mean, no. Let's cut to the chase on that one. I ain't even gonna pretend.
I'm going to take Brendan Doyle.
Oh, yeah, Clobandal, that's a good point.
Yep.
Clobandans is pretty good, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Kobe's nice.
And so, yeah, I'm going to take Brendan Doyle.
Brendan Doyle for his
Brendan
center fielder and
Doyle is
goal.
an 80, right?
Yep.
Is there?
80.
Yes.
And I'm going to take Boom Boom Beck, 84.
Ah, very nice.
That's
That's
good.
Good one.
also high on my list. Okay, and Killen
Yeah.
is, right, is ineligible, right?
What's that?
And Killen is ineligible.
Killen is knowledgeable.
Yeah,
Yes.
and so is Stu Miller, unfortunately.
All right.
Not that I would take a
I know
reliever
my
quite yet,
next.
but I do love him.
I know my next two picks, unless they get stolen, which they will.
I don't think this one is, especially based on who you are specifically, and I don't say that as a diss or anything, but I know you're not looking at Gold Roberto Clemente with that eye. But that
I am
is why I
not.
will take.
You're going Roberto.
Okay, I like Gold
Yeah.
Roberto.
All right.
I think I
He's
got enough
right,
eye to
though, right?
cover him.
Yeah, he's
with all
only
my other
right
guys
field.
there.
I will admit,
Yeah.
and just to check the rules for this, I realized I should have asked this at the beginning. So you've now taken a Roberto. Can anyone else?
Other people can
a
take other
non-Gold
Robertos.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't see why that's a problem.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah.
just like the usual rules, you cannot put two Robertos on the same roster. So like you couldn't
Right,
take the
correct.
Iron Roberto.
Yeah.
Because it would break.
Okay.
Yes. Really, do you think the Iron Roberto is a card I might want?
I can
You're
pick
saying
one or two.
you can take different versions of the card. So, you can take the 97 Oral Hershiser, or you can take the.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I am gonna take 74 Jose Ramirez.
Wow, that is earlier than I thought he would go.
Same.
List is
But I
third
do
base?
like it.
He's third and second.
As a colossal
I'm just trying to figure out how to put him in here.
Jose
yeah.
Ramirez fan, I do like it.
Yeah, Matt Walsh, someone could take the tournament edition A-Rod.
Yep.
Not recommended, but yes.
And the mission.
And the mission A-Rod. Yeah.
Yep, you can
Also,
take the mission
probably
A-Rod.
not recommended.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think that would be the right 100 to take.
I think
No.
there are a couple of cards that if they didn't end up on my roster, it just wouldn't be my roster.
No, don't you dare take my pick right now.
So I think I am taking Yasmani Grandal.
Okay,
Okay.
good one.
I figured
Wasn't my
you'd take
guy,
him
but that's a good
eventually.
one. Yeah.
It wouldn't be a Warbot roster if I didn't end up with Grandal, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'd be fired.
I still have no pitching.
Pitching, smidging.
I still have no pitching at all, right? And wow. And actually, I can only take 4 cards above gold. So I'm going to be weak in the pitching department with this roster. Is it a mistake to take one more diamond hitter? Because I really want to take one more diamond.
And just punt pitching. Well, this one isn't being played out, so yeah, I mean, you can kind of get a little froggy with it.
Well, we're not
and
playing
get
this?
too
Wait a
worried.
second.
No.
Why am I here?
For fun.
Because
Come on.
I am really,
We're here to mock
really,
you.
really tempted to take like Reggie.
Mm.
But
Yeah, Reggie's interesting.
I've got to take a picture.
I'm embarrassed to admit this, but I'll eat the L. In my late night haze last Friday night when I was making my rosters, I didn't put my LE Reggie on my diamond team. Maybe I would have faced Charles in the finals instead of losing in the semis if I had done that.
Mm.
Thank you, Esther.
All right.
What's the run environment in Park, Montero? For this right now, we should just assume kind of like a default situation.
Yeah, but I think
we
we'll
had
probably
talked
pick
about coming up
something-
with something that's going to have some flavor to it to also
Yeah, we have an
create
idea.
more dynamics.
Yeah, we have some potentials there.
Oh, was it my pick?
No, it's Charles's.
it's
Yeah,
still,
Charles one more.
is it still?
Oh, okay.
Is it my pick? Sorry about that.
Yeah, you got another one.
I can't figure out what to do with this. All right, I'm going with Andy Pettit.
Which guy?
I think I.
He's kind of one of your guys too.
Spell it. Yeah, I think I just have to. Yeah, my model likes him, and yeah.
But now you have no room for Jeter.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
I think Beckwith. Well, actually, I could run Beckwith at third. You know
Well,
what?
I'm just saying you don't have any more roster spots.
You know what? You convinced me to keep room for Jeter. You convinced me.
Oh, sweet.
Convinced me to keep room for Jeter. So I will
And
do something
pivot
else
pick
here.
coming.
All right. I'm gonna go way off the board here. I don't know if this is a good idea.
That's how I feel about my next pick.
I am taking Alex Claudio.
Ooh,
Oh, okay.
First RP off the board is nasty.
All right.
I don't know, good idea, bad idea, but you know.
I'm in your same realm, as you'll see with my next pick.
All right. Good. I don't have to pick for a little while again.
Okay. I'm going to take Kurt Blefari.
That's who I thought Charles
Very
was going to take.
nice.
That was when you
This
said I
was
have to get my
outfielder,
guys. I was like,
right?
you're going to take my. You're gonna
Yeah,
take my
he's
left
gonna.
fielder.
I don't know which corner he's gonna end up with, and we could have him in a DH in theory even.
True.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a 78 though, so he should be in
Oh,
there.
sorry. Is he?
Yeah. If he was a low silver, I'd take him a few rounds ago.
Oh, I was
So,
gonna say, yeah, low
Yeah.
silver. He'd already be on my roster. All right.
This is really hard.
It's very hard.
Yes, it is.
So much harder
Yes,
than I
it
thought
is.
it was gonna be.
Yes, that's what I was mentioning. I'm trying to go for a lot of versatility, right? Like all my players basically can play multiple positions. So like I have flexibility to see what's left to me, but I don't know if it's good or not.
I'll take.
I still am a little bit short on the whole pitching thing,
Use
but
both my
you
high
know,
gold.
Yeah, high gold is tough now. I think we got most of the good ones.
There's I can't pick them, so I mean I'll point out I was looking at the Bonson burner.
you know, you're allowed to pick him if you want him. You can have him.
Yeah, you pick Bonson.
Wait, Singleton's low gold. I'm a moron.
Yeah,
you
so
can
you
have
shorting
him if
myself.
you want him. See, there's some of these I'm
Oh,
not
okay,
going to worry
well,
about. Like I'm the only
I'll
person
wait.
that's going to pick Cliff Lee, so I can just wait to pick him last.
Yeah,
right.
exactly. I mean, y'all could basically put those picks in like they're free, but just for the sake of going in the right order, don't do that yet. But yeah,
Right.
they are basically y'all's
No, but
last
I just
picks.
mean
All
no
right,
one's
let
going
me,
to race me to Cliff Lee because I'm the only one that wants him.
Exactly, and
Yes.
Isidafo has that with his 100. So like technically, you could put those on the board,
Yeah.
but
That's
we
fine.
will
we'll see how it
properly
goes.
do it so that they can be your last round.
Also, I mean, the
picks.
thing is, I get to take this perfect class, so I get information what everyone else is taking before I have to pick which one I want.
Exactly, because then you might pivot for some other sort of structural reason. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll take the guy with a fat new contract here. I'll go cut Tyler Glass now for my low diamond.
I assume he did. I assume he did sign. I didn't see the.
Yeah, I think they were working through it.
Yeah, I mean,
Cliff Lee.
with
I don't
8
have the
people, you're
spots,
gonna have to be willing to go down a lot further. It's gonna make it much more
Sports gonna
difficult
spike
even.
quickly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's gonna be amazing with 8 people.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it's incredibly. I was debating whether we should make this an auction format, but I feel like that would be.
That's too much. I think.
That'd be chaotic.
That'd be For the first one, at the very least, I think we got to go.
Just do the simplest format we can think of. I love the fact that I've picked 7 hitters and a reliever so far. By the way, I feel like something somewhere has gone wrong.
I mean, there's a lot of good hitters. I'll say that.
I've got good hitters, yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're gonna support your medium mid-tier type pitchers that you're gonna end up with. Plus maybe a high diamond pitcher.
Well, and I'm going to put an excellent defense behind it with Derek Jeter.
Oh no, you still have a low diamond.
Okay,
Whose turn is
fine.
it?
I might be taking
It's
Lip.
yours,
I,
Evie.
I might actually be
Oh,
taking
fine.
Lip Pike. We'll see.
Sorry, I'll start mentioning it's your turn after I pick.
I am going to take. The new baseball reference, Mike Mussina, and the
Nice.
High Gold Verlander.
I'm
Very
filling out a
nice.
pitching staff. All right, so that's four starters.
EVC is just sniping all the Tigers right before score. Is that the?
It's really
That's the
rude.
plan. Yeah.
Really, really rude. But he absolutely is doing that. All right.
I see Dan Herron in the chat. That's a good pick.
That's literally my next pick.
Thought about
Quite
Heron.
Yeah, Dan
All
Herron.
right.
100%.
Well, it's clearly a run on starting pitchers, so I'm just taking the leftovers at this point.
Apparently.
Yeah, I got 4 starters right now, but my hitting is nowhere near yours, of course.
Well, because I haven't taken any pitching, so I better be able to. If I can't pitch, I better be able to hit.
True.
Yeah. Something like that. Okay. I really want to take Tommy Davis, but he's not eligible.
Charles, do you have an offense-heavy park that you would want to play in that isn't Coors? If
with my team,
based on how your offense is going, yeah, like if you have one off the top of your head, you'd be like, I would love my team in this, and don't pick Coors. That's too easy.
I'm also pretty left-handed, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe like a Yankee Stadium's a pretty good fit for this.
Yeah, that would actually be quite nice.
Yeah.
Especially because you guys all are pretty right-handed in the pitching at the moment.
Yeah, that is true. There's a lot of
right-handed. Yeah, I'm literally all right-handed.
And I don't know what to take. This is very difficult.
Yeah, to be honest, we might, once we get all this set up, we might want to push the date, like a extra few days just to give everyone time to make a big board.
Yeah, I mean, once it's not going to be once. I just have to.
Well, the good news though is that you don't need much time between the draft and actually running the thing, because like once you draft, your team's built.
I don't have room for Silver Braun, Mr. Audit. I can't take him actually.
Ooh, Silver Braun is tempting.
I don't know where to go. This is very difficult.
Has anyone drafted lefty so far?
Yeah, I guess at Carlton.
Carlton, okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's literally the only one, right?
Sorry, my pitching really staff is currently entirely left-handed.
That's true.
Well, that's fair. Yes.
Lefty rotation, man. He's going crazy with it.
I got to take someone, I guess, to take a card. But I don't know which card. It's actually this is very difficult.
This is such a tough thing. This is so much tougher than I anticipated. Yeah.
Okay, I think the card I would take if he's allowed to be eligible is the new tournament edition TJ Friedel.
Interesting.
Okay, I think we said we're not using the new
sure if we're allowing him,
right?
We did. We did.
We're
say
allowing
no
him.
on those.
No, we said no on those. I thought we said no on those. Yeah.
Okay.
It
will be available when we do it for real.
Yes. I guess I probably want. I guess I'll take Hershiser now. I think I want him always, so I'll just take him now.
All right. Well, in that case, I don't have to take him until I can take my time on that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really debated him with the McVay, and then I wanted to get kind of funky with the two-way McVay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I desperately need pitching, so I'm taking. I am taking Joey Votto. Okay, but I actually think it's really the right pick against all these righties, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, like he's amazing. Like there is nothing wrong with the pick. It's just funny. You're like, I need pitching. Let me get Joey Votto.
It's.
I can't wait to get my hands on
I am going to take Dallas quick. I'll take Dallas. So I've got to start. I've got a starter in round 10.
I thought about Keuchel too. Yeah.
Because
I'm very light on the golds.
I can take my time on the diamonds because they're kind of same-ish, and I've got the only.
You got the only high left.
Yep.
Yeah, I have a low left, and that's it.
So you and isidafo have a high-end pick that you can kind of map to the rest of our teams.
Yeah.
Here.
We can
I mean,
map.
I have an
Yeah, that's actually kind of a nice strategy. I can map it, except that I think it pretty much has to be a pitcher.
Yeah, I mean, I have an idea of
Oh
what I
yeah,
want
yeah.
with my perfect, but I mean, I could change it, right? Like that's the thing. If something happens in the draft that makes me take a different card, then I can pivot.
Exactly. Those can literally be the last two picks, and y'all can just kind of figure out,
Right.
what helps you the best. And that's going to be even more interesting with the 8 when we're doing that, and people are going to have different spots filled and cutting off other people and things. I really can't wait for this. I mean, I'm enjoying this, and this is just for fun.
This is so tough, though.
Okay, I'm gonna take PT Elite Zach Geloff.
That was the other pick
like
I
that.
was really close on. I listed it second. Is that right?
He is listed shortstop, but he's not playing shortstop because I got Bronzy, so he's probably playing second.
He is
Yeah.
playing second.
All right.
All right, that brings it back to your boy.
I can just call him
And-
infielder if you want. I'm just trying.
No, that's fine. I have a lot of flexibility. It's going to be hard to change everyone around all the time.
Harry Ford is just question mark.
He's
Yeah,
probably my
just
catcher now.
Put asterisk there for him.
Spore, we got you.
It's on me. It's on me. Let me pick here
And then
real
we got
quick.
2 from EVC.
Let me get. You know what? I can't get the big dog, but I'm gonna finish my rotation with another righty. I'll take the gold Justin Verlander.
No, the gold Justin
I
Verlander.
took him
EVC's
already.
taken the gold Verlander.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, that's right. He couldn't take the 100. My fault.
Yeah. He's stolen all the Tigers he can
taking your
steal.
time,
yeah. I didn't
know where I am
about
in the
that one,
draft.
though. I was like, oh, he's taking the 100. Yeah, no, that. Let me retroactively get pissed at that pick then. Damn you!
I like that. Is it? Yeah.
I sat here absentmindedly like, oh, he took the 100. Okay, so let me fix that then. You know what? Let's get funky with it. We'll stick with the high gold starter and go Tim Wakefield.
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
You can throw a lot of innings. That makes sense.
Yeah, just somebody back there that like shit really hits the fan.
Yeah.
Hopefully, he can just eat up like 8 innings after a 15-inning game or
And
something.
so Isidafo's
And
now
he's generally
got a
decent, too.
second one that he can take his time on.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I got a gold. I don't know who I want though. The perfect, I have an idea, but I don't know who I want for the gold.
No, but you're strategically beating us in that you get to.
Well, but the thing is that, like, right? I mean, by taking Ford, who's been playing my catcher instead of Grandal, like I'm a little bit worse at catcher, but I had more flexibility in the middle rounds. Like I don't know if it's worth it or not.
Yeah. So EVC, we got EVC. You get to take any 2 Tigers you want.
No, cut that out.
I'm gonna take I'm gonna take El Duque,
Ooh,
93
nice.
overall.
Oh, you see the no diamond left. I forgot about that.
I can't take him, so that one didn't burn me, even though I quite like that.
Here's a good card though. No.
Yeah.
If you really want to get to Spore, you should take a Granderson.
Yeah,
There's
that
so
will
many
always burn me.
Grandersons though.
Yeah.
There's a
guaranteed
bronze Granderson.
Mm-hmm.
So
Keep your hands
I
on.
never play silver, so I don't know any of the great cards in silver.
All right, well, you can always ask
Um,
chat for some suggestions too.
We did take a lot of them already, but yeah, you could.
Yeah, there's still some gems there.
There's still some good
You need a
ones.
starter.
I'm gonna take Tippy Martinez.
There you go.
He
that's
was high
good.
on my list. Yep.
Yeah, that's a good
You
one.
sandbagging there by saying you don't know silver, then you take
I
literally
just
one of the
pulled it up
best
on the
silver.
screen. I'm seriously going through the card shop right now, looking for like
Well,
the
that
highest
was
L10.
that was a sharp pick.
Now Gaba
And to
Luigi
that
makes a
end-
good point. Bronze Ray Ordonez is still available.
Ooh, that is worth
That's
noting.
true. I'm thinking he might go slightly after Ozzy in the draft.
You know, Buddy
Maybe.
Biancalana is very much out there.
Oh, Buddy Biancalana, I think, has a good chance of getting picked.
Actually,
he'll get drafted in the
he's on my
in the
draft
18er.
board.
In the 8-teamer, he 1,000% gets picked.
Yeah.
It probably gets picked in this one, but 100% in the 8-teamer. All right, this is a little bit of a targeted pick. I like him, don't get me wrong, but
Oh,
it
boy.
also probably burns Charles. So I'll take Mike Timlin.
he was actually going next round. Mike Timlin was going next round for
Nothing
sure.
else, we've proved we all know each other well enough of which cards we like and don't like. So, okay.
Very nice.
Yeah, just so
I'll-
chat knows, the ancillary benefit was that it burns Charles. He's also an amazing
Yes.
card.
Yeah.
He is an
I was
amazing.
feeling better, and then
Look,
I
it
saw
could have
that
been
Charles
worse. If
had
you
no
took
pitchers.
Lance Blankenship, that would have really
That would have
that would have just been it.
Yeah.
you don't take
I'll,
pictures.
I'll take 91 John Denny.
Love
Nice.
that guy.
So then I don't have to hurry. Yeah, I was torn between Denny and Pettit, so now it's Pettit unless someone talks me into Jeter, and I could very easily be talked into Jeter.
Yeah, all we have to do is say take Jeter. That's talking you into Jeter.
Didn't we say earlier on this stream that Jimmy Rollins is now the best low diamond shortstop?
That is true.
You did. You all did indeed.
We actually did
that.
say that earlier on the stream, so I probably should take Rollins. All right.
I love J-Roll. He was so good.
I'm glad you did him undirty this time. I don't know what happened with that first
Yeah,
bronze.
the one
but
that's the
geez.
one that's like raw from the computer. Like I don't know what they hate him or something because that card
Yeah.
sucked.
Yeah, they got a vendetta against him.
Yeah, I could not believe how bad that was. So I was like, well, we can finagle that a little bit. Same with that 88 Oral. It's a bronze, and I'm like, what the hell? Thankfully, he had an amazing playoff. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Charles.
Yeah, I think this is pretty easy. I need some pitching, so
take
I'm
an
going
offensive
with
player.
Suarez.
Jeff Mathis.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Eugenio?
Or-
Yep. Now, but I do need a catcher, so I'm gonna take Jaso as well.
Oh, I was gonna take Jaso.
oh, that's a nice one. Love him. He rakes.
Okay, catchers,
Questionable.
Yeah, catcher in
That's the
heaven.
catcher.
He has a C on his card, and that's
I'm
all
gonna
that matters
take
for your
person that
purposes.
stands behind the plate frequently.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take Mondesi then.
In fact, I'm not even gonna try to list him as catcher. I'm just gonna list him as DH.
You cooked me.
What's Mondesi
I
listed at?
sniped
Is he
again.
listed at short?
57. Yeah, it's shortstop.
57.
Mondesi was the other one. I was taking two of Suarez, Jaso, Mondesi.
I was
I
taking
decided that
also
Mondesi was
one
the
of
most
those.
likely to make one more round.
No, I was. Those were the three cards I was thinking of taking. So
Okay, so you were all so there was I was always going to lose the other one.
yeah,
Yeah.
The one that I spent a long time debating was Benji Molina.
yeah. Benjamin is interesting.
I've been
But
eyeing
so
him for a
far,
little
nobody's
while.
picked a lefty. And if none of you ever pick a lefty, I'm not taking Benji Molina.
That's true.
Yeah,
It would
that's
make
fair.
it tough for him to succeed. All right, let me pivot here since Mondesi was circled at the top of my board.
Well, actually,
What'd you get
EDC,
for
you could show the slides from these
Kirkland?
tomorrow. That would be fun.
Good. I feel like I'm not being strategic as you guys. I don't know. It's interesting. It's
Well,
interesting to
we're-
watch as you
But
guys
we're
go
all
deep.
basically going after each other, and you're just sitting there taking good players.
We're blocking each other though too. Like that's
No,
the whole
that's
thing.
what I'm
Like,
saying. Yeah,
when is
we're
he
all-
going to
we're
take
all
his
just,
favorite
like,
pick
attacking.
here?
Yeah, we're all just attacking each
EBC's
other.
letting us fight in the corner there, and he's like, "Oh, I'll just
He's
take
just
my
like,
guys
oh
over
yeah,
here."
here's a good
Okay.
player. Oh yeah, here's another good player. This is a good player.
Let me try a once meta guy. Actually, frick, never mind. I'll say the name since I'm not taking him right now. But under the same concept of what you just said about Benji, I don't think Jim Pearsall would make a ton of sense right now.
Jim Pearsall is on my draft board.
Yeah, he's definitely an
Yeah,
interesting card.
he's on my
But
board.
no,
but
Jim
we need people
Pearsall
to
was
take lefties.
also on my if anybody ever takes a lefty, I'm drafting, and otherwise,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you saying that made me think, like, wait a minute, maybe I should pivot. So thank you. That was a help. All right, let me pick up the pace here and go. You know what? I'll take my last little gold. I'll go Paul Molitor.
sorry, just which Molitor?
82,
the logo
presumably.
Paul
82
Molitor, the
Molitor.
newest
Okay,
one.
he's
Yeah,
listed at third. He's the one listed at first, right?
He's first
Yeah,
only.
he's
Yeah.
first.
Yeah.
And I did hear your combo. I think it was last week when you reviewed that one about him possibly having the extra positions because he had played it. The reason I didn't is because he's so known as a DH in that era that like I thought it would have been maybe a little too much to give him even modest defense there. But I did consider it since he had played all that second and third to that point.
Yeah.
But he was just such a DH with Toronto and Minnesota that I figure he'll just take his first base only.
Yeah, makes sense.
Again, Luigi, yes, I'll spend 3 hours tomorrow recapping the 7-hour stream of pulling packs. It'll be good. It'll take that long. I'm going to take Pedro Guerrero at third base because you've told me that third base defense doesn't matter.
Very nice.
Yep,
that's a good one.
Great pick.
And I'm going to take Jeremy Affeldt.
Oh man, what is this? Oh, I don't play silver. I don't play silver.
I don't
Yeah,
play
you just
silver. I don't
said
play
that.
silver. Let me just take the best silver players.
IL-10.
It's treating you well because those are both amazing picks.
Well, I have to give Mr. Audit credit for Pedro Guerrero. I forgot about him. So that was
The question
He's awesome.
is, if I take Edwin Diaz, am I gonna make Spore's head explode?
I'm intrigued by that card quite a bit, as you guys seem to be, even if you're not certain how good he can be.
I'm intrigued by it. I'm just not sure it'll end up being good, but I'm
Yeah.
intrigued.
That's exactly where I come out, and I can't wait to kind of see. I'll take the silver Corey Seager and put him at my shortstop.
That's a really solid
yeah.
shortstop.
It's a good one.
preparation is for losers, clearly.
What was that, EBC?
Yeah, but Luigi said that preparation is for losers, clearly. He likes my roster the best.
It would be fun if we could find a way to run these rosters against each other too. I think it's going to be
That
tough.
would be
though.
awesome.
We're just going to have to argue
Yeah.
who won.
Let Chad decide, of course.
Actually, yeah, that's the way to do it. Let chat decide.
We know they're gonna pick EBC.
I'll take Hasagawa.
On my
All
board.
right, I
for
got to go
sure.
reset my draft board again. Wow. I had my thing set until the last like 3 picks, and then wow.
My buddy and I had this thing in like playing fantasy. It's like if the second you circle a guy on your list before your pick, he's gonna get taken. You are just asking to be jinxed there.
That's how it works.
This is
It's
tough.
like once you mentally have him on your roster, that's when you know it won't end
It's
up on your
over.
roster.
Yeah. It's over. It's so Jover.
All right. I think it's time to do something stupid again.
I swear to God, if you take my guy,
Take a hitter. Take a hitter.
he's gonna. That's probably why he said it's stupid.
Well, Charles has 2 free pitchers left at
I
the
know.
top still.
Yeah,
So
that can literally be his 26 and 27
Yeah.
pick.
I'm taking
Yeah.
a right
25
fielder,
and 26.
Hugh Nickel.
No. Oh God.
yeah, Mr. Odd, I still have the perfect and the gold. So
I like
those I
that,
would wait
by
till
the
the
way.
end for.
Yeah.
That oh
I
God
like
was that you
Nickel.
didn't take my guy. Not that it was a
Taking
bad
Hugh
pick.
Nickel for sure. And yeah, I gotta do it. I'm taking Charlie Lee.
Okay.
Both solid picks there.
Yeah. I will take Jeff Mathis.
That was the other option, right? The thing
Yeah.
is, I already have like 1.5 catchers.
Yeah, that one's not as big of a snipe for me. He was high on my board, but I have Campy, so I'm not that worried. I can find a solid backup. But if I was running more of like a
Grandal
50-50,
and Beckwith catches and Jaso stands behind home plate.
Oh, and my
Mhm.
idea was also with Mathis is that this lets me flex Ford around if I need to at some point.
yeah, exactly.
No, I think Mathis fits
okay,
your
well-
team better than anyone's at this point.
Yeah.
100% agree. All right. Well, given a theme that we've been kind of talking about with regards to the pitchers that people took or haven't taken, I think Andre Ethier sets up as a decent pick. I have to play him in the outfield,
I
but
love
it's
it.
worth it for that bat.
Yeah.
Give me Ethier and left.
Love it. And eligible for, and he's low bronze, so that also
Yes. It's a nice help too.
I like it.
I'm going to take Roberto Perez.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Pick two.
Yay. And I will take Luis Castillo, pitcher, 67.
All right. I feel like I'm going to get left with all the starters by default, right?
we all taking pictures. You didn't. I mean, that's an interesting strategy, right? Like, do you overload on one thing and everyone else is taking stuff? Now, it's different, obviously, in this 4-person dynamic, but there will
with
be
8, I think it would
instances
be tougher.
of this in the 8.
Yeah.
8's going to be hard.
It's going to be really hard and really fun.
Technically, I have 2 starting pitchers.
Yeah.
And Claudio closing it out for them.
Am I going to have... okay, now I have a question. Am I going to have to race you all for Mark McGwire?
Which one?
The iron, I presume.
Well, you could take the low diamond or the high diamond also. But yeah, probably the iron.
Yeah, but am I going to have to race you for him or not is what I'm trying to figure out.
I'll tell you right now, during the real thing, you absolutely will. He is on my board, but he's a bit lower right now. I'm going to go... You know what? Should I already be taking a bench player? I don't know. You know what? Frick it. Give me Dave Kingman.
Very nice.
Fun.
The
Iron God.
The Iron release Dave Kingman.
Yeah, the release Dave God. That's still crushing. Hit 13 homers in a second chance Iron win for me last night. Went crazy.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I'm gonna go for Ken Tatum.
Pretty low pick.
He was my next pick. This is gonna get worse with 8, isn't it?
The snipes continue. Oh yeah, the snipes are gonna be forceful with 8.
All right.
Yeah,
well, if we're just all going sniping here.
Uh-oh. This feels targeted. But to who?
All right. Yeah, I got to do it. I'm taking Termel Sledge.
That's a good pick.
And,
I just got my Sledge this week.
I am going to take Jose Molina.
Okay.
40.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm not going to get Piggy Ward now. That's the thing.
Yeah, you might not get Piggy Ward.
No. I'm not going to get him because I'm out of...
He's blocked out of him.
Yeah.
Oh, he's out of... out.
But I decided Sledge is probably even better than Piggy.
I think that's a fair assessment to make.
Yeah, Sledge is good. I mean... I think I do need an outfielder, right? Actually... No, I think I'll take Jared Burton.
Oh,
good pick.
Nice.
Yeah.
Another feast on the lack of lefties, and I'll go.
So am I?
Josh Hamilton.
Hold on, I just want to make sure I didn't miscount here. Josh Hamilton, you said?
No, I think everything's fine. Yeah.
No, I mean, I believe at this point I have 14 hitters.
Oh, yeah.
My turn?
All right.
Yes.
I actually should not have taken...
Wait, don't you have 12?
Can I actually... You know what? Can I change the Sledge pick?
Yeah.
For someone not yet on the board? Sure. I just realized that actually is my last hitter.
Don't you have 12?
Yeah.
Or am I missing something? Is my board not updated again?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm counting 13. You have 16 picks and 3 of them are pitchers? That should be 13?
Pitchers?
You got Lee, Claudio,
I thought it's just Lee and Keuchel. Oh, Claudio.
Claudio. Yeah,
okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Then we're good. I just realized I do need a backup infielder.
Harry Ford to the rescue.
Oh yeah, I was not counting one guy. Yeah,
okay.
But we got it.
Okay, then I'm good. Sorry.
So
because I need some like second base shortstop ish somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah, I took Hambone, so it's EBC.
I'm going to take, thank you, Mr. Audit. I'm going to take David Justice.
Love it.
Oh, okay.
Mr. I have no idea what to do in silver.
And silver is taking literally
I think
the
has ended
sickest
up with
Yeah,
the best
biggest
silver.
miss.
I think has ended up with the
Justice
best
was
silver
provided.
of anybody.
And
I like the
um,
sandbag there.
No, I've never played. I haven't played a
I
single
know,
silver
I'm
tournament.
teasing you. I'm teasing you.
So he claims.
He's sneak
I'm
playing
gonna
it on
take.
his second
I'm gonna take
account.
Piggy Ward.
Piggy
Piggy
Ward?
Okay.
Yeah,
You taking Piggy?
yeah. He
Listed
was
at
on my
second,
list,
right?
and I was hoping you wouldn't say him, but you kept saying him.
Yeah, chat definitely blowing some guys, which is fine, obviously, that they're putting their names out there. But I'm like, I hope it doesn't jog their memory.
All
All right, back to me.
So I probably should take some pictures pretty soon.
Don't do it.
You need
All
pitchers,
hitters.
though?
You only have to take hitters who kept pitching.
Oops, all
abilities.
hitters. Let me get solid bench bat here with, Nico Goodrum.
Oh, that's a good one.
Couldn't resist, huh?
I had to get Tiger on there somewhere.
I like that pick.
After I accidentally took double pick the Gold Verlander.
Yep. All right. I may have to take a Tiger next after this.
Oh
sorry,
boy,
who
I don't
just
know
take?
what I
Sorry,
want.
you took Nico Goodrum?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
for a good drum.
Listed at second. He plays at least first, right? And
yeah, he's gonna be on bench right now. So you could just put 2B.
I was just
because
listing whatever,
yeah, whatever's on the card is fine, of course.
just to make it, just to put something on there.
Yeah.
All right,
This is a really good format.
I'm gonna take
geeking over this. This is a lot of fun.
Red Clobadance.
Kobe.
So I was gonna pick him, but I realized I was out of,
Oh yeah, you were already
space.
out of the.
I'm out of space. Yeah.
Out of the ability to take him.
You could just list him as a first baseman. That's fine.
Don't even pretend.
I think that's the correct way to list them, actually. How to do it.
All right, two for Charles.
I need pictures. I'm just sort of deciding because maybe I want to make sure I get my backup. So I will say I was desperate to get Blankenship, and I now can't fit him. Right?
You have one more, right?
You box yourself out of your own pick.
No, you've got one more position player. I think.
Yeah, because you have 13. Remember?
Yeah, but I think
so I need a silver.
I think I need a better starter. All right, I'm gonna go Wilmer Flores.
Okay,
so I'll get my Tiger, and then I think just to make sure I get what I need, I'm gonna take Jelly.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay,
and that way, and now I'm all pitchers.
Yep.
Oops, all pitchers. Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Goose pitches a bit.
Mm-hmm. You could absolutely, especially with you waiting on some pitching, he can give you some legit innings.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually, I wonder if any of the Diamond Negro League two-way cards.
Yeah,
probably not quite.
No. I'll take JoJo White.
Very nice. I love that pick.
Tigers run.
Yeah.
Got to run on Tigers. It's almost like there are a lot of Tigers available.
I don't know, man.
It's weird.
The clown that's in charge of that stuff won't shut up about them either.
And they're all good.
Mr. Autumn is only posting suggestions when EVC picks from now on.
All right, I'll take my last silver here, and I'll go with Jeff Zimmerman.
Okay.
Reliever.
You don't have to because it's the last silver, but I guess at this point.
Oh yeah. Actually, you know what? Then scratch that because maybe there'll be a world where I want to pivot there, but I'm probably going to be him.
All right, wait. I can. All right, you want me to get rid of him?
Yeah, if you don't mind, because I'd rather take Ray King then.
Who do you want?
Ray King, that's a good one.
Yeah, I'll go raking.
Raking, all
High
right.
bronze. Raking should have been a hitter.
Yep.
Raking.
I like your bullpen.
Thank you. It's two guys that you speak very highly of.
Yeah, it's a
Absolutely.
good.
I need a right fielder. I'm going to go with 53 Clemente.
You want the Iron
Oh.
Roberto?
That was my card. I get to take my card.
You had mentioned him.
Yeah, I was waiting too long.
61 Cal Eldred.
Nice.
Ooh, nice one.
Still around, still expensive.
Mm-hmm. Still viable. All right. Let's see here. I will take. Let me change something real quick here.
I kind of want to run these teams in something now if we can figure it out.
There's any way we could figure it out.
Yeah, this has gotten a lot more serious than I expected it to be. Somehow.
Especially for a mock, we're
all a little
like
competitive, I think. Just
we're all a little
bit.
competitive,
Slightly.
and I'm kind of liking my team.
Yeah, I enjoy my team.
I think I'm gonna actually change my perfect from what I was gonna do based on what you guys are all doing.
Interesting.
We'll pivot. All right, this is not a spite pick. It's just you waited too long, Charles. I'm gonna take Mark McGwire.
You're gonna take the 44, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you can't
No,
take
well, I
these.
ran out of room to take him.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll still take him right now.
But he is an excellent. No, I totally would have taken him if I had room.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's another one that's 1,000% going to go in the 8-man as well.
Yeah,
and probably
definitely.
earlier.
Absolutely.
Okay, I want to find out. Okay. Low silver is pretty desolate at this point.
Yeah, that's why I took Claudio. Was I felt like Claudio was just kind of like.
Yeah, Claudio was really good.
I've got a really tough decision. I'll see what chat thinks. Which Cliff Lee do I want?
Oh yeah.
Ooh, the bronze or the big dog.
Yeah.
I think I will take 74 Kenta Colve.
Oh, that's it. That's interesting. That's interesting. Wow. I guess I don't have to rush to take the
TB5 not
diamonds.
eligible. Not eligible TB5. Otherwise, I would have taken TJ Friedel.
Okay, so I don't have to rush to take the diamonds.
Would have been gone already.
Wait, I actually don't have to rush to take anything but irons, right?
Correct.
Yeah, like it.
Okay. Well, that makes it straightforward to decide what to do then, right? I should take some irons because everything else is free. And I should take some pictures because I don't got any. All right. Well, if we might be doing this for real, then I guess this is a point that I can actually let a little bit of strategy out, right? All right, I'm going way off the board here.
Let's hear it.
I'm taking Brent Suter.
Oh, that's it's interesting.
The live.
The live lefty.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of nasty as hell with that run suppression there for 57.
I'm gonna go in a similar vein.
You have all these lefty hitters, and
Yeah. Oh, you got another pick.
Oh, I have another pick.
Yeah, he's gonna eat my team alive.
Yeah,
or at least not allow a single homer. I can't wait to see the machinations in the 8-man with the lefty righty splits and everything. Who's going to have heavy tilted team and whatnot.
Oh, wow. Then I guess the other trying to figure out. Yeah, I'm going CJ Nitkowski.
Yeah, his name might take your 40. Oh, you're 41. Very nice.
Yep. Let's just go lefties.
You
know, Case Wisdom, I do think Joe Black is a good pick. However, I think I'm just go after their lefties. Let's see what happens.
And in a similar vein to Charles, I'm going to take the new Mitch Williams.
Yes.
I like that card. And then again, with all the lefty tilt, that makes a lot of sense.
Yep, that was the other. I love it.
All right, my last bench guy, I'll go Lenny Randall for one of my 40s.
I guess I couldn't take Roberto Hernandez because, you know, what's he listed as a third? I'll just list him as infielder, I guess.
Yeah, you could even put UT next to him.
UT's probably fair, yeah.
All right, EBC, up to you, bud.
Yeah, I'm definitely struggling now.
I thought you run iron though, don't you?
I do, but you know, you took all the good stuff already.
It's possible I raced and took some of the good irons, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna take
The worst is if Isidafo and I theory craft this together, our draft boards are gonna be horrible.
I think there's going to be enough difference.
I'm gonna take Jimmy Ryan.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
I looked at him.
Should I list him as a reliever or as a?
Don't even pretend.
I think you could list him as a DH, probably.
Yeah.
DH.
Like my Singleton, just cut to the chase and don't even pretend he's going to play elsewhere.
All right, I'll pretend he's a center fielder for you. How's that?
No, I'm gonna take Albert Almora Jr. as my center fielder.
Ooh, there you go.
Ooh,
yeah.
That's a good pick.
Nice.
Good pick. All right, back to me. I'm gonna take.
And now I'm really in trouble. I've not played low iron in a long time.
You know what? If this gets played out somehow, then I'll have an idea of what he looks like.
Yeah.
But if not, then it's a fun pick. I'm gonna take that Warren Hacker.
Oh, I thought you were going to take it with Diaz.
By the way, I gotta say, now that I don't believe anybody else can take him, the card that I am shocked did not get a pick here is Dink.
Mm-hmm.
Dink was an interesting one. Yeah.
I'm sure he'll get a pick with
That's
the
a great.
Anthony Young. That's a good
1,000,000%.
iron. Is Anthony Young? That's a good option. I'm just looking at
Yeah,
chat.
I would put every nickel I had that Dink will go in the big dog.
Yeah.
No, but he didn't here. That's interesting that he did not go here.
Absolutely.
I'll take 40 Marino Peretti.
Nice. He's listed as a reliever, I think?
I believe so, yes.
All right. I'm gonna go with Dontrell Willis. There's still room, I guess, for a high-end Willis maybe this cycle, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
the tough part is like, what does it look like?
Yeah,
I'm not sure if there is. It's really hard outside of maybe just getting a little fictional with it and going for the essence of Dontrell.
Yeah,
and just kind of doing some fan service.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could try to print some gold with a good bat or something and try to get a no DH tournament for him, maybe. But because
it's tough.
I mean, he was a really good hitter for a pitcher, at least. So
yeah, he could smack it.
That's true. Yeah.
Here's a question. I think the answer is no, and it probably should be. But like, would we allow people that go lower than a tier they're in to take another card?
No,
because I think the idea is you're trying to show off all the parts of the meta.
Yeah,
precisely. Yeah. Okay, good.
What I think we could do
end up
is
being a question,
if we find that
but
everyone,
it's the right to say no.
I think if we find that like everyone says, I wish I could trade a low bronze for like a low iron, we could just do that for everyone before we start.
Yeah, if we want to do something like that where we massage them, I'm totally chill like that. But I would not want to allow a trade down in draft. I'm like, well, I'm going to take Dink with my last silver spot. No. You draft within the confines.
But this actually worked out pretty well.
Yeah, this is going very well. And
Sorry,
we're
the other
going
one, by the way,
pretty
sorry,
quickly.
and I'm taking Jimmy Key, the silver packable,
74. Yeah.
because I realized there are a few.
Yep.
There are what, 3 Jimmy
Great pick.
Keys or something out there now?
There's a
Yeah,
98 and a 65. Yeah, so 3.
Yeah, the tops one and then this one.
Yeah.
So I've got most
right,
of the
it is
rotation
mine.
now.
I'll take Josh Tolley.
Who was your other pick, Charles?
Willis.
Dontrell Willis and Jimmy Key.
Oh yeah, Dontrell.
So I've got them numbered by round, if that helps.
Yeah. I couldn't think of where I should be looking there for him.
What
Yeah,
is Tolley?
okay, cool.
Is he? He's a
40. Yeah.
He was a. I'm trying to remember what he's listed as.
Catcher.
All right. Yeah,
I wanna
I don't know if the
have
wraparound pick is good or bad. Like, it's tough because I'm also.
I like being on the
figuring this out.
elbows.
Yeah, I mean, in most
personally.
drafts it doesn't like super make a difference most of the time, I think, but
It
I like
might make
being on
more
the-
of a difference than the 8-teamer because you're gonna have to wait a while after that, but you do get
yeah,
to go
that's true.
bang bang. All right,
Yeah, there'll be
I'll
some
take-
reaching or something.
It's also tough because I'm keeping the draft board for everyone now, and hopefully in the thing we do it for real, I won't be doing that.
Yeah, someone else can do that.
Yeah, ideally we could have somebody help. Maybe Dr. D and EBC would commentate. I don't know.
Yeah. I think Dr. D, I was going to ask him, I think we're going to be able to hopefully get him on board to call the thing.
That'd be awesome. All right, I'll take. I know I don't necessarily have to because it's only the 2 picks for EBC, but he could. Oh wait, no, actually, yeah, no, actually, I will wait. Sorry, I'm gonna take Chris Cannizzaro with my last 40, but just not yet.
I guess he's already got 2 catchers, so he's probably
Exactly.
not
So
gonna do it.
I don't. If he takes the 3rd, okay, then I'll pivot. But I think I can wait. So give me one quick second here.
Yeah, that's true. But Oscar's what, like a bronze level
Oscar's-
pitcher.
Yeah, Oscar's pitching is not great.
but neither is Charles.
Yeah, there's some of those things
That's
in
true.
the in the Negro League guys where they're secondary pitching, like might help you in a really break glass in case of emergency situation, but you're not really going to be using them.
Yeah.
EBC could now hate pick. Yes, he could absolutely cook me if he wants and just take a 3rd catcher.
That would be hilarious. I will say, if you did that, that would be kind of hilarious.
Oh, I'd laugh my ass off. All right, I'll take Floyd Humans.
Going all in against the everyone's got righties thing, huh?
I mean, I don't mind him too much. He loses a little. Well, the walk rate, I guess, is the real issue with the lefties, and he doesn't have to face my team.
That's true. He doesn't have to face your
lefty
team.
loaded.
Oh, I so want to run these. You know what?
So what
Can
was the
we
what was
as
the
a
heat
test
there?
thing? Can we try to run these the test thing?
Yeah, I'll see if we can just get like a 4-person thing put up, and we could throw
Does
them in
everyone own all these cards, or
there. Oh yeah, because we did say you could draft stuff that you don't have since this is a mock.
yeah? I mean, I think I own everything I drafted, but
Yeah, I mean, I got my McVay order in today.
I do so far.
Keep drafting as if you want to take anything, even if you don't have it, because if we can't run this, that is okay. We'll
yeah,
try, but
just take what you want.
it's
Who
not
did
a
you
must.
want for as your catcher?
Chris Cannizzaro, a 40.
I love how he asks this when it's his turn to pick.
Yeah, which would give you a 3rd catcher. Do it. I dare you.
No,
I'll play
it's
chicken
fine.
with you. Do it.
You know what? Hold on. I gotta
I'm
look
gonna
up something.
take,
If we might be doing this for real, I need to look up something because I may make a really stupid 26th pick.
Dude, I just wrote down and I lost it. How did I do that?
Whereby
I'm gonna take-
may I mean am going to. Just to be clear.
I'm going to take 47 Hank Johnson.
Okay.
I like that. I think
a good one.
that might well have been my my last pick there if you didn't.
Nice. And I'll take Joel Youngblood 42.
Nice.
Mm.
He's the 40. He's just outfielder, I guess, right?
Yeah, left or right. Can play a little center, a little second base if he has to. Not great, but
All right, let me see what I got going here.
All right, I'm gonna ask chat. Chat, should I do something stupid?
You know they're gonna say yes.
I don't know what we
They
expect.
love to see you do something goofy.
That doesn't sound like a no, does it?
That seems pretty resoundingly in favor of you doing something crazy. Yes,
That
that's how
doesn't
I'm
sound
reading
like
it
a
as well.
no. And if it doesn't sound like a no,
Infield.
then I think there's really only one response. Right?
All right, I am gonna do it. Isidafo, here you go.
Or are
Edwin
you gonna do
Diaz.
the stupid thing before
Okay,
I do the
there we go.
stupid thing?
We got Edwin. Edwin is in
I took the
in
bronze
the
Edwin
draft.
Diaz.
What do you take?
Gotta do it. Bronze
Edwin
Edwin
Diaz.
Diaz.
Sorry, I didn't hear what he said.
Bronze Edwin Diaz.
Bronze Edwin D. Oh, hey,
He better go in the A band.
works half the time every time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I need to take
Just like Sex Panther.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need to take 2 more pitchers.
Oh yeah, I'm doing
Two more
this.
hitters.
I am 100% being stupid.
I can't wait for this.
All right, I'll take
I just have to look at my team and figure out how to execute it real quick.
this is actually very tricky because I left myself a bad situation in gold.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to take Frank Chance, but I can't.
He was a strong consideration for me way back when I had gold spots.
Well, he's just not eligible.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yes.
PTCS. Yeah, that's why I ended up saying, yeah, I can't take him.
I really need to find.
Probably fair scout.
By the way, when we have the 8, we can discuss PTCS because if it's people with really full
If people got
arsenals, inventories, we can say, if everyone's comfortable with it, but it has to be unanimous. It can't be 7, 8. It has to be 8 of 8 that want to do it.
Yeah,
then we can do it.
Right.
I think
you guys have all these righties. That's the thing that's killing me here.
right-handed starters. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because I so
Uh,
want to
man, I
do
don't know what
something
to do.
stupid as a result of that.
Do it.
I mean, I've got it, right?
If just no first baseman.
Yeah.
I'll take. You know what? Maybe no. It's probably bad. It's probably bad.
Come on,
I really
don't
have
worry.
no idea what to do. I'll go for 63 Dale Murphy.
Ooh, with the catcher backup.
Nice.
Not that you're going to play in there with
listed as
Mathis
a
and
first
Tolley.
baseman, right? For that
Correct.
one.
Yeah, he's going to be at first base probably. Catcher.
Yeah, I don't think you'd want to play him catcher at all, but you have 2 legit ones
All right,
anyway.
Isidafo,
totally.
just to check, this is tournament rules, right? So third base defense is not a thing?
Yeah,
Correct.
that's correct.
Oh, boy.
Do it. Don't know what it is, but do it.
All right. Well, actually, hold on. I've got 2 more rounds. I can punt and I can do this last round, right? So, I got 2 more picks. We are gonna take Andy Pettit.
Okay.
I just couldn't
That's
talk. I couldn't talk
shocker.
myself into Jeter because I ran out of
Man, the position players.
Ban out of position players, right?
Yep.
Which is a little wee bit of a problem.
Small issue.
Yeah. And oh yeah, why not? I think it just fits against this group. I'm gonna take Gilradia.
Nice.
Hey.
What P
I love
Babbitt?
I'm totally here for it.
What P Babbitt?
That's overrated.
LEs are fair game, right? Just not.
Yes.
Correct.
And you've got 3 unopposed picks, isidafo?
Yes, I know. I just want to figure out. It actually matters the order I do them in, I think.
Yeah, I think so also. Because I'm gonna do something stupid and you get to react to it.
Yep. Well, yes, but I have to choose which position I'm going to react to it at. That's the thing.
You probably figured out the stupid thing I'm doing.
Well, I don't know what exactly, but I mean, I think I know who I'm picking between my perfects. Let's say that. So I'll take Bill Freehand.
The 85.
The
Freehand.
85. Yeah.
All
So you
right.
did go 3 catchers after all.
I have 4 catchers actually. Before players eligible at catcher.
Oh yeah, Harry Ford, Dodoy.
Yeah, but you have. Well, does Thole play something else?
No, it just plays catcher.
So you actually just play and have 3 catchers on the roster because you want freehand.
Yeah. Yeah, but Ford plays everything, and I'm gonna do tricky
Yeah,
stuff.
the Ford I assume is not catching, but it means you are
Not
burning
anymore.
a spot.
He'll never catch.
Yes, well, this is my 40. I don't really mind. The 40 was a hedge.
No, I just want to be able to build a depth chart, right?
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about building a depth chart.
I'll take Joe Black after all. For my
All right, let's do it.
450,
Yep. Oh, I got to do this, right?
It's a must now. Go ahead,
I'm
even
take
Steve.
Stubby Clapp
Stubby.
and Jerry Ujdar.
Nice.
In my 40s.
All right, I'm gonna put up a poll and let chat decide. So you said want Euler and who?
Stubby Clapp.
Okay.
I don't play cap, so I have no idea what good.
No,
40s are.
those make sense.
No, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at the poll. No, your picks are completely fine as far as I'm concerned. The poll was just, should I do something stupid? Yes or yes.
All right, but if I do this, we have to try to run these because if I'm going to pull my stupid thing at the end, we got to do our best to run these and see how it goes.
Okay. Can we ask Hamlet before you do it when it gets to your pick if he can tell us, like if let him try to guess? I
think Hamlet's probably figured out what I'm doing.
He thinks he knows. Is my pick? So I will go Jesse Carlson. I need a second lefty just in the bullpen there. Literally only 2 lefties on my entire roster.
Yep.
And I mean, you can fill in Cannizzaro at the bottom if you want, or you can wait till the end. But it's who I'm taking.
Yeah, it's unopposed. So.
Okay, so I have to take 2 pitchers.
Is it
This went really fast, by the way. Good job, guys. Especially EVC coming in fully blind.
Yeah, it's tough to it. But I definitely want to try to. All right, I think if we can try to run one of these, this will be fun.
I think it'll be great.
Okay, I'm gonna take Steve Howe.
Okay.
Good call.
Drugs not included. Got to get your own drugs. He doesn't share.
I would take Tyler Holton were he eligible, but sadly he is not.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, looking at the poll results, I think we should.
By the way, before you take your pick, I will say the TB5 is going to throw a huge wrench into this too, because so many other players are going to be picked from that for sure.
Yeah. So we have to we'll have to think about the timing. So if all cards are available to everyone, I think we should use TB5, and if not, we should maybe try to run it before there's too much TB5 in.
Yeah, I
That's
think
fine.
Or-
I'm certain.
I have all these cards except for Home Run Johnson. But
Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
mean like if we.
yes, when Tourney 5 comes in, yes, it's gonna be a
Alright.
problem.
Yeah.
I think you have to do without Tourney 5.
Yeah, EBC. I don't think your A-Rod pick number 1 overall is
No, you're right. I
problematic
think
in any way, shape, or
very,
form.
very reasonable.
All right.
He's who I
Yeah.
would have taken.
I'm
with the
picking.
number 1.
I'm picking Cliff Lee. I think y'all probably knew that.
Okay, that was not
Yeah.
shocker.
Yeah, that one's not the shock piece.
I'm picking the bronze Cliff Lee.
The bronze, okay.
Oh,
and
so now
I'm
here comes the
taking Jim
gamut.
Tomey.
Jim Tomey with the gamut here. That card crushes.
Okay. Well,
Oh man.
I guess I get to so I would say my original plan was to take Dan Bruthers.
Right.
Okay.
But now you've
but
realized you're going to take Kershaw.
I'm going to take Kershaw. Yeah.
Hamlet knew it. He was
Yeah,
indeed
yeah.
thinking that.
Chris Cannizzaro and EVC, you get your low bronze to finish. Yeah, I
gonna
telegraphed
take,
that a little bit, but I felt it was more fun to try this one on stream.
I'm gonna take Lamar Hoyt.
The bronze Hoyt.
Yeah.
63.
Is he listed as he's the one listed as a reliever, right?
He's listed as closer, actually.
Closer.
Yeah.
All right. We got a draft.
We did it.
Nice.
Good job.
I think
Good
we should
job,
try to
guys.
run
That was
it.
quick.
I know I telegraphed it. I was okay telegraphing it because it's
Telegraphed and
entertainment
asking
here.
Whether the third base defense was a thing or not. Yeah, that gave it away for Hamlet.
Yeah, that's the thing, that if Charles takes like Dick Allen or something, then instead I can take Gooden.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
I didn't think at all about lefty righty at all doing my draft. I just tried to find best value. I didn't even think about building the team that way.
You put together a hell of a team. Again, you came in totally blind.
All right,
and I
here's
really think you
the
put
way I
together
think
a
we should
very
do
capable
this.
club.
Here's the way I think we should do this, and then I don't think we're gonna get to the tournament batch tonight. I'm guessing.
no, I don't think so. That's gonna be another day.
I think we should see if we can run it, but maybe here's the way we should wrap this up. I'm gonna suggest we each get like a max 60-second elevator pitch why our team's gonna win, and let's do a poll and see who. Or it doesn't have to be why your team, or it could be like who you think's gonna win and why, and then we'll let people.
Okay.
Should we do it? And then we'll put a poll up?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'll start. I mean,
Go ahead.
again, the pitch is easy. I had no clue what I was doing, and I just came in blind. And that's usually what wins. It's the people who don't prepare. It's the RNG, baby. It's the RNG.
RNG.
So
RNG?
Take the wheel.
that's it.
Yeah,
Again, and you have
not-
the most Rodriguez's on the team.
which
It's
is
no
huge,
question
yeah.
about that.
I'm
those
not just
Tigers
gassing you
probably.
up. I think you put together a really capable squad for just kind of going straight
Yeah,
off
I mean,
off the cuff there. So my pitch for my team, it's right-handed heavy with the pitching, obviously. Only Ray King and Jesse Carlson for the lefty, but we're going to be on base so often with our hitters. Oh my God, we got Childs, Ken Singleton, McGraw, Seager, Molitor, Campy, Josh Hamilton, Andre Ethier. With the proliferation of righty starters across the league, they're really not going to have to go against lefties too often. But even if they do, we got guys that can fill in. Actually, I don't have a great center field fill-in, so that could be a problem. But I really do like my pitching, despite the righty heaviness of it. Spud Chandler, Cal McVay, Tyler Glasnow, Dan Herron, Tim Wakefield. Took a two-way Cal McVay limited edition. Don't know, if that's going to be something I would do in the big dog tournament, but I love the idea of kind of having that extra hitter there that can maybe do some things. As Isidafo said, it's basically two low diamonds in a high diamond slot. So again, we're going to be on base all the time, and I like my righty heavy pitching. Despite the fact that they're going to run into a decent number of lefties, I think they can handle it.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, my idea is basically to try to get a lot of flexibility to match up against people's pitchers. So all my players pretty much can play a whole bunch of different positions. Ford can sort of flex around everywhere to give people days off. There's some platooning with Murphy and Klobodans, and then just kind of getting Kershaw with matchups with people's lefties and sort of top tier pitchers in high diamond, low diamond, and silver.
And you're going to need it, right? Because you're you're basically playing a 25-man roster, but you've got all these multi-position guys.
Yes.
Yeah. That allowed you to do that with your crazy flexibility.
Right. Yeah. I mean, totally with basically a hedge in case I went somewhere else with my high gold.
Mm-hmm.
That way I had flexibility to take some other card there later if I wanted.
All right. And my sales pitch
All
is
right,
pretty
Charles,
easy,
tell us why
right?
your pitching, why your hitting is so good.
Our hitting's, come on, we got the best hitters in the game. We got Hank Aaron. Look at the lineup that we can put together. Hank Aaron, Oscar
those top
Charleston,
top
Jim
five are so
Thome,
gross.
Willie McCovey. Throw in Votto, like, one of them, probably McCovey DHs. Votto will play first against a lot of these guys. Goose
Grandal.
Curry. Look at this lineup.
Getting on base all day.
We got like Suarez coming off the bench just to mash, like Jeremy Affeldt or Tippy Martinez in the late innings. We got Jaso as like the backup and Sledge is like the backup, just hammer everybody. And then we got all this lefty pitching, which nobody else has.
Mm-hmm.
That's the plan. It looks like we have 11 pitchers, but what I decided is that Goose is, actually like a bronze level pitcher, at least.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of have Goose as a 12th pitcher, and I felt like that was better than like an extra bronze guy. And it's Jim Thome.
I considered double duty to be my backup catcher and get a pitcher, but he's obviously just kind of meh. But it was definitely consideration.
I'm putting up a poll.
Right, so here's another
this was a lot of
question.
Fun. Go ahead. Yeah.
I guess what cards didn't get picked that we thought about
should
picking?
Have, yeah. First off, I'm shocked. Okay, I was shocked Dink didn't get picked. I just assumed
that's a huge shock.
Or Hikes, is it? I assume it's Hikes.
Yeah, Hikes.
I just felt like someone would pick him.
I thought about Daniel Murphy.
Yeah.
Considered Murphy and Sandoval again as a gamut for my backup catcher there with Sandoval and Schwarber also in consideration.
Yeah, other ones on my list. I thought Blankenship would surely go somewhere. Maybe that's just me.
We thought it'd go to you.
Yeah, we thought it'd
agree, but we just thought it'd go to you.
No, there are a few others that like Shanuel I thought maybe would go.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I thought about
he was on my list.
I was a little surprised that none of you took Pearsall. That's when I started taking the lefties, or when I realized Braun didn't go.
Remember, I mentioned him.
Yeah.
I considered him, and then the lack of lefties that had been taken, I said, well, I'm going to pivot off of that, and that's when I went to Hamilton. But yeah, he was in heavy consideration. He'll go in the big dog.
He definitely will. Yeah. Charbonneau.
Wes Parker, I thought about.
Oh yeah, Parker would have been good. I'm also a little surprised because I think all four of us are on the outfield defense is important train. None of us looked at Kevin Kiermaier.
Yeah, just dominating in center there. Our park that we pick will be instrumental in his potential value too.
Yeah,
I felt good with Doyle in center. I just didn't feel like I had to go there.
You had a great center fielder.
I would have thought about Kiermaier if I had Aaron instead of Mays, but with Mays, Kiermaier didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I was waiting to take like a Pearsall type. I sort of wanted to take, Pearsall. Actually, I guess I could have gone the high iron route in center also, right, versus lefties.
Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that he 100% should have gone, but he will in the 8-man. That Okajima with the reverse splits is pretty nice. It is a high gold price, so it makes him a little tougher, but I do love how well he can get righties out as well as lefties.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there were a number of tournament cards I would have taken if, Spencer Steer I wanted to take. Nootbaar, I guess, is another one that I'm a little surprised didn't go.
Nootbaar. So I considered both Nootbaar and Reggie.
I consider Reggie pretty hard.
I also thought about the gold Roger Maris.
Yeah, very splitty.
Did you guys consider Paul Blair in that for the defensive piece, the gold one?
Yeah.
He's just not hitting enough. And
I
there's
think
better
he's
defense
at this point.
lower.
I thought about Schwarber.
Oh, that
Yeah, I
would
mentioned Schwarber with Schwarber and Sandoval as potential backup catcher, and then just Mash at third or DH. But I already had Singleton, which blocked off
Gold Lindor, the new one, as Cage Wisdom points out, would have been another good pick.
Yeah. Another card I just assumed somebody would take Rabbit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like it just never worked out, I guess, for anyone.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
we're naming a ton of guys that will go in the 8-man for sure.
Yep.
All right.
Matty McIntyre maybe with his defense and high.
Yeah, Cheney White. I also thought about.
That's a good one too. I'm definitely. It shows that I'm basically 4-man depth. When you get to 8-man depth, I'd be in deep trouble.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot harder.
It's gonna be so hard. So you're not alone there. That's gonna be.
Do you think I made a mistake by taking Alex Claudio like that early?
Yes.
He's. I don't know. He's the best low silver pitcher by a lot.
Yeah, I think mistake is the wrong word. It might have just been a little early to jump him in the 8th, but like great pick.
Yeah, the other, I mean, the other move I considered making at the end, if I didn't like try the Tomei thing, I think I was actually gonna take either Thatcher or Divine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, like this is kind of embarrassing for all four of us, but like how's Ben Sheets just not get picked? Like that's crazy.
Yeah, those Sheets, ridiculous. Giolito, Aster points out, or Sonny Gray, the bronze.
The bronze.
That's true.
Yeah.
By the way, I see Aster and Hamlet in the chat. If assuming we're able to do an 8-person version of this, I hope you two will be interested in playing.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you had passed out invites yet.
Not yet.
Well, now we have.
Yeah, there you go.
But assuming you two are interested, I definitely feel like we should try to get some people that are have a strong track record in these. And
yeah,
absolutely.
I feel from this I can now go play all the different types of tourneys because now we've highlighted some of the best 8 cards.
Yeah, you can almost use this as a little board of some of the key players at each thing.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a nice way. You have to learn the card pool down to Iron, Hamlet.
Pretty much.
I feel like you might have some knowledge of the card pool.
I play Caps. I mean,
Aster will do it if Hamlet does.
All right, there we go.
Well, me thinks Hamlet doth protest too much.
Oi.
Anybody consider Tommy Teva now as an Iron defensive guy? He just can't. I mean, he's nothing.
He's a high Iron, right?
No, the guy actually, the guy that I thought hard about was Hechevarria.
Yeah, Hechevarria is interesting.
But again, the thing is, again, you guys just didn't pick. Like, if you guys had picked lefties, I would have done something like that.
Yeah, there were some other cards like that. I thought the Candy Maldonado was another one you could pick.
Yeah, same thing. If there were more left, what happened was like you all were picking righties, and that's why it was like. And Spore did the same thing. Like that Ethier pick, if there are more lefties selected, I don't think he's ever taking Ethier.
He goes exactly. Yeah, he goes way later, if at all. Maybe not even at all in a 4-man. If there's more lefties there.
Yeah, it was some other. I mean, I guess Alfonso is probably a card that was interesting if there were lefties.
Mm-hmm. I love that Edgardo.
Yeah,
this is actually this is a high skill format.
I think this is a high. Yeah, this is high skill everything. I mean, this is
a difficult but fun format.
This is the PTMS format from last year, right? Wasn't it 2 PTX champions?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
yeah.
Actually,
that's cool.
I feel like actually this would be a fun thing. Like, if we can figure out how to make this work in general, this would be a fun, just like update the meta. If we did this every couple months with a sharp group.
True.
Because
if we could have like a month
chat, this format is exactly just like who's who of the meta right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh my God, caged. A minute per pick would be so difficult.
It is super.
I mean, there's no way we could have done a time limit because we were all blind with no board.
I think we actually managed a minute for pick for almost all. Like this didn't.
I think we did great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we did pretty fast.
brilliantly.
And I felt like I was a bit slow because I was trying to update the sheet instead of like
Yeah,
thinking
which is
about
why
picks
it didn't
between.
feel
but-
like you were slow though, because we knew you were doing other things. So no, I thought the pace was incredible.
Yeah, we did a good
Yeah,
job.
I was happy for you being slow, Charles, because one, it made you
Yeah.
made you pick no pitchers, and two, I had a chance to.
So I actually, all right, I'll ask y'all one more question. If you could trade a player off your team right now,
Oh.
is there anyone you'd
The
or
trade
any,
for
what,
who?
what, what,
Like,
or who
give-
do you think was your best pick? Who's the pick you most regret? I'll ask it that way.
Ooh. Go ahead, ABC.
best pick.
I mean, I was definitely trying to get up the middle, strong defense out the gate,
Mm-hmm.
and whether I chose, I
So
knew
that's why you
A-Rod was
picked the
good.
third baseman.
Did I take third baseman?
No, he's joking about A-Rod.
Yes.
There's been a meme throughout the stream about don't play A-Rod. at third.
I guess I shouldn't have played him at third for the first 30 games. Just want to see what he would do. He's hitting much better now. I put him at short for some reason.
There you go.
So I don't know. Home Run Johnson's an interesting call for second base. I was really struggling to find a good second baseman once I had taken Pudge and A-Rod, and I think that the Pudge call was because you took Roy just before me, and I totally panicked because I was thinking of Campanella and a pitcher just to have a really solid offensive and defensive catcher.
Yeah.
And so that's how I draft. I think about, solid up the middle and then
Same.
fill in as I go.
Do you have a regret pick? Is it Pudge?
Maybe the Home Run Johnson if I could figure out a different second baseman.
Okay.
I mean, if you want, I think it was the best diamond second base, just like if you want pick a different position. So
Yeah, because Home Run Johnson rules. So I think he did well with that pick. Oh, by the way, one thing about guys that we are surprised didn't get drafted. No for calls. This is a heavy for call fan group here, so I'm surprised
that is true. Yeah, no for
Yeah,
calls.
that is
none were
true.
taken.
Yeah, I think, and there were
but-
two for calls we both like.
Yeah, exactly. The 94 and the 89 will 1,000,000,000% go in the 8.
Yeah, the 89 I'm less sure, but the 94 I think will go for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tony Fernandez.
yeah,
Another
that's true.
what the Tony Fernandez card?
Yeah,
high.
that LE Tony
I
Fernandez.
don't think he'll get taken, even the 8-man.
You don't think he'll go in the 8 even?
I
No.
don't think so,
Okay.
but we'll see.
My favorite pick of mine was probably the John McGraw. I like the Cal McVay too. I don't know if it's like my best pick. It was one of my favorites because I'm just intrigued by him. And then I would definitely trade in one of my high bronzes for Dink. Not taking Dink by us was definitely a miss, as Charles pointed out earlier.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
true.
I ended up just getting stuck because I needed them for starters.
Mm-hmm.
Skyline's right. I forgot Tony Fernandez can't play second base in tourneys. He
Yeah.
can train.
Oh
second
yeah,
base.
that's right. And that was
Trained him on one of my
that
teams.
was
to second base,
a
but-
botching on that card there, y'all. That should
Yeah.
you should have had that. We didn't add it later because once the thing's
Yeah.
out, we don't want to go
Yeah,
chasing
Astor
things.
makes
He
a good
absolutely should have
point.
had it.
Astor makes
was
a
a-
good
it was a mess
point.
up.
One of us should have found a Schwarber.
Yeah, I thought about Schwarber
Yeah.
instead of this freehand, but I sort of thought I couldn't fill first base well enough if I did that. Because I was planning my whole draft on taking Bruthers, and then I sort of pivoted away from Bruthers, 15, 20 picks in.
Sorry.
And then and then I couldn't figure out how to do with first base anymore. So Ford was kind of my solution. But
I mean, even though they're different tiers, the Singleton kind of takes me out of the Schwarber sweepstakes, but I'd be glad to have one or the other in a situation.
Yeah.
Because I prefer to DH Schwarber. Isidafo,
Yeah.
who was a favorite that you got?
I think my best pick ended up being Steve Carlton to get like the best
That's
silver
great,
starter and a lefty that early. That's what turned out to be really good meta for him.
Yeah.
Probably my biggest mistake was I should have paid more attention. Given that I knew I was planning to take Bruthers and I knew I might pivot, I should have left myself more place to take a good first baseman. I think that was probably the biggest
that's
mistake.
fair. And Charles, what do you think?
I also really liked Geloff where you got him.
Yeah, Ted
Yeah,
Brown
I think
got
Geloff was pretty good.
That was kind of
Yeah.
sneaky.
Yeah.
Let me see. Well, the Tomei is definitely the most fun pick. But
especially as your last one.
yeah. I think Probably.
Yes, he was Skyline.
I think the pick I like best was getting Votto where I did. Kind of realizing, wait a
Yeah,
minute,
it was very
these
nice
are
there.
all
Yeah,
righties,
fantastic pick.
you know, and suddenly like take Votto. The
Yep.
one I regret was Beckwith. I don't think he's a bad player. Like it's a really
Just
good
your
card,
fit. Mm-hmm.
but I'm just not quite like it sort of felt like it never quite fit. Like I think if I look at the other picks on that line, I certainly would have traded Beckwith like for any of those clearly, right? I
Yeah, I
didn't
mean,
think
it
he
took
was a good
him.
pick before he was
Yeah.
picked, but
That makes sense. I love the Votto pick too. Like that was excellent. He's obviously great no matter, but then when you consider all the righties that we were having, it makes him obviously an exponentially better pick. Oh, another guy, a little bit harder to say like he has to go in high diamond, but I know that Charles is a huge fan and obviously has great eye. But Charlie Keller, could see him definitely going in the 8-man.
actually the other one I'm surprised about. So I guess it's because we took a lot of pitching, but I think we all felt that the two best bats in high diamond right now are Chuck Klein and Norm Cash.
Yeah, we didn't take either one. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
neither ended up
no, we
getting
took
drafted.
either of them.
Oh, yeah.
High diamond. Well, you guys have been talking about the depth of it for a while now, which I agree with. And there's only 8 of them to go around, and like you said, with what is it, 4 of them going to pitchers, it just really made it hard to get all those great hitters in there.
Yeah.
Cage wasn't pointing out no Utley, yeah.
Well,
yeah,
Utley was also interesting, but I don't know. I feel like I think Abrams is probably better. So like you're supposed to wait to take Utley until Abrams goes, and then
Yeah, did I take Abrams way too early?
No, I think you took Abrams about the right time.
So. Yeah,
Abrams is really strong. I mean,
the other funny thing is that actually the other pick I did get a lot of value for somehow is Hank Aaron, because he has no lefties to face.
True. Well, get
I mean, he's got a couple, but yeah, not a lot.
I mean, he's still good, right? But
right.
Yeah.
But if I knew that there were going to be no lefties, I don't think I should have taken Aaron.
What are you thinking then? Is not a perfect. I mean, Charleston is really good if you think there's no lefties, but
yeah, do you just go Charleston and pivot to a lower tier then and save your perfect?
No, I think I'd take I think I would have taken Charleston and Kershaw.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just say I'm really going to make sure there are no left.
Well, the thing is that if you take Kershaw, people are going to start loading up. That's why I was glad to take him last, because people are going to load up against him if I don't. Like people are going to start taking Whiskey Coots or whatever.
I guess it's different with 8, right? Because with 8 people in the draft, someone's going to take Kershaw, but it's still going to be more righty heavy than lefty heavy at the perfect level.
Yeah,
definitely.
So like the person that's taking, because that's sort of what should happen, is that if you take lefties, you match up well against some teams, but not everyone. And with 4, it was a little bit easier to be like the one team doing something different.
Mm-hmm.
But now y'all are going to make me play in Naven, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Naven is going to be tough for everyone at this, I think.
Yeah, you're exactly. If we ran it again, it would play out differently, but that's actually part of the reason we thought we would try it out.
Yep.
Yeah, just to see what it looks like.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun, and but I would like to see if we can run these 4 teams against each other now that we've done this.
Yeah.
Me too.
I have
and I can definitely ask. Once I get word on everything and what it's like, I will definitely see if we can run this out as well.
And I can definitely make sure that I think I have everything I drafted. Yeah, because I eventually got a Suarez, so I think I have everything I drafted.
I think probably the change I would make for the draft is to make 1 low bronze a high bronze, because the low bronze felt like I wanted to take irons a lot in the low bronze rounds.
That's funny. I found the opposite. I ended up with Suarez, Jaso, Sledge, and I would have also taken Piggy and maybe even like Edwin Diaz if I had the chance.
If you expand it to 8, it gets much harder. I think
That's true. If you go to 8, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you have more than, when you get to 3 on a level, it gets really tough with 8. You're starting to reach.
I mean, I guess there's one other thing we could
gonna
do,
be
which
nuts.
would be funny, which is instead of splitting it into golds and diamonds, we could bracket it a little bit differently, and so it's 2 in everything.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true.
This is already a format that's tough to get your head around, though.
Yeah, it's very interesting to do. I mean, I don't know what the right strategy is.
I was making this up on the fly, as I think we all were.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, nobody had a true draft board. Cage says, I think you need to test this with 8 before deciding anything. Now we're gonna run that first time with 8. It won't be a mock. It'll be the real thing.
Oh yeah,
let's get crazy with it, Cage.
I mean, in theory, if I have a draft board, it would not be hard to just program some bots to do this probably. Like,
so
by
the way,
whatever player is like the highest on the board all the time. You have a spot for.
I was trying to work this out. Interesting question. What is the oldest release that we drafted?
Jimmy Ryan?
Jimmy Ryan's launch. Jimmy Ryan's launch.
Oh yeah, that's right. Ryan and Kingman are launch cards. Okay, so there were some launch cards that we drafted.
I think just the 2, right? Were there any others?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know about anybody else.
And then I guess on the high end, what's the oldest like high end card we drafted?
Boom Boom Back.
Of the perfect, I
Boom Boom.
guess it's Ivan Rodriguez.
2 or 3. I'm trying to remember.
Boom Boom was TB
3. Was it 2?
And I'm not sure.
I thought it was 3, but I don't know.
Might even be 3.
Otherwise,
Orlando,
I guess,
is the oldest diamond.
Yeah, I think so.
Came out around Glass now, around the playoffs, around my birthday.
David Justice has been out for a while now. That was a pretty long.
That silver David Justice has been out for a minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the oldest perfect we drafted is from the Immortal set. The Immortal Seasons.
It's Ivan, I guess. Yeah, by like 3 days ahead of Childs and Kershaw, but yeah.
True.
And Aaron, I guess.
This was sweet.
Yeah, this is
a lot of fun.
Kind of fun. I think if we get this to work, doing it every couple months and seeing how it updates would be fun.
Totally.
Yeah, I think it would be great for the community to see like what people are taking. You see the Perfect League World Series every Sunday, and you see what the best people are playing. But this would give people across all different levels a thought of like tournaments, like what the top bronzes, what the top silvers are.
And for what it's worth, like roughly, if you were to just take, like these 20 bronzes and make a tournament team, you'd be pretty close to what a bronze tournament team should look like.
Right.
Yeah, you'd have a nice foundation without a doubt.
Yeah, especially once it goes to 8 and we're taking 40 instead of 20. Like I assume that the meta bronze team is going to be within those 40.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that'd be great for the community, because then it just gives each of the people playing, if I'm going to go into tournaments, here's some cards I can play now. It's going to change. I have to keep up with it, but at least I can do this. It's kind of what Kidneys Sheet did for people when they were trying to figure out what cards are best and kind of compare different cards.
Yep.
With a model. This is really, people are modeling, think about this.
Oh, Cage Wisdom is right. Okay. Actually, that's the one I should have asked. Was Suitor crazy or like good?
I think Williams was better for that idea, but I don't mind Suitor.
Yeah, concept and execution I thought were fine. I agree. I'd probably go Williams over him, but I certainly don't think it's a bad pick. No.
This is one of the things that actually, clearly I have to write a custom model for this now. It's a question of who you model him against, because I have Williams better against Irons, but I'm scared to run Williams against like Hank Aaron and Oscar Charleston.
Well, also my idea with taking like Williams and Tekulve and Steve Howe and stuff is that like I can try to get the matchups I want because I know which opponents I have, right? Like,
yeah.
So if I'm
this is
get to get the full
you guys
micro,
are playing another level of chess than I am.
And once you see the bracket, you can totally map out who you might be facing
Oh,
too,
that's
and have
an
an idea.
interesting question. If we do this, should the bracket be known ahead of time, or I feel like it shouldn't.
I would say
You should
no.
just
Should
make
not
a
be known
team
ahead
and
of time.
then you do the
Randomized
usual
after
like
the
luck of
draft.
the draw when you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The other one I wasn't sure about was like Wilmer Flores. I just feel like, Carlton's a good
I had
pick,
no
and
problem
then
with
there's a
that one.
huge gap. And I wish there were a second starter I were happy with.
Yeah, the second starter is probably Flores, but he's not great. Like, it's
No,
tough.
he's
Silver
much
was,
worse than Carlton. Yeah, it's a huge
yeah.
gap.
I mean, it probably is Flores, I guess. Number 2. I guess maybe Dan Heron is also up there, but he went pretty. Actually, Heron probably should have gone earlier. Now I'm looking at it again. Like that was probably a card we should not have let
Yeah,
last 9
actually, I get,
rounds.
especially realizing
There was multiple
that there's a
times I
big
thought y'all were
gap.
going to snake him.
Yeah, it is a big gap.
Yeah, Heron was a really good pick. Where you got him. It's an interesting question. Would I have done better taking Heron or Claudio?
I mean, there's a lot of lefty hitters out there.
The thing is that you have all lefty starters too, so I don't know. It depends how. I mean, if people are, this is probably one of the big differences with the 8-man and the 4-man is that you're going to have to make sure you have plans against both lefties and righties with 8, because there's no way you're going to get like a super slanted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meta. So then probably Claudio is less good. Like here, you can probably more reliably get Claudio against matchups you want him. But
yeah, that makes sense. I don't know which would have worked better. It's a lot of fun though.
yeah, it is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I do think I would have against 8. I would have played it differently, and I think the 3 of you probably would have, would also have thought about the value a bit differently.
Right. Well, that's also the thing. I mean, as soon as someone starts making different picks, like it's this butterfly effect, because people are going to pick differently against that, and which cards are left, where you have slots left, right? Like if EVC had not taken Ivan Rodriguez round 2 and he had taken some other guy, I probably would have just slammed Ruthers in round 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh,
but
yeah.
Because he did
you
that, I got to wait.
Before, but once you got the free last,
right.
Yeah, you somehow got the last option for a bunch of levels, right?
Yeah, well, I was trying to take like a couple from different levels so that I could know where that last option might end up with. But it hurt. I mean, it hurt me in gold because I got a much worse gold as my 8th gold from what my team was. So I don't know if it's good or not, but that was kind of the idea.
Yeah, the other thing I wonder is the value of these two-way players. Like, I wonder if I was supposed to do that, because there are some good two-way diamonds, right? Like McVeigh's one of them. But there are a few others.
I mean, there's Otani at the low diamond level, I guess.
Yeah, I almost took both just to really get cute with the two double two ways.
Yeah, and I thought about him too.
I mean, a couple months ago, Kotze would have been a really high pick for me.
Yeah, or I mean, Rogan would have been the very first pick, back at the start, start of the cycle for sure.
Like Owings can hit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's you can try to take just a picture with the DH potential, and just not even try to two-way them, I guess. But maybe it doesn't work. I don't know. It's very tricky.
Do you think Monty Ward is? I mean, it's just too much as a two-way player.
Giving up too much as 100, I think
like
personally.
He gives up so much compared with the other hundreds right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's another card that probably would have been the first pick when he, if we did this right after he launched. But
yeah,
the other one that I'm almost certain I took too early, but I just had to, was Grandal.
Who? No, I think Grandal was fine.
I think he'll go. I think he'll go pretty early in the 8. I don't know. I don't think he did.
I thought I took him too early.
He gets on base so much too.
It's just a Warbot stream. I had to do it, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
It was also that he's gonna hit well against both sides and against the top pitchers, or at least relatively well.
But I was disappointed that I didn't end up getting like all the low irons with a ton of eye. Like, how did I not have Frank Chance on my team?
Well, I like Hugh Nickel. I think that was a very
Well,
good
you're not
pick.
allowed to take Frank Chance.
But no, the 40.
No. The 40
Oh,
Frank
pardon me,
Chance
pardon me.
that's like just I.
It's literally just I. The card is zeros at actually every other rating.
Yeah. It literally is like just I. Or you know, or I didn't end up with some flavor of Soto.
Yeah, the one I thought I'd be able to wait on Clemente, but EVC took him. I probably shouldn't have kept talking about him.
I guess you
No,
knew
I just needed
you
a right
knew I was
floater.
not going to take him, right?
Right, yeah, I figured, okay, I'm gonna
Yeah,
wait for a while.
you knew he was
but-
off one person's board.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm
I
realizing
was
we're
just-
going to be at a big disadvantage in this because everyone that sees our stream knows exactly what our board should look like,
That's all right.
right? Whereas, like, I have no
You guys
idea
can
what
pivot,
Hamlet's
though.
board should look like. You know,
Yeah, maybe it will start surprising you. We'll take some weird cards.
it's going to turn out. Yeah,
PT Elite for
the
Brian
plot twist
Hayes.
is going to be that
Yes,
actually
exactly.
Hamlet believes even more strongly than I do and I.
Yeah. And I was taking PT Elite 1 Soto first. That's it, right?
Take Bleffery in the second.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, how did like someone like Charbonneau not get picked? That's another one.
Because there were no lefties. I thought about Charbonneau, and then I was like, who am I playing him against?
Yeah, I guess. But then there's no Strawberry in here either.
No, Strawberry I think probably should have gone. But Silver's actually pretty crowded.
But the
Like,
card that the other card, so yeah, a couple other cards I'm surprised didn't get taken actually. I would have thought Eddie Matthews would go for low silver. I was a little
Yeah.
surprised. Or even but also Shanuel. That was entirely
I
a
thought about
pick
him
I
too.
had to make, and then I just lost my low silver slots.
Yeah.
Yeah, no Blankenship, exactly. Nobody values I.
I think Blankenship will go to only Charles. So yeah.
You don't think anyone else is even going to think about Blankenship?
I'm right. I'm happy to give away this information.
I mean,
know
come
it's
on,
breaking
he's the
news.
best silver
I'm not
card
going
in
to
the
take him.
game.
Yeah.
Right?
Definitely.
Hey, I'm surprised I wasn't the one that ended up with the Iron Maguire also.
Yeah, you had already blocked yourself off, but we were battling for that one.
No, I think that one's a good pick though, because he's another kind of card that should have some playability versus
It's a
the
great
good
pick.
pitchers.
He walks and he trots.
Yeah, he can come off the bench and club one for you in a good late game situation.
Yeah, I like Cloverden's a bit better, but that would have been my other option for that spot. I took Cloverden's in, so I think it was very reasonable.
I got him and Kingman to rake off the bench.
Yeah.
This was great though. A lot of fun. I think.
Oh yeah, thanks everyone for
so many
coming on and doing this,
machinations.
especially on like zero notice. And even
It was fun.
if you need help making
far you gotten on the
slides,
card.
if you need help making slides, we can at least give you a slide of this if you want to.
Screen grab. I took a screen grab. I'll throw it up tomorrow.
Yeah, so did I actually. I saved it.
Or I can try to clean it up differently if. But I think we should try to. I actually do think. Let's see if they can make a 4-person.
Yeah, I'll definitely ask. I saved the rosters as well, and I'll be in contact with you.
And if there's if there's any card that I'm missing, I don't mind buying it for like. Because all the ones I'd be missing, I think I'm missing 1 or 2 of the irons or something, but that's easy to.
Yeah,
easy to scoop.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got all of mine.
I don't think I bought Heredia yet, for example. Like I said, I just
Only
figured I'd eventually pull one.
So.
I'm missing a couple. Home Run Johnson El Duque, but El Duque's cheap. I can grab that.
Yeah. Even Home Run Johnson came down so much yesterday with
Home
those
Run Johnson's
spotlights.
in
He was,
current spots, right? So he's
yeah, his price is like halved in the last day.
It's 60.
Yeah. It's
yeah, okay,
gone down a
yeah, you
lot.
can get them right now for 62.
And it's
and
going
there
to
are
continue going down.
16 of them on the market.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I am gonna guess you can get him for less than that.
Yeah, just
especially
put it in order.
Especially if he's in another one next week, he's going to go to 30K or something, 20K, 30K.
I got mine yesterday.
And actually, the only reason he's that high is because he wasn't in that first set. Like, if he was in the first set
Exactly.
too, I think the other cards in that mission are even lower.
Well,
Yeah,
Home Run,
definitely.
and
Bell's
Home Run Johnson
utility.
is like a meta card right now. So I
Right,
think
yeah,
we're
so-
getting him both for the
yeah.
mission and because he plays.
Yeah, for that mission, like Beckwith and Johnson are at 70, and Reedus and Bell are like 40, 50. So people are paying 20K or whatever for the playability,
All right,
which makes sense.
sounds good.
Worth it.
If anyone else has any suggestions on ways we should modify the format before we try to run it with 8, let us know. And yeah, Aster Hamlin,
All
if you do want
ears.
to play, definitely we'd love to have you too. I think we'll try to reach out to a few other people to get to 8.
Yeah, and I mean, I think to Leonard Joy's point, I don't think we plan to or going to have any price at all for this. This is a purely for fun
No.
to showcase event. This is
Yeah.
not for anything.
Yeah.
Just because it's really fun.
Right.
I think
What-
everyone's
what-
What do you
watching
mean? It's
a
going to be
prize.
a 1 perfect point entry fee tournament, and one of us is winning like 8 perfect points.
One of us taking
All right.
all 8 perfect points.
All
baby.
8, winner take all.
That's right.
Yeah, it's all about winning all 8. Although
All
I
right.
will say, if I had the choice of getting to do this, you know what I would do is I would make a special card prize for this. Winner gets
Tony
a Tony Suck.
That's awesome. Yeah, I honestly even thought about it, but then I'm like, well, we can't really do an invitational where we only
Yeah,
pick 8
no, I
people and then give away some
No,
like
no,
sick
no.
cards. So the only thing we could possibly do for a prize is make it like a higher entry fee, and then since it's our own points. But
No,
I think just
I
the
think this is
community
this is
event
an
will be great.
entirely a
yes.
have fun with it, play around with the format.
Show off your
kind of
skills.
thing.
Yep. Exactly. I don't
The-
need a prize to be motivated
The
by this.
the prize is Isidafo and I get to try to take each other out and then have bragging rights on stream for the next,
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, pretty much.
Success in this is prize enough for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
All right, guys. Well, I got to get going, but I'll still be in the chat. But I'm gonna jump off the
I
call.
would
But
love to
thanks for
enjoy. One of
including
us
me
could
on
purposely draft trash cards with I only.
this. Just manipulate the dust.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, everyone. We're gonna raid. Is there anyone up to raid into? We ran a bit later than.
Yeah, there's I rock
cool.
this is going.
All right, let's raid.
yeah,
I rock
that
this
works.
then.
Do that.
All right, Charles will be in
Thanks,
touch
guys.
All right, thanks
when
a
I
lot,
get
everyone.
when I get info on everything. Bye, y'all.
Yep.
See y'all at 10
Thanks a
a.m.
lot.
tomorrow.
See y'all.
All
Thanks,
right, I'll be
ABC,
there,
especially
ABC.
for coming on in short notice. We apologize
Yeah.
in advance to your listeners.
Good luck with the slides.
I'm
Yeah.
not doing them now. I've given up. I'm just gonna rip packs and see what happens.
All right,
Sounds
sounds
good.
good.
Thanks a lot.
Take care, guys. Bye.
Thanks
Yeah.
a lot.
Bye,
Yep.
everyone.
All right, and for everyone else, we're gonna do we'll come back and do the tournament stuff in a future stream.
I don't know. Do we want to like mention quickly like the couple of good cards? Tyler Wells, TJ Friedel, Jason Schmidt. I don't know. Is there any other ones that are like super strong?
A couple of the pictures look pretty good, but all right. Let me at least run it before I say
It's
too much more,
mostly
right?
Tyler Wells. You really want Tyler Wells. It's mostly you really want Tyler Wells.
Well, good. I'm winning silver packs these days. It's the I still haven't won an Arietta.
Yeah. I mean, I think Snell, Smoltz, Wynn, and Matheson are all kind of fine. Rutschman seems fine. Mariano's really good, but a reliever.
Yeah, Votto I do have behind Mel Ott, so I think Ott still survives. I think Wynn, Snell, and Mathewson are all going to be playable pitchers, but they're all behind the top current pitchers.
Yeah, I guess. I think we rated.
Like I
Oh
think
well.
I think Doc is still ahead. It's like Doc and then like Seaver and Kershaw. You know, and then it kind of comes down from there, and sort of Winsnell and Masterton are maybe going to be in that next tier. Rivera looks good.
Yeah, but he's a reliever. I think we rated also, so
Yeah.
probably ever gone.
Oh, and if everyone's then let's. All right, then we'll do it next time. All right.